Finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
we can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome one and welcome all to the second day of HUE Fest 2020. We've got the playoff bracket here to go through today. I am your play-by-play caster audio. Joining me again on the desk is none other than Rebel_Fox_Cast, and featuring his room, his bed, and we've got decorations all over today. I even printed out a nice little picture for you guys. Per recommendation of my producer, we saw a couple of Hecarim players yesterday, so we've got their Hecarim and we've got our Hecarim. I just figured, you know, it fit the theme, and everybody was telling me that I should put something up in my room. So there you go, Twitch chat. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, the decorations have certainly been upgraded from I think it was a printer and a chair in your room to now a poster and a hat.
Oh, they're still there.
I've got
they're still back there somewhere.
A different angle. Now it's no longer a white wall. Instead, it's mostly white wall with a couple of other things because I just turned my desk the opposite way, thankfully.
But we are going into the playoff bracket today. Yesterday, we saw the round of 16. Today, we'll be looking at Grandview University's A team going up against Maryville University's B team. And this should be a really interesting match. The winner of this will move on to the semifinals. And we will be swapping over to TJ and Iberia to bring you that actions later on today. But first, let's take a look at this match. Grandview versus Maryville. We had a lot of interesting kind of situations surrounding the group stage and coming into playoffs that we should talk about real quick. Biggest of all, Arizona State University, even after their really impressive showing at UCLA, came in with a pretty unfortunate seeding and got knocked out first round by Maryville's A team.
It was really cool because the way that it worked, the group stage was 6 groups, 4 teams for the first 4, and then another 3 teams for the first 2. Where the top 3 get in every single one of the groups to make a bracket of 16. Top 2 get in the ones with 3 to make it in, so 16 teams total get pulled. The unfortunate part about Arizona is they played in. I know you called it a group of death. I know it was a very competitive group to say the least, with Columbia and Maryville B, where there ended up being a 3-way tie, and because of the tiebreaker that had occurred, Arizona State actually ended up at the bottom of that group, putting them at the 16th seed, putting them against Maryville in the first round. And it was an argument to be made that they were a top 4, top 5 team at this tournament, especially after UCLA. And instead, they get pulled first round, get knocked out in the round of 16. You could make an argument the same thing happened to UCI, another very prominent team in the scene, got pulled against Harrisburg in the first round. Unfortunately, went down to them and knocked out in the round of 16.
Yeah, it just shows how competitive these brackets can be. And unfortunately, that group did mean that Arizona made an early exit from the tournament, but they still put up quite a fight. I mean, when looking at the group that they were in, Maryville's B team, Arizona State University, the teams in that group were just absolutely stacked. And the fact that we had a 3-way tie at the top of the group and Arizona just happened to come out just slightly at the bottom of that was pretty unfortunate. But looking forward at our playoff brackets now, we will be bringing you Grandview's A team versus Maryville's B team. Some of the other matches, we've got Harrisburg Storm facing off against Columbia College, Harrisburg's B team, the Tempest, going up against Winthrop University, and finally Maryville's A team facing off against Illinois Wesleyan. These teams will be fighting for a total of $10,000 in prize pool money, with the first place team getting the lion's share of $5,000, going down to $2,500 at the second place, and third and fourth place getting $1,250. So as long as you move on to the semifinals, you are going to be guaranteed a cash prize here at HUE Fest. So these matches today really matter, Rebel.
They do. I'm super excited because you look across that semifinals bracket or the quarterfinals bracket that we've got right now. There is a possibility for double Harrisburg, double Maryville in the semifinals, which would be hype, especially for us representing both sides. It would be very cool to see. And this bottom side of the bracket to me is also massively interesting. You've got Columbia, a very good school, up against Harrisburg. Like, one of these teams drops out in the round of 8, which is not what you would have expected coming into this. And then, of course, Grandview is the favorite over Maryville B, but I mean, they did beat Columbia. They came out, they showed some tenacity. They've only lost 1 game the entire tournament. They got the same record as Columbia right now. So this could be some really, really interesting and spicy stuff to set us up for semifinals.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I'm really interested in that Harrisburg University Storm versus Columbia College match. A little bit of a rivalry there as well. Columbia were able to take us in the finals of the very first HUE Fest. So that's a little sting that we'll have to try to get him back for. But let's talk about this upcoming match. Grandview University, Maryville's B team. We're going to get straight into the draft here. A couple of bands already on the table. Azir, Evelyn, and Lucian taken away from Maryville as they have decided to ban Nidalee and Graves.
They want Shorter Ace off with something comfortable, making sure that he doesn't have the ability to just kind of run wild. I know he's a big contributor to what it is that Grandview actually wants to accomplish, if I recall. And then my curiosity also comes to whether Lobos or Disconnectors, and I think they've been running Disconnector. We had some discussion on that where both of them bring very different things. They've got plenty of backup players that do quite a bit, and so GVU could be running some shenanigans in terms of subs, especially for a best of 3. That's when that advantage really does come in, so it'll be interesting to see where they want to go with their roster here.
Grandview have a very well fleshed out substitute roster. They've got basically a full starting roster just sitting on their subline, waiting to swap in at a moment's notice. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Shen first lock in here for Grandview on the blue side. Shen, one of the most powerful blue side first picks in the game, other than just the Caitlyn, offers so much versatility. You can play him in multiple roles, and the global presence he provides without even needing to use the teleport is just crazy. So smart pick. Immediate snapback, though, from Maryville. They're going to grab up that Caitlyn, the other strong counter pick, and then grab a Mordekaiser to go up against that Shen, most likely in the top lane.
Interesting. It must be a read from Maryville knowing potentially that the Shen isn't flexible to the jungle or maybe the support position, because Dinka actually played this yesterday. The Mordekaiser, if I recall, he actually popped off on this Mordekaiser in very kind of mean fashion. And so thinking that this is going to be top lane Shen, they grabbed that up. And I know this can't be this can't be Lobos. If this were Lobos, he would immediately lock the Caitlyn. It's been a counterpick to the Caitlyn or my apologies, the Jinx. He would have locked that as a counter to Caitlyn. Instead, this must be Disconnector. He grabs the Aphelios, they pair it with the Karma, which is a bit flexible, but expectedly in that bottom lane. And immediately back to the Jarvan. It's a little bit of a team fight setup, trying to buy some space for Caitlyn, not having to worry about the dive from Shen, a little bit of forward pressure with Jarvan.
Yeah, wanting to make sure you can lock those targets into the Cataclysm. Karma's not going to help you get out of that at all. She can make you speedy, but you're just going to be running in circles until you die. One thing to note, I really like the idea of the Mordekaiser into the Shen as well. Mm-hmm. In a team fight setting, if you are able to pull a high priority carry into the Death Realm, it's now impossible for Shen to ult in there and actually give that shield, provide that protection, and buy those extra couple of seconds for something like the Aphelios or another late game carry. So does have a little bit of application in the team fight as well. We see the bans rounding out here, the Hecarim and the Zinzao taken off the board, followed by the Orianna and Yone.
Yeah, really bearing down on this jungle pool right now. The Zilean taken away as kind of the one pick, but then Nidalee, Graves, Hecarim, Jinja. The only thing remaining left on the table is like that Lilia, which is potential. And with the Orianna banned out, I think Syndra makes the most sense with Jarvan, where Orianna's that massive synergy with Shockwave on the engage. Syndra can set up an EQ from Jarvan, or even potentially just use those Qs, use those ultimates to try to generate some pressure inside of that Cataclysm when it drops. On the opposite side, they go to Lee Sin, another strong pick, but certainly outside of that kind of top four that we talked about a little bit. No Lilia to speak of right here. And Morgana gets insta-locked as well. So this is going to be flexible. I have to imagine it's going to be Karma in a solo lane, not the Morgana. Potential is there for the flex between the two. And it's the Lux to grab with the Caitlyn against either one of these two on GVU's side.
And this is a bread and butter disconnector comp right here for Grandview University. I would be shocked if we get into client and see that it actually is Lobos in here, because back in the Midwest Esports Conference, a collegiate league that went on earlier this year, Grandview won a lot of their games by locking in a late game hyperscaling champion for disconnector and just stacking the shields on top of him. Orianna, Shen's, Karma's, Lulu's, just anything they could get to give this Aphelios or give this late game carry some sort of agency to just pop off. And Disconnector usually showed up and made it happen. This time, we'll see if he can do it against the comp from Maryville University. Looking at the draft, I have a big question mark around this jungle pick because the rest of the champions here is a very good comp when your opponents are coming into you. This is definitely a comp that wants to fight where your opponents walk towards you. The Jarvan wanting to dive forward doesn't feel like he has a lot of support to do that. And so it'll be interesting to see what Maryville's jungler can actually get done in this game.
Two things to start, just off the idea of the Jarvan pick is, A, it does punish lanes pretty well. When you're talking about this lane setup, you got Shen top lane, who likes to get out and about. Against the Mordekaiser, that's not a great lane specifically for the Shen. It's usually pretty even. Jarvan can punish that. Mid lane, it's either Morgana or Karma into Syndra. That's, again, punishable by the likes of the Jarvan. So potentially the thought here is it's more active early on, has CC, has good damage to try to get early. And then if you want to fight forward into a composition with Aphelios, if you want to try to lock him down, EQ, ultimate, you throw Cataclysm, doesn't matter if the black shield's on, immediately Aphelios is stuck there, and now he is a fish in a barrel for Syndra, for Lux, for Caitlyn, whoever wants to throw damage. And what do you really do to try to counteract? The best thing you can do is try to Lee Sin, kick out the Jarvan before he's able to get in, but other than that, there's no real way to stop that. So if Maryville wants to play forward or wants to counter-engage, Jarvan's probably the best bet.
All right, well, obviously, Grandview University is going to be putting a lot of attention towards this bot side of the map and setting up Aphelios to carry. If that champion gets put behind in this composition, things are going to look not so great for Grandview University. Talk to me about Maryville's comp holistically, though. I know we just touched on the Jarvan, but what are their win conditions? How are they going to take this game number one?
I mean, first off, you look at the range that this team brings. You've got Syndra, Lux, Caitlyn. Boom. That's 3 good damage dealers, a little bit of lockdown from all of them, and really, really solid ability to zone away from everything, which is just phenomenal to think about. You've got Mordekaiser to try to secure objectives. If he throws the ultimate out on a Lee Sin, what is Lee Sin really going to do? And you can burn tools to save him from that if you're Karma, Morgana, whatever. But that's fewer tools you have for your one damage dealer in Ophelia. So I think the thing is here about Maryville, they can play lanes, they can play range, and they can play siege because they're really good at that. And they can kind of break this game into anything but 5-on-5 team fight, which is what GVU just wants holistically entirely on their side because they've got one carry, they've got a billion supports. Like their whole thing is keep Aphelios alive and he wins the game. Doesn't work really well if you're taking it out of the equation.
All right, we'll see if we're able to do that. Game number 1 of this best of 3 quarterfinals should be coming up soon. We're going to go into a short break as these players get onto the Rift. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody. We're about to get into game 1 here for Grandview University versus Maryville University's B team. It's game 1 of quarterfinals, and hello, we got a cat stream going on. Big Grandview University fan right here.
That's what she is.
But
so is she a Grandview University fan, or is she a not Maryville fan? Is that what you're saying?
Not Maryville fan, because we live in Harrisburg and we have to hate Maryville with every fiber of our being. That's just how it goes. Let's talk a little bit more about this game, though. Very one-sided composition coming out from Grandview, which can be very risky if they cannot get the Cephalios ahead. Disconnector has been known for his 1v9 carry performances where the team is just built around him, but it's obviously feast or famine.
Yes, that's a fantastic way to put it. That not only is this composition kind of built around exactly one carry, there's also really only one way to play it. You can't play super hard split push with things like Shen or Karma. You can't really play like 1-3-1, anything like that. This is pretty much Aphelios has to play against multiple targets, and we have to take fights as often as we can with as many members as we can. And that almost, it requires you to stay at or above the level of like the rest of the team or the entire game in terms of gold. So if you at all fall behind, you start to struggle in solo lanes, in fights, in everything. But if you're at or above that level of gold that you're looking for, that's when you can finally start to fight. I'm skeptical at minimum of this GVU composition, but I don't think it's impossible to play.
And it does make the defense from Maryville pretty one-dimensional, too. They don't have to worry about any extra threats. All they have to do is shut down this Aphelios, and they're, bam, game over. You've won the first game. You've up to series point. So be interesting to see how this works out. They don't exactly have a whole ton of threats that they can attack early on either. The Shen and the Mordekaiser should be a snooze fest up in the top lane. Karma's pretty good at keeping herself safe there in the middle as well. And, so we'll see. I'm curious, where do you think the junglers can go? Is it just going to be bot for the first 30 minutes?
I would have to imagine that. I think there's some room potentially for shorter ace to look into the middle of the map. So if you're thinking at like Shen's damage, Lee Sin's damage, Karma's damage, they can do some damage in the mid game. And especially if you're looking at Koseiken right now, doesn't have Unsealed Spellbook, does not have that minion dematerializer, which is almost necessary in order to play a supportive Karma exclusively. That's what you would take for if you wanted to run immediately into Arden's Censor and then into Athene's Unholy Grail. That's not the case. I have to imagine this is a higher AP Karma in an attempt to put some damage. It's not going to help. It's not going to do much in the late game. Like 120 extra damage on a single Q that happens every 10 seconds. Not really going to be all that much assistance to the damage output here on the side of GVU. But that could prop up some mid-game damage potential here and allow them to make some moves around shorter Ace if he's able to get rolled.
Yeah, those those Black Shields will be very important, though, for Chucky to make sure that he consistently lands there in the bottom lane, because in a situation where you're able to combo a snare plus a headshot, Aphelios does not have the HP to deal with that more than 2 or 3 times in a lane. We did see Kind Jungle walking straight through the mid lane there, showing his face. He's just going to go straight from red to blue, make sure that he's on the bottom side in the early stages of the game, in case Shorter Ace wants to get any trickery done. We saw a lot of really fun level 1s yesterday, focused around the bottom lane.
And that's kind of what we're seeing a little bit of, just because Shorter Ace is sitting towards the bottom side. He cleared full blue side into bottom red side, which it's not a super aggressive pathing, but what it means is he'll be on bottom side a lot longer to defend mid and bot lane, where some aggression can come out from Kind, but also where maybe he's looking to generate some aggression himself. So there's that. I'm actually curious about what this top lane will mean, because again, Zhen's damage early is not to be negated by any standard. Mordekaiser can put out some himself, but this is more or less kind of just an even lane state for a little while until a lot of AP starts to come out here from the Mordekaiser. Which means Shen should have a lot more map pressure with his ultimate to start this game, and especially through like level 6, that's especially going to be.
There are a few cool interactions between Mordekaiser and Shen. Obviously, you can pull Shen out of the ultimate while he is channeling it if he decides to channel it in front of your face. But then also in team fights, if Dinka decides to solo out the Aphelios, he won't be able to get ulted by the Shen while he's in the Shadow Realm. So that can be a very effective way to shut down these linear compositions where there's really only one big damage threat. Just throw him in the Shadow Realm, and now the other team is just a bunch of supports and meat shields in front of the rest of the team. Evan RL taking a lot of damage here in the bottom lane. It's the binding going to land for Julian. And Kind Jungle is wrapped around here. Low HP and low mana for both the bottom laners of Grandview. And Shorter Ace is on the other side of the map, but the wave just isn't quite there. It does look like he's going to back off.
The big thing here, I think, was just a little bit of respect forced out here from Disconnector and Chucky to make sure that they couldn't push forward onto the damage they put onto Evan RL. Not to mention, now that they've stacked this wave a little bit, they're going to be able to get a back off pretty quickly. Unfortunately, this is Infernum that gets spawned here by Disconnector, so it's not going to be as punishing as it was before. But at minimum, they will get a pretty quick back here on the likes of Caitlyn with a little bit of a farm move.
Shorter Ace making his first move on the map.
Nice.
Dinka immediately flashing. He knows that if he gets hit by that taunt, he did see Shorter Ace on his screen, that he was just dead. So respectful move there. Kind Jungle still looking for something to force. Will not be able to spot Koskinen over the wall there. So everything will be safe. Koskinen does decide to cancel the recall and go back in. Is low HP, but smartly hovering around the bot side.
I think Spear Axe was a little low on Bandit to actually pull that. Actually, they didn't back on bottom side. I don't know if it got stopped or if they decided to stop it themselves, but I might be looking for a little bit better of a back timing. Again, they have got the CS advantage by about 11 here. Almost about 2 waves of advantage for Evan RL and Julian on the bottom side, so a little shocking there. And Koseiken, yeah, again, as you said, he canceled his back, which is a little bit curious.
Kind has been caught with his hand at the cookie jar. Is able to flash away to safety. Shorter Ace lands the Q, but is not going to fall prey to Lee Syndrome today. Will not dive under the tower for that completion. And pretty even game state so far through these first 5 minutes. Nothing really happening across the map except a couple of summoner spells burnt. We'll see if either jungler is able to make use of those here into the game. Really just looking at Dinka up there, the top lane, who has to play a bit more respectfully for the time being.
He does. There's a bit of damage that he's able to trade off with, especially when those Qs get that solo target. He's first to level 6, though, so now he can even just stand in front of his wave and not let any of this CS go over to the side of Platypus, just crashing into the tower. And since Lee Sin was spotted, or I don't know if he was spotted, but definitely would be expected to be on bottom side of the map at this point, could just use that pressure to deny a little bit of wave, or walk into the opposing jungle, since that Grump and those wolves are up. All it would take is a ward from Dinka here, and they'd be able to spot out the pathing if Shorter Ace prevent any aggression from him.
Dinka just gonna walk down and grab the Scuttle Crab after shoving in that wave, knowing that he is relatively safe, because as you said, expected that Lee Sin was on the bot side and should just be returning to his top side jungle. Both junglers up here right now. Dragon starting to spawn now. The first one will be Infernal, so it's off the table for the Soul. And across the board, we are seeing the first item power spikes starting to come in. Evan was able to back on that BF sword, but so was Disconnector. So once again, his lane is a bit at a standstill, just waiting for something like a stray binding to make it through those black shields. There we go. Something landed onto Evan RL there, but will not actually turn into anything.
Yeah, and without Infernum, it seems like the wave clear advantage should be massively in favor of the Lux and the Caitlyn, and so that should give bot side priority here if they wanted to go for something like Dragon Control. But with 30 seconds left until this Rift Herald is going to spawn, that means that Shorter Ace will be capable of at least contesting or trading that potentially. They get a root off.
Yes, Spearax gonna be stunned up. The flash, the Lee Sin is gonna be able to kick him back. First blood onto Koskinen, and the ultimate from Shen is gonna keep him alive. That's the Shorter Ace we all know and love. This player has been known for his flashy plays. You saw him get 3-4 bans in the ban phase here for this game one, and he's still able to deliver.
Yeah, they get the flash and the ultimate out of Platypus and Shorter Ace to make that kill happen. Really nicely played. And again, that does open up your map at least a little bit. Now bot side priority will be going over. Actually, it'll still be on the side of Maryville, so they could trade for that Dragon for Rift Herald here on the side of GVU. That kill did, of course, shove in Spearax, so he's going to be stuck there for a minute. But they didn't really do much with it, so it just ends up being killed. I think there was map state that could have played, although
Teleport coming into the bot side, though. All summoners available. We'll see if Julian and Evan RL are able to get out of this one. The Q is going to land from Shorter Ace. It looks like everybody's just going to walk away. Koskinen does get snared up there at the end, but avoids the trap. Spyrax now coming to join the fight, and Kind Jungle is going to go in. He's going to get the Cataclysm onto 2, but they will flash out, and Koskinen finds the fadeaway Mantra Q to be able to pick up that kill. Really good teleport. I feel like there was the opportunity for Maryville to just walk away there. But Kind Jungle really wanted that fight.
It looked like with Spearax they would be able to turn, because they had at least what could have been a health advantage with Kind Jungle turning and properly making that work, but unfortunately goes down on the front line because there's just too much damage, too much lockdown coming out from the side of GVU. That kill did not go over to Aphelios. Both kills have gone over to the Karma, who's building, as I said, at least a little bit of damage with what looks like Ludens as the first item here. It's not the most tragic thing in the world, but again, when you've got bot side priority with Evan RL and the Lux, you'd rather be looking to try to rotate into the river and look for the Dragon. They weren't able to make that happen either. That could have been potentially the play. They could have looked to maybe force on the Dragon and then pull the other team in to commit too hard, and that would have been the play to get Spearax and Kind Jungle combined with Evan RL and Julian to get all the damage and maybe win the fight, but it kind of seemed a little non-committal from the entire side of MUB. They get punished for it.
They will be starting up the Dragon now as Kind Jungle finishes off this Scuttle. Shorter Ace now on the top side. Looks like he expects that this is probably the play, so he's just going to trade it for the Rift Herald. Not the end of the world for either team here. It should be said that although the Aphelios has not been able to get an advantage for himself, he's at least keeping that gold fairly even down there in the bot lane. It's about a 5 CS lead for Evan RL with a 3 turret plates going over, so not the worst Caitlyn start, but not amazing either. It's not like the 6 turret plates that we saw in the first 8 minutes yesterday.
Not in the slightest. The teams are still relatively even, and again, without Aphelios being this massive player, there isn't much advantage, but there's still this Shen top lane who's going to be able to have his stand united back up with TP, so again, the global advantage coming out from Platypus over Dinka for at least the short time being. And then, of course, Shorter Ace is starting to get onto Warrior. We'll start to get a little bit more AD here and there. And this is kind of the spike I was talking about. Once Ludens is completed for Sheikah and Shorter Ace starts to get a little bit of AD, the damage out of the mid-jungle position is not terrible here from GVU. And that's what maybe they can strike in this mid-game, is trying to use those bits of power spikes before they start to fall off towards the later game to get this Aphelios further ahead, to get some neutral objectives off the map. That, I think, is why they were perfectly fine trading the Rift Herald for this Dragon, because they're looking to be proactive, get this gold advantage going in this mid-game.
Well, now Binding going to be thrown out. Julian will sidestep that one. Right now, Shorter Ace just sitting in this brush, looking for Spyrax. Koskinen going to get scattered away. Shorter Ace will look for the kick forward, but he just falls to the turret, not able to finish off the kill. Koskinen's going to try to do it for him, and we'll see if he's able to get out from here. No ultimate available for the Syndra. There's the ultimate from Shen, but it's not enough. A shutdown for Spyrax onto Koskinen.
Fantastic little hover from Khan Jungle. He knew what was going to happen. He figured that the Shorter Ace was going to be there, so a nice little counter gank coming out. Yes, he loses his life, but they're able to get the Syndra not only just 1 kill, but 2 kills with the shutdown onto the Karma. And the Karma yet again picks up the kill, so yeah, you're going to have some damage. Actually look like it's going to be the GLP out of Karma to set up some plays. But certainly now, one of your primary damage dealers from that range between the Caitlyn and the Syndra is going to pick up a little bit of kills. So Spirax now starting to get a lot stronger in the game. That makes this mid-game pretty hard.
Does teleport coming in here in the bot side. Julian gonna just get out of here. Evan RL's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna try to trade 1 for 1, but it's not gonna be enough. Disconnector will grab the first kill of the game for himself. Platypus gonna grab the next. Another good team fight there for Grandview University. Kind Jungle pops that stopwatch. Might have been going for a ward, but 2 for 0 in the bot lane for Grandview.
And that's now the second time we've seen this exact play come through. Actually, we see the teleport from Spirax and Dinka!
Yeah, it's not done. Dinka is looking for revenge for his fallen brethren. He goes straight into the back line and takes Shorter Ace into the Shadow Realm. We'll see if Spirax can find enough damage to take out all these low health members. Grandview University is winning this fight on the edge of their seats. So many low members, but the damage is just not enough for Maryville. They can't find the kill. Koskinen will find another fadeaway Q. 4-1 on this Karma now. Really making me question whether or not he's really playing a support character. Harold gonna be popped here in the bot lane after that play, but Julian and Evan RL have showed up to stop this one.
Now, interestingly, so they make this play on bottom side thinking it was going to end up being a 3 for 3. It ended up being a 5v3 on the bottom side of the map, unfortunately. And the big thing I actually didn't get to see a ton of was whether Evan RL and Julian were looking to rotate towards top side or bot side, because it looked like they didn't run immediately to bot lane to make the play happen. It looked like they instead were looking somewhere else because they expected to hear 3-on-3, which might have been a difference. If they had showed up a little bit earlier, could have maybe traded a couple of kills there, but double TP play, I liked the idea, but certainly when that 5v3 ended up going through, that was kind of doomed from the side of Maryville B. Good job, again, spiking this mid game, doing the best you can with this Lee Sin and this Karma damage while you got it.
Turret's going to go down the bot lane as well. First Brit going over to Evan RL and Julian. Currently sitting about 20 CS up. Got most of those plates, if not all of them. And oh no, Dinka, he's caught out here in a 1v3. No flash, no ultimate, nowhere left to go. They're going to donate that kill over to Disconnector. Now 2-0-5. Those plates might have gone the way of Evan RL early on, but Disconnector doing his best to even the score.
A little bit tough on that one. It's tough. That was a little bit of a rotation coming out from the bot lane of GVU to try to get to the top side of the map. Maybe look for a Rift Herald play yet again. It should be up about a minute after the dragon spawns here, so something along those lines could be it could be a trade yet again. But that means that this mid lane priority goes the way of Maryville, and that will be almost certainly a Cloud Drake as well if they wish to go for the Rift Herald spawn for GVU, which I actually think this might have actually favored Maryville in the fact that they get mid-tower guaranteed straight to the top.
Yeah, it looked like Grandview did want to go for a play there. He saw Platypus kind of just waiting in the jungle, and Shorter Ace was on the flank, but they do decide better. Just going to let the tower fall. Probably going to give over this Drake as well. The first two, it's all right to let them go, but you will have to start fighting for those soul points and the soul at the end of the day. Will be an Ocean Soul. Very impactful one, especially for the triple support composition here from Grandview. If they're able to get all that extra healing, it becomes that much more difficult to shut down this Aphelios.
You think about what 4 Ocean Drakes alone would do, let alone the Ocean Soul for an Aphelios in a composition where he's already getting his entire health bar and shields. I don't want to know. That just sounds terrible. The one thing we don't see is actually QSS completed on anyone, and it looks like Morgana is actually going for Athene's first item, so we're not seeing Mikhail's either, which means Dinka's ultimate is going to be huge for some of these fights around these next objectives. With Ritz Herald spawning in about 15 seconds, about 16:30 is that spawn time, and the resets had come through from Maryville. I don't know if they can get to it quite fast enough, but they could try to contest for the Ritz Herald.
Yeah, that QSS, perhaps just Disconnector saying, hey, I can't QSS the Cataclysm anyway, so I don't want to commit too much gold too early on and delay my itemization. This Rift Herald does look like it will be given over without a fuss. Maryville and Grandview content to just trade the top and bottom objectives throughout the game. As now they are both looking towards the mid lane here. Shove does belong to Maryville University. Gold almost dead even for these two squads, despite the 6-kill advantage for Grandview. Maryville's been able to pick up an extra tower, 2 Drakes, and probably some shutdown gold in there as well.
And we're looking really heavily, like you look at what Grandview's been capable of doing in this game specifically, you've got a pretty strong Lee Sin who's starting to get into lethality, like we'll go for that Umbral Glaive just for a quicker spike and for that vision control, combined with the GLP Karma to allow a lot more space and a lot more CC to get this Aphelios going, who, again, you talk about Disconnector, he's on 2 kills right now, as well as having the exact same itemization as Evan RL on the Caitlyn. And you're in a pretty good place to be able to take these 5-on-5s around the next few dragons that you had made mention of. And okay, they got Dinka on the top side somehow. It looks like they just overflowed that top lane here.
Dinka with his flash coming up here in just a few seconds. Might have thought he was safe, but ooh, some good ultimate damage there from the Aphelios. Will be traded back by Julian's ult, but the mid turret will go down to Maryville University. They have been sieging that one quite a while. Caitlyn plus Lux, a very good duo for just forcing your opponents off of those outer towers. Becomes a bit more difficult in the inner ones, but they have effectively closed this gold gap now. Not as much on Caitlyn as they would have liked. That 20 CS differential isn't meaning as much this late into the game. These first items are starting to come through, and Aphelios is pretty much on even par with his counterpart. Rift Herald will be dropped here in the mid lane, though. It is going to be Grandview looking to return the favor of these towers. Shelly will get it down to just under 1/4 HP, but with the wave dying as Shelly charges, it will be all that happens.
Not a horrible attempt here from Disconnector, but that was pretty well kind of thought out, and Maryville was able to respond after some good back timings as well, so nothing crazy on that one. This is actually the Duskblade, so this is just a pure damage output from shorter range, which is a little curious for me that they draft a composition with 3 supports, or at least 3 supportive type champions, and yes, you want some more damage onto it, but now they're going GLP and such on the likes of the Karma to start with, combined with Duskblade onto Lee Sin. And they could run into a situation where even if their Aphelios is strong, they just don't have enough support for him to keep him alive in the fight. So I think right now they're banking very heavily on the fact that they're able to get quite a few kills on this team, and they've just been playing to that aspect time and time again. You see that with the 10 kill score, and they're going to try to use this to flex around in these 5-on-5 fights, use this advantage right here and now, potentially to try to take over the game, which it will be interesting. Maryville has those double dragons already and has quite a few towers, as well as a strong Caitlyn and Syndra to work with.
And yeah, it's a pretty smart adaptation, you know, recognizing that, hey, in the early game, Maryville's sole focus is going to be on making sure the Disconnector does not get an advantage, that he is going to struggle in this game. And so they just put their efforts elsewhere on the map. They were able to get Shorter Race and Koskinen a serious advantage. And now those two are just as threatening as Disconnector himself. You take one down, you still have 2 more to deal with. And all of them have an incredible amount of safety with those extra supports backing them up. Next dragon going to be spawning here in just under a minute. This one, Grandview probably wants to fight. They do not want to give over the Ocean Soul point to their opponents. So we will finally get to see a 5-on-5 team fight here, 20 minutes in. The Shooky does have to blow the Black Shield. It will be down for a couple of seconds. Small window if Maryville want to find a pick. They do control most of the vision here in the river, but the Scuttle and a ward in the pit is giving Grandview just enough information. Both teams dancing around right now. Shorter Ace, he gets tagged up by the scatter of the week. Big shield coming through from Stand United. They're looking for the re-engage. Kind Jungle has to flash away, down to half HP. Gonna grab some honey fruit to try to keep himself healthy. Looks like both teams are so cautious. They know that this team fight can decide a lot. Platypus looking for the charge forward. They're going to find some poke onto Julian. Dinka is going to grab Platypus, but he's immune. He has the black shield on him. That's the Death Realm already wasted, and Dinka has to flash over the wall to safety. Now a kick onto Julian brings him down to just 100 HP. Chucky flashes forward for the 3-man ultimate, but everybody will be able to walk away. Nobody has fallen yet. Dinka will be the first, and now the fight's going to explode. Grandview on the attack. A shutdown for Evan RL. Will he got by him some gold, but it's the double for Disconnector, and Platypus is going to help Grandview University clean up the fight, and they will be able to grab their first trade.
It was a tough situation where I think Dinka was looking for somebody to grab with that Death Realm, but a very quick black shield coming out from Chucky was able to save Platypus, who in this fight looked like an absolute madman. He's got the Titanic Hydra combined with a bunch of health stacks, so he's very difficult to kill. And yes, they were able to get Shorter Ace some point during that, but Kind Jungle, after blowing pretty much everything on the initial engage to find the kill onto Shorter Ace, ends up getting put out in the back early parts of the fight, and it forces back Julian and Evan and Spirax, and they're just not able to have that forward pressure you need from the Jarvan to walk up and do that damage. Yes, it's only one dragon, but you really have to think about now what your situation is to fight on the side of Maryville. How can you equalize this gold? That fight looked okay for Evan RL. If he's got the flash, he's actually relatively strong to be able to play the one for one and straight front to back type fighting. But again, generating that was very, very difficult in this last engagement.
It definitely was. You saw this fight started out so well for Maryville University. They were able to catch out Shorter Ace, get a huge chunk of damage onto him. But as soon as you saw that health bar drop below 3/4, he got that instant influx of like 2,000 HP worth of shields, CC immunity, absolutely everything you could ever want. He basically turned into a frontline tank in his own right while being able to have the luxury of itemizing into pure lethality here. Does have the second serrated dirk in inventory, so this is not just going to be a little extra damage. This is Shorter Ace saying, I want to make sure anybody I go on is dead, and Julian is that person. Teleport going to come through as Maryville wants to turn this one back around. Good scatter of the week will take out Shorter Ace, and Dinka in a 1v1 with the top laner in the Shadow Realm. We'll be able to trade that kill. Will be Grandview looking to pressure onto this mid lane tier 1. Another great scatter of the week from Spirax. Has been pretty on point with those skill shots, and Grandview, with low health bars on Shuki and Platypus, will decide to back off.
It's a tough situation to be put in here, because now with this massive Lee Sin who has so much damage, he can pretty much erase somebody. You saw that with Julian. On the opposite side, the damage is there as well, where you've got Spirax and Evan RL. This is almost a game of whose damage can land faster onto the opposition, Spirax and Evan RL's, or is it going to be Shorter Ace and the combination there with Disconnector on the Aphelios? And so far, time after time, it's been Shorter Ace who's able to get the damage off faster on the Lee Sin. And when these objectives start to get fought for, I really do think this is going to be decided by, A, what Kind Jungle can do as a frontliner here on Jarvan and who he can buy space for to move up. And second, who is it that Dinka is going to be able to actually land an ultimate on? If he finds the right target, he can lock someone out of a fight long enough. I almost think the Karma is going to be the proper target here, because she has no way out, and she is the big source of healing and shielding for her team. You take that out, you have so much damage with Spirax and Evan RL that they could probably just win a fight on their own.
If you can't take out Disconnector directly, start taking out the pieces that are holding him up. They are now on the table, 25 minutes in. It is a significant gold lead here for Grandview University. 3,000 going into this fight. They are feeling very comfortable, able to set up comfortably around this objective. And item-wise, they are set too. You see the QSS is now finished for Disconnector. He has decided to pay that tax now that he's finished his core of Infinity Edge and Rapid Fire Cannon. Shuki is also getting very close to finishing that Zanya, so he will be able to look for those more aggressive ultimates onto multiple members with that invulnerability. And it looks like Grandview, they're just going to start this Baron up. Looking to probably at least bait out some sort of TP. This one isn't going to be spotted out quite yet, but Maryville, they know it's happening.
Yeah, and Dinka is forced to posture a little bit closer to the lane where that Baron's at, because his TP is down. Platypus has both his teleport and his stand united, so this is a really good opportunity for Shen to get some split push pressure down. This is arguably how well the lanes can be controlled here by the remaining 4 members of Maryville B. They look a little bit kind of a soft engage. I'm seeing him run down.
Yeah. Ooh, big chunk of damage from Spyrax onto Disconnector. Just that scatter the weak, taking him down to half HP. You can see straight into the magic pen there for Spyrax. Shorter Race has been on a flank, and now Maryville looks like they want the engage. Immediate ultimate from the Shen to keep Disconnector safe, but now he's a flashless ADC against a comp that really wants him to be looking at a gray screen. Great binding there onto Julian, and that's going to be the engage that Maryville wants. They've already taken out Shorter Race, and now Kind Jungle into the back line is looking for Chucky. He's going to fall as well, and the rest of Grandview is on full retreat. Disconnector gets stunned up by the Syndra, knocked up by Kind Jungle, and shut down by Platypus. Koskinen will walk away with just a sliver of HP. I don't think Platypus will have that same luxury unless he can make it over to this blast cone. Julian doesn't really have mana to continue this fight. Oh no! But Jungle and Evan RL are just waiting for him. They are going to gift that shutdown over to the Jarvan, and that's going to be the Baron for Maryville.
To be able to grab this one. Now, my question comes to, are they going to be able to grab the Dragon as well? They could get both. If they get both, it's going to be a lot better. Koskinen is actually here at this Baron. He TP'd in to try to contest this and has a little bit of damage to that ult HUE, but
super low health bars, and Koskinen letting the Baron do most of the work. He's on a killing spree. Does step on a trap, but he has the damage from the Hextech to actually shut it down. But he steps on another, and Evan RL says, all right, enough. Now trapped in the pit, is waiting for that 50 caliber net to be able to go over the wall, but the cooldown is not there. Chucky will look to finish him off, but he gets the kill on the Shorter Race. Evan RL in a 1v3 comes out on top.
Oh, and that's such an aggressive play from GVU, because they try to punish on the back end of this Baron play, but because they lost all of their members in that fight, didn't get Evan RL, they're going to lose Dragon for this now too, so you lose your sole point here for Maryville and the Baron, as well as all of the champions you just lost. So now Evan RL is accelerated, Spyrax is accelerated, Khan Jungle becomes this massive tank. I think he just picked up 1,000 health off the back of this last back. This is huge for Maryville to swing. That looked like a bad engage about 2 minutes ago when we saw it, but somehow they pull it out on a pick from Shorter Ace and they win the fight. Now they've won the match.
It started looking really good for Grandview there, but you gotta applaud the trap placement from Evan RL. He was able to get 2 separate traps down onto Koskinen, which is really the big reason that he wasn't able to just wipe that entire team that was on less than 100 HP across multiple members. And then, once again, finding a trap onto Shorter Ace to just headshot him into oblivion. You can see how much all that raw AD in his inventory is going. This is Evan RL not going for the more attack speed focused style. I do prefer it when Caitlyn players just go for as many BF swords as they can in inventory, because it turns into those highlight headshots where you're critting somebody for 80% of their HP.
Now, what's nice about this, they're sort of playing a 4-1 style where they've got Dinko on top side and mid lane is kind of crashed in the middle. I do think that pushes against them eventually, but it should secure them both top towers here, which is a little good influx of gold. Especially with a Caitlyn and a Syndra who, by the way, Void Staff, Sork Shoes, and Oblivion Orb Syndra is basically doing true damage to, especially like Lee Sin, but also to things like Karma, the Morgana, who don't have much magic resist. The Aphelios actually has quite a bit, but this Syndra is terrifying if she hits the right target.
Scout of the week gonna force Chucky back. Shorter Ace is in a bit of hot water there on the side, but a binding onto Evan RL isn't gonna find much. Kind Jungle flags and drags in. Down to half HP, he's gonna pop the stone plate, and Platypus gonna take a trip to the Death Realm. Dinka just trying to walk this one out. Has tons of shields to be able to keep himself safe. Shorter Ace is gonna dive in. Dinka into the stopwatch, and a Cataclysm is gonna lock 3 members in. The health bars are just completely deleted. Caitlyn's gonna try to find some advantage on the Shorter Ace that will at least be the inhibitor here for Maryville University. They find 2 kills. They break open the base, and they're not stopping Rebel. It's a teleport in from Dinka, and they're looking to end the game. The first Nexus turret has fallen. Going to be looking to siege up the second one. They don't have much of a wave to work with, but there is still 25 seconds on 2 members, especially Disconnector from Grandview University. The second Nexus turret has fallen. A great scatter to the weak will set up Chucky to go down, and the Nexus will fall. Game number 1 goes to Maryville University Saints.
And the way that this game was being played from the side of GVU was on such a fine point of execution. When you build full AD Lee Sin, when you build a little bit more AP on your Karma to supplement that Aphelios damage, you are no longer just like a support the carry composition. You now have to execute very well. We saw towards the end, Shorter Ace had the damage, but he was getting blown up in fights. And once MU figured out how to get that consistently, they just ended up walking away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a bread and butter Grandview University comp. They had a little bit of a spin on it with the extra damage carries from the full lethality Lee Sin and the AP Karma, but it just wasn't enough today. I felt like that game was going really well for them. Like, I'm not ready to say throw the Lee Sin Karma out the window, scrap it, go on to the next play. I think it really all came down to that Baron play. Evan RL just 1v3 in the pit after taking the Baron is not only able to keep the Baron buff on one of the most important members of the team, but he gets that massive influx of gold, which just snowballs into the game win. So huge props to Evan RL. It may have been a little rough in the early game, but he seriously showed up later on.
And there were moments of like, I saw Evan RL and Spirax were pumping out all the damage, but there were huge moments for everybody where Dinka was able to get a couple of very nice ultimates on the Mordekaiser. I think Kind's ultimate closer to the end of the game was humongous to buy space for the Cinder and the Caitlyn. And even Julian, I think, caught a couple of Qs onto specific targets that ended up being a death sentence of some kind. In that last fight, if I recall, Dinka had Zonias, and if not, he had been kicked into 5 members, and it might have been just a lost fight with a really good Aphelios ultimate, but instead ends up using the Zonias, denies that kick from Lee Sin, and they win the fight afterwards. It was good execution from MU's B team, even though, like I said, the beginning of the game didn't go in their fashion. They found the way to turn it. That was some impressive stuff.
Absolutely was. We've already had one banger of a game here today. We're not even close to done, Rebel. We're just getting started. And hey, if you guys liked all those crazy plays that you saw and thought that you could do the same, time to prove yourself. Put your money where your mouth is in this 1v1 League of Legends tournament sponsored by Red Bull. Learn more at redbull.com/soloq and get your chance at playing in the spotlight. But we're going to go into a short break as these teams get ready for game number 2. We'll come right back. Maryville University up 1-0 in this best of 3 quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere.
Been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
It's easy to underestimate the ability to compete in Overwatch, and the team right here is the best in our nation.
Got in. Well set up one more time. Utah flying 1-by-1. Can get back to the point? And it's Harrisburg. Harrisburg is your champion.
Your 2019 ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions.
Finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
we can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome back, all you esports fans, to day 2 of HUE Fest 2020, where we're taking a look at Maryville up against Grandview University here in the quarterfinals match of our $10,000 League of Legends tournaments. We just saw Maryville take game number 1. It was a Grandview comp built around Disconnector, but it was Evan RL in the end who was the better ADC with his 1v3 outplay in the Baron Pit. Really spicy match that I still feel like could have gone either way. I don't know whether or not we'll see Grandview actually try to go for something different, or if they say, hey, the comp worked, let's just not throw it around the Baron this time.
Yeah, it's a little tough to kind of discern whether that was a very strong composition or not. On the other hand, too, you could also think like, okay, what happens if their early game doesn't look good? Because if their early game doesn't look good, I don't think they capture any control on anything for most of the game. There's too many variables. Honestly, I would like to see a bit more kind of reliance across the board. And specifically top lane, they looked really good with the Shen, but I'm curious if they could flex it to something even more dangerous. Maybe get the Mordekaiser out of there and see what they could do in just kind of a skill-based matchup on top side.
Yeah, that Mordekaiser did do a really good job at just shutting down the Shen, either ulting him in fights so that he could not throw down that Stand United, or making sure that ultimate landed onto priority targets like Short Erase or like Disconnector himself. So definitely a really good champion at just kind of throwing a wrench in Grandview's plan. And that's really their entire play style, right? Is they like to draft these late game hyperscaling ADCs, these marksmen, and then building entire comps around letting them succeed. We will see if they decide once again to go back to something like that. I would love to see it, but Maryville right now are feeling very comfortable. They got really a solid just kind of draft where they didn't even show anything special. Like, if you told me that this is not what Maryville had, prepared for this game, I wouldn't be surprised, because that was just a standard comp through and through.
That it was. I wasn't a big fan of the Karma pick, at least against MU. If GVU wants that again, I thought it actually looked pretty good in that first game, so like getting rid of the Karma wouldn't be shocking here, or at least not picking something that maybe is a little bit better into Karma. But we're seeing almost identical. I think it's exactly identical to this point. If this is Zillion, then this will look exactly the same as what we had in the previous game, if I recall.
All right, once again, banning away the Nidalee and the Graves, this time throwing the Karma on the table. So making sure that Grandview doesn't have that one to go back with. Same sides here for both these teams. There are no substitutions. We will still be seeing Disconnector in here. A little bit of a shift up, though. Instead of Grandview going for the Shen, they first picked the Caitlyn this time around.
And I wonder if now the Shen comes actually to the Maryville side, because they could pick Ashe and then immediately go Shen, which is flexible to, again, potentially 3 positions, which would be a massive little power shift over to the side of Maryville. That also means that, maybe GVU gets their preference of jungle here, which might be the idea behind trading the Shen back. But at minimum, they do get a very powerful pick in the Shen if they go for that here on the side of Mary.
Yeah, Shorter Race was, although he drew a lot of jungle bans first time around, he still was one of the main performers here. And there's that Lilia. This is a champion I know that Shorter Race loves. He's very good at it, and it's one that's been creeping up here in the meta, especially in Collegiate. So the Caitlyn Morgana power bottom lane and the Lilia, this is shaping up to be a dangerous strat from Grandview University.
And if it hadn't been banned by Maryville, I would have been like, okay, you take Ashe Karma, and this lane is now a completely insufferable. The Hecarim has been kind of the stock standard response to Lilia because A, it's one of the other top 4 junglers, and B, it's just good into what the Lilia wants to do. It can play kind of individual target, it can play invade, it can kind of team fight really well. Like, there's plenty of things that the Hecarim does. You can play more individual one-to-one jungle matchups, like something like the Kazakhs, but instead they go for the team fight and the kind of tankier build with the likes of Hecarim. It also gives good ball delivery for Shen. So there's a lot of engage here from a very long distance away from Maryville with the Ashe Arrow, the Hecarim Onslaught, and then the Shen ult.
Yeah, surprising the Zillion comes onto the ban table for Maryville University. I feel like that would have been a pretty good pairing there with the Hecarim, but not wanting to play it, not wanting to give it over. Lux is going to be banned away by the side of Grandview. And Maryville will have first pick here in the second round of picks. They are looking for a mid laner and either a support or top, depending on where that Shen flexes to.
Now, something that could be a grab here, Galio has actually been both a mid laner and also a support pick creeping up, especially if you watch the Chinese Super Server. There are a ton of Galio supports kind of flying around. And so Galio would be a good amount of damage and a flex pick potentially between mid and support. I don't know how good it is into Morgana specifically, but at minimum, it's something that could break the Black Shield early on. Oh, wow, they go to Soraka here. Huh.
Definitely an interesting one. About as far away from the Galio as you could possibly get. Locking in their support really early. They will save the counter pick for either top or mid. We still don't know. That Shen could be a flex. But a vulnerable lane down here in the bottom side. If that Soraka does get hit by one of those bindings, no escapes. She's kind of just dead to the binding plus trap combo. Grandview University is going to pick that Gangplank. Should do well-ish into the Shen if that's what they need be. It will also be blind picking their mid laner here.
They will. The Soraka, I think, is really good into Morgana's Black Shield, rather than so like if you consider the counter engage, yes, the trap combined with like a binding is really good. But on the flip side, if Ashe gets priority in terms of the lane and then also runs with Fuse and East to be able to block that Black Shield, there's actually plenty to do here. The Lulu is nice for shutting down mid lane pressure entirely. You go something like Minion Dematerializer, there is nothing that outwave clears you. You trade super well. I'm curious if they flex Morgana, but I have to think this is Lulu mid. But to me, that ultimate is curious because there's more of a counter engage option into the Hecarim Shen. I was going to say the Orianna's still up, so there's a mean composition from Maryville here. And on the opposite side, they're just playing kind of that siege and respawn style.
Gotta think, if this was still Ardent Sense or meta, Grandview University would be on their way to Worlds. This team is just so good at playing this style. It's really, what has gotten them the most success historically, and they go back to it time and time again. It's going to be the double support flex between Morgana and Lulu. As you said, you expect the Lulu to go into the mid lane there. It's Orianna picked up as the last one for Maryville University to round out their comp. Some really good ball delivery systems in the Shen, in the Hecarim. They've got lots of support with the Soraka and the Orianna shields. It's a really well-rounded comp.
Yeah, this is really kind of night and day for both teams. For the side of like Grandview, they're looking for sieging. They have got Morgana, Caitlyn. They've got the Lilia, who can do some really mean things. They've got Gangplank for barrel placement, and then you can respond to quite a bit of pressure with things like Polymorph and then the ultimate from the Lulu. On the opposite side, it's pure just aggression. It's almost deathball levels of aggression coming out because you've got Hecarim as a ball delivery and a Shen delivery system to the backline, and Ashe Arrow to be able to put some extra CC, and then Soraka to heal from a far distance as well means, to me, this screams MU is just an Orianna Hecarim duo composition where they're trying to get all of their damage out immediately onto GVU. And on the opposite side, if they survive a little bit, they can respond with things like the Lilting Lullaby, like the Cannon Barrage, and they can win the fight afterwards in an extended time.
All right, well, we'll see if this is going to be enough for Grandview to turn this series back around. 1-0 start for Maryville University, and they're looking to close it out with a clean sweep against one of what a lot of people thought were one of the better teams at the tournament. We're going to go another short break as we get on to Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. It's the quarterfinals. It's Grandview University, and it's Maryville's B team. And Maryville won up here in this best-of-3 series. Grandview need to turn this one around if they want to qualify for semifinals. If they lose, they're out. They don't get a shot at that $10,000 prize pool. And Maryville will be walking away with another team headed to the end stages of the bracket. Couple of interesting changes to the draft here. We do see Grandview moving away from the ADC only composition, this time drafting some things like the Gangplank, shorter races on the Lilia. That's always going to be fun to watch. What are your thoughts on the draft overall, Rebel? Who do you think walked away with the win here?
It's kind of tough to say. There are a lot of strong champions on MUB. They have a really good amount of engage, but it does require the Hecarim, to me at least, to get off to a flying start. You really got to get this Hecarim going, get to that Trinity Force spike as fast as possible. If you get 1-2 kills, get a little bit of a farm advantage, you could actually pop off in this game. And there's very little to slow down the horse after this one. It's the top half of your picture if you show that to the crowd once again, not the bottom half. Which
Hecarim are we going to see today? Yeah. Our team's Hecarim or their team's Hecarim? Because there is a big difference in League of Legends. Same thing with Yasuo.
Yeah, we need an our team's or their team's Hecarim in this one here from the side of MUB. Otherwise, it could be a little bit rough for them. They can't really play this defensively. So,
all right. Well, we do have the game ready to go. So let's join the players on Summoner's Rift for what could be the last chance for Grandview University here today. Moving out onto the Rift, we do see pretty standard runes across the board. Julian will be rocking that Guardian on Soraka, so a bit more of a defensive lineup. Not going to be going for the aggressive trades with the Aerie, just making sure that Evan and himself can get out of that lane unscathed against the very long range and poke from the Caitlyn and Morgana, who is running common.
Yeah, so like the analyst in me says, okay, Guardian makes sense. You want to respond, make sure that there's a pretty defensive rune on this champion to make sure if you get all laned with something like you. And then in the later game, you also get a little bit more of a shield in case Evan RL gets a damage, a swirl seed, something thrown at him, or even potentially the way to mitigate the cannon barrage. The support in me says, ew, Guardian bad, ew, bad rune.
The Chad in you says, go Dark Harvest and just one-shot everybody with full AP. Nobody expects the banana.
Not
it is
actually
just
okay.
Be a standard.
So yeah, here's an interesting thing. I don't know if you know this about Guardian Keystone, but if you press your ultimate on Soraka, you've now effectively healed 5 people. So then, if Guardian needs to pick somebody, it'll actually go from the top of the map down. So Dinka would be likely the first target of that if there were ever to come up. Just as a little bit of a kind of a trivia for everybody. It will go top down on the map, so whoever is at the top of the map will receive the Guardian if the ultimate is pressed and that is available.
I want to see Julian getting a support today by, saving his top laner with the Guardian off of the ultimate there. That would be pretty clippable to watch. It's going to be a really standard start from both these squads, though. Kind Jungle will be starting leashless up on the top side. Hecarim extremely adept at clearing the jungle quickly. Same for Lilia, especially in those AoE camps. She will also be starting on the top side, so going to be pathing towards bot for both these junglers.
And no information here from Shorter Ace, which I think is actually super detrimental to Lilia, because there's 2 main things I've seen that Lilia is capable of doing. The first is a Raptor invade, which isn't easy, especially against things like a Shen and an Ashe, so I understand why you don't go for the Raptor invade. But the other one that I've actually seen specifically against Hecarim is a blue start on your side to a blue to enemy blue, which is crazy to think about, but it's so fast on Lilia to be able to do that. If they would have had the information that Kind started on red and then moved up in his jungle, they would have been able to steal both blues and effectively just double blue buff this Hecarim very, very quickly. But unfortunately, none of that information came out. In fact, Shorter Ace, if he walks towards this Tribe Rush, will get spotted in his jungle path.
Yeah, I'm sure all the viewers at home definitely would have gone for the double blue steal because they just know that much about League of Legends. But unfortunately, our players are playing with limited information, and they just can't be as good as the solo queue heroes. So it will just be... I mean, yeah, Twitch chat is obviously the best player in the game.
They're built different, dude. Twitch chat's
built different. And that's why they should go play in the Red Bull solo queue tournament 1v1 to prove that they are built different. Super standard start here for both these sides, though. No action going to come out early on. Shorter Ace and Kind Jungle just going to go for the full clears. It does look like the bottom scuttle went over to Shorter Ace, and you can see Kind Jungle heading over to the top side to pick up the other one as well. Spyrex falls very low here. You talked about the trades from the Lulu. Being able to use the shield and then just getting the extra pix damage on every auto attack makes it really hard to trade autos with Lulu.
Yeah, it's funny because you say that about Orianna too. Her passive is that she gains additional magic damage on her auto attacks. I think maybe the one champion who out autos her this early is Lulu because of picks. It's such an unfortunate matchup.
Orianna is basically just Lulu with extra steps. Lulu getting to the edge in that lane here early on. Kind Jungle is going to path up towards the top side. Platypus is pretty far back in the lane, and so it's just going to be the Hecarim making sure that Dinka can get a good shove in, crash this very large cannon wave under the tower, and get a good recall.
Is trying to make sure that you can get it back here for Dinka as that level 6 begins to approach. Don't want to get stuck that long. They fight.
Ooh, first blood for Chucky already. The Ignite gonna tick down. Evan RL, one more auto attack will do it. The flash forward, he auto attacks Chucky. He will not get the kill onto Disconnector. That is gonna be a 1-for-0 trade for the bot 2v2 with Grandview University.
And as you said, like the binding from Morgana combined with the trap line from Caitlyn is just such a devastating thing to have to work with against Julian, and it's near impossible to stop that, especially if you step on a trap first, which is what I believe happened to start off that bottom lane fight. And it was close. It would have been almost a 2-for-1 here for Evan RL, which is a little bit more damage, but unfortunately not able to get close enough to end out either the Caitlyn or the Morgana as they get under tower too quickly. So kind of an unfortunate situation here for the Soraka. Picked this specifically into the likes of this Morg and still ends up losing his life.
Yeah, thankfully for Evan RL, he did not go down in that fight, and it was Chucky that picked up the kill. Also got to deny a pretty large wave under the tower, so a 10 CS lead for Evan RL. He does go back to base to grab that BF sword, and the lane isn't over because of that that play. It's just a little bit harder now for the Ashe and the Soraka. You can see pretty even here in the mid lane as well. We do see Spyrex with a small CS advantage.
Small. It's a 2-wave advantage, my man. That's not a small advantage.
It was
6
small
minutes
when I
into the
started
game.
my point, and then it grew to a slightly larger as I moved on to the sentence. But now, Shorter Ace still level 5, but he's down here in this bottom lane, looking for a play. Knows that there's no vision in the river as he does sweep it out. And so there's the flash forward, the binding onto Evan RL, going to immediately cleanse and walk away from that one. Does step on a trap, and that's going to be the re-engage. Here comes the Gangplank ultimate to stand united to buy some space. And the horse in the back line looking for Disconnector. Down to 1 auto attack of HP, but he's not able to finish off the kill. Disconnector will buy a little bit more time. It's a double kill for Dinka as he's able to clean up the fights. Julian doing his best to bob and weave around these skill shots. And he does dance long enough to make sure Evan RL can pick up a kill. Great ultimate to keep him in there. And Evan RL gets a double down here on the bot side. A fight that Grandview started and a fight that Maryville University finished.
That's a huge play coming out from the side of Maryville. This is such a good composition to run into something like this, but most importantly, because they win this, they now can actually look at the Dragon. The arrow not going to connect on the Kashyyyk, and he's in trouble.
Koskinen tries to put his juke boots on, but he's just dancing further into trouble. And it will be Dinka who picks up that kill there at the end, I do believe. And now Maryville University, they get another kill, and they're going to go straight into that Dragon.
All off the back of, again, the Shen and the Hecker being so good, but they're still fighting on this bottom side of the map. They're able to get finally a kill. It's the Caitlyn able to run down Evan RL, give him the quick back timing here. Thank you very much, Disconnector. But after all things said and done, I believe that ended up being a 5 for 3, which is not terrible for, at least not disastrous coming out from the side of GVU, but they do lose the Dragon as well. And the big thing, the Shen picked up so much gold that you saw last game how good of a frontliner he can be. We'll have to deal with that very, very heavily again with the Tiamat and the Bombi Cinder already done.
Yeah, you mentioned they got some kills back, but look where that gold is actually being put for Grandview University. It's the Morgana picking up those 2 kills, where on the side of Maryville, it's Evan RL right here, who has been the beneficiary of these kills, and he's now taking it to the top lane to knock down Platypus. Kind Jungle is going to join just to make sure that this goes smoothly, and Evan RL is going to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. Maryville University is starting to snowball this out of control, and this is a do-or-die situation for Grandview.
Would have actually liked to see that go on to Hecarim more, but the kill on the top side does now free up Rift Herald as well. So they're pulling the Dragon. They're able to pull top lane, at least a couple of plates potentially off the tower. They're going to get Rift Herald. And if there's no real good response to this top side, because I don't know that Gangplank is enough, they can even rotate Spear Axe here, look for the overload on top side, and get first tower off the back of this Rift Herald play. This is just all tempo advantage coming out from the side of Maryville. They need to claim something back. Potentially the bot side is the look here from Shorter Ace with the Lilting Lullaby. But again, Dinka's so strong, it's not going to be easy to dive Shen.
Yeah, he's got the defensive vision placed in the jungle. He knows that Shorter Ace is around. And you can see the Caitlyn and the Morgana. They've gotten the turret down to just 2 turret plates, but it's not going to be enough. Not in time. Will be the first brick going over. Donated to Evan RL. Kind Jungle will pick up a little bit of extra gold just from dropping that Rift Herald. But putting the gold where they need to. Maryville have been very effective at setting their carries up. A long-distance arrow, not gonna quite find Koskinen. Will it find someone else, though? The Caitlyn, no, just behind Shuki. I can't tell if that was 400 HQ or if that was just almost really lucky from Evan RL, but it was still cool.
Exceptional arrow positioning, almost gets something. So I guess maybe it's ice up. Doesn't matter, though. Oh, maybe it does matter.
Dinka's just gonna try to 1v2 and take down Shuki. He does get the field to block those auto attacks. Dinka on a rampage, but the shutdown will go over to Chookies again. That is not what Grandview University wants in these fights. All the gold being funneled into this support.
Actually, this is, I think, a little bit of overstep from Dinka in the fact that now Caitlyn could shove in bottom wave. It's not going to get the tower because she's afraid of the rotation coming out from either Spirax or Kind or Evan being there fast enough, but actually does stay to look for the tower, so this could still be a little bit, has shorter ace here now to hover. Maybe not going to lose that one. Yeah, to me, that was a little bit of a Dinka overstep, and it was a big shot that had been taken up towards the top side of the map. That tower barely hanging on for life. And if that were taken by Disconnector on the Caitlyn, that what was a disastrous play for GVU would have probably been turned around. That is kind of the shift that I was talking about with the play on bottom side. And you also talk about the fact that shorter ace is destroying in farm compared to Kind jungle right now. 100 in compared to 70 is like 7 jungle camps, 6 jungle camps, something like that, which is an obscene amount of farm for the Lily to have to advantage.
Good shockwave in the mid lane is going to bring Koskinen down to 150 HP. Dinka sitting here in the mid lane brush, waiting for a play to happen. I know if somebody steps up that they will have that support there for them. Spirax has been quietly gaining a very large gold lead here in the mid lane. He is up 40 CS now. And although he hasn't really been too active in the fights, while all this craziness has been going on, he's just been stacking away and is now a serious threat coming into these mid-game objective fights.
At this point, it seems to me like GVU has to really heavily rely on their combination of Lilia's ultimate to set up quite a bit, and then Caitlyn also to be able to walk through the remainder of the fight afterwards. With Morgana actually has quite a bit of gold, so this shows support will do a bit of work. But, oh my goodness, look at Platypus. He is suffering in this lane right now.
Well, he does have help now. Shorter Ace is going to drop the Wilting Lullaby. He's going to be looking to find Dinka. Doesn't quite get the smash there. Dinka will be able to walk away after burning the flash. Spirax is almost going to fall to that ace in the hole, blocked by Kind Jungle, and Dinka also lends the stand united. They're looking to at least grab this final plate here on the mid lane tower. Can they get out alive though? Were they too greedy? It's a flash forward from Chookies. He's going to tag 3. He has no stopwatch in inventory. This is a very vulnerable Morgana, but Kind Jungle is able to stay alive. They almost find the trade kill onto Shorter Ace. And as Dinka's about 100 HP, both teams will miraculously walk away without losing any members.
Really shocking, because that's Kasikin. He was almost brought down to start that fight, and then Dinka had got aggressed against, almost died on top side. Then Torp starts back mid lane, but again, Platypus's ultimate does very little, and because of Evan RL and Julian playing this Caitlyn or this Ashe Soraka, they can shove in Caitlyn on her own when Morgana is elsewhere and keep their health high enough to now grab this dragon after that play had gone kind of so poorly for both teams, where no one was walking away with significant health. So yet again, Marigold walks away with an advantage just off the fact that their tempo is going well and they're not really losing much to anything that's come through. Gotta love the dabbing Pangu because of that fantastic zoning ultimate.
That's BM Observer, come on. It was a zoning ultimate.
Yeah, he kept him off the tower. Look, he had to back because of that. That's a zoning ultimate. Come on, cut him some slack.
I do like, though, that Spirax is throwing that ultimate out almost on cooldown. It's been a big part of why he's been able to get this turret so low, pressure the Koskinen so hard on this Lulu, and get such a big lead here in the mid-game. Is currently staring down almost 50 CS ahead of his counterpart. Thankfully, Lulu, not a champion that needs a lot of gold influx to be relevant in the game. You can see she does have that lost chapter in inventory, so maybe going towards a little bit more AP. I think it'd just be better to just build pure support, honestly. Make sure the Caitlyn is able to be set up for success, especially when you're in a lane where you're getting bullied. You want to go for the cheaper itemization.
Agreed. And on the opposite side, you take a look at the mid lane matchup is really heavily in favor of Orianna, but equally in favor is actually the Lilia over the Hecarim in terms of farm, which is honestly more devastating because, as you said, Lulu has her uses. Hecarim isn't as useful when he's behind in gold, and also has to build Trinity Force first item, which is super expensive, and it ruins the economy of this champion if he's not able to get going early, which is why the first tower, the first plates, the first couple kills, I would have loved if they had thrown that onto Kind just to pull him out of this, what I will call a recession, kind of approaching a depression state here in terms of the power curve for our poor horse right now. Looking more like the our team's horse than the your team's horse at this point.
Looking like the My Little Pony right now. Tricky and Disconnector are going to be forced out of the mid lane here. It is going to be Prio from Evan RL. Kind Jungle is wrapped all the way around this top turret. Spyrax, with as strong as he is, should be able to finish this one off. The Shockwave is gonna be enough. Spyrax is going to be able to finish off the kill. And they will take the tier 2 here in the top lane as well. Julian going to make sure everybody stays nice and healthy after that play. One of the best things about Soraka is you can take these aggressive trades here in the lane and still have the ability to walk over and take these objectives, even if Kind Jungle is the one tanking up that turret, because you got the Soraka just heal you up back to full. Who needs to go back to base when you can just bring the base with you?
And this Rift Herald will be useful for breaking either an inner tower on the mid lane, and then also bot lane could be used to snowball really hard. But either way, could be helpful for taking the dragon that's going to be up in 2 minutes to set them to soul point, which would be massive here for Maryville to grab that one. They've already got the advantage, and getting to soul point means you're forcing a 5-on-5 against a Shen, Hecarim, Orianna composition, which is just an absolute no-go here. And before anything else comes out, can I get an F in the chat for our boy Platypus? He has been absorbing all of the pressure from his entire team all game. He was subject to that first few plays. Poor Platypus just keeps getting dove on this gangplank counterpick into the Shen. Got a feel for the man in this one.
You absolutely do. He has not been having the most fun time on Summoner's Rift today. Still, though, able to keep the CS relatively close. So that's a good thing for him. He has that Triforce completed, almost finished on that Cull. So in a couple more minutes, he will be at a point where he can start doing some damage. Also waiting for that level 11 to come through for the upgrade on the Cannon Barrage. All is not lost for our friendly Platypus up there in the top lane. Good binding on Julian there. He's going to throw down the Silence to make sure there's no follow-up. And we are looking for the Rift Herald play. Kind Jungle has that one in inventory. They're looking for a tower to use it on. Low HP on the bot lane tier 1. Only the mid and bottom lane. Ooh, Arrow gonna go real wide there, but Short Race is still caught out regardless. The Black Shield buys a little bit of time, but Evan RL is gonna find the kill with the volley.
Absolutely no room to contest here from the side of GVU. Instead, Maryville B, they walk in. Okay, I don't know how it is yet again that Spirax has gotten a solo kill onto the Lulu underneath of the tower. How many times have we seen this happen? And with that, that's humongous, because your jungler's off the map, your mid laner's off the map, you have pushing mid and pushing bot for Maryville B, and they still have Rift Herald with Mountain Soul Point coming up here to potentially contest. That is almost a guaranteed third break. That's almost a guaranteed tower here on bottom side, and that's going to be a dragon and going to be likely a huge favor for the team fight that's going to be coming up in the next 5 minutes for that mountain. So.
Yeah, Spyrax has just been on another level this game. He has consistently been able to pressure Koskinen, now finding solo kills under the tower, turning them into dragons, into towers. This man has been a star performer for Maryville Saints here in game number 2. And currently sitting 4,000 gold up. They're going to grab the dragon now on Soul Point. The Mountain Soul going to be making this 4-1-3 Shen that much more annoying to deal with on the front line.
And keep your eye now on what will be likely a 22-minute timer, roughly, for the Baron buff here from Maryville. Because if they're able to grab that Baron buff in roughly that timing, especially if they get a pick or something and grab it relatively unscathed, then now what you've got is an exceptionally strong 5-on-5, massive pushing power in every single lane, especially with Dinka having TP and Stand United, and then that translates immediately to what will be a Dragon Soul that will, at minimum, confirm them second Drake, or at least confirm better fighting for that second Baron, and that is likely the timer they're looking for to absolutely win this game. So in the next few minutes, keep your eye on this bottom quadrant on the left here, because that quadrant is where you want to push Vision. That's where Kind's at right now, and that's where they're looking to take priority of.
Yeah, and being on Soul Point is also going to force Grandview into a very unfavorable situation here in a couple of minutes. They still have not finished the second item on Caitlyn. She had to make a pit stop for that Executioner's Calling. Meanwhile, Evan RL is already well on his way to his third item, looking to pick up that Infinity Edge after the Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon are already completed. So they are sitting at a pretty sizable just item advantage overall. And so forcing Grandview into a fight around this Dragon's Soul could just blow the game wide open. Here's the Rift Herald popped. Behind enemy lines, it's gonna go nowhere. Shelly just gonna donate 25 gold over to the opponents.
Thank you, Kind Jungle. Very cool. Rift Herald's kind of donated over now.
Flash away there from Spearax. He's in a bit of trouble. The shields are gonna come through, and Kind Jungle is gonna jump right in. The Cannon Barrage gonna buy a little bit of space. But once again, everybody's gonna walk away from that one without losing any members. These teams are very good at disengaging from fights today. As the siege continues from Evan RL and Julian, makes it so dang easy to siege with a Soraka on your team. You take a little bit of damage, it's healed right back up. Dinka going in on to Koskinen under the turret. This man, we've been talking about Platypus. Poor Koskinen, man. He's also been taking his brunt share of the bullying from Maryville University. See if Grandview can find any damage back. Disconnector does find Julian. That's big. The healing gone from Maryville University. They can no longer just sit around and siege these towers forever without having to worry about their health bars.
Yeah, and they're staying here to claim jungle camps, but also to claim potentially some vision control in this jungle, which will get pushed out by Chucky. When they've got at least a little bit of shallow river control off this back, they're going to be able to put Julian into the river, push their vision into this quadrant that we're sitting at right now, and that will open up the Baron potentially for this 22.5 minute timer for that Mountain Drake that there really is the actual objective they're looking for. And after that siege, they're now sitting on like a 5,000 gold advantage, which is humongous, having quite a bit of penetration and quite a bit of AP on the Spearax combined with all the AD and attack speed on the Ashe.
All right, so for all the Grandview fans out there, Rebel, tell me how they look to come back into this game, because down one game already in this series, this is the last chance for Grandview Vikings here in HUE Fest 2020. They need to find a win here if they want to continue in the playoff bracket. They're sitting 5,000 gold down, staring down the barrel of a potential Baron and Mountain Soul. What needs to happen?
They need to be capable of taking either the next Baron or, and then, potentially using that to take the Dragon, or even just taking the Dragon, something along that. So either way, that is going to be the benefit here. If you're looking to try to fight around one of these objectives, there's actually ways you can play that. The idea is you want to separate the Ashe, the Orianna, and the Soraka from this frontline dive between Kind and Dinka. The way you do that is with Swirl Seeds and then the Lilting Lullaby threat combined with Gangplank Ultimate. So that's how you have to play this. Either A, split the fight, then take and win the fight with your Caitlyn, who is rather strong right now, or you need to confirm Baron, or at least contest Baron, and be capable of taking the Mountain Drake afterwards. Otherwise, you are just going to get snowballed against, and the rest of the game is effectively all Maryville's control, and you're just praying for mistakes. There is still proactive play to be made from GB.
All right, we've laid down the plan, and let's see if they can follow it. Looking to siege up mid is Maryville University right now. They have full control over that bottom quadrant of the map. Baron on the table. The Dragon spawning here in just a few seconds. This is do or die for Grandview right here. If they let this Dragon go over, their chances at coming back in this game are fairly slim. But they also do not have... are not quite as strong as they'd like to be going into this fight. We did see the Caitlyn finish the Stormrazor, so she does have a little bit of extra AD. The Essence Reaver finished for the Gangplank as well. Doesn't look like they're going to contest, though. I mean, they're going to lose the top lane inhibitor turret, and they're going to give over the Dragon. There's just no response from Grandview at all.
To say the words roll over and die feel really bad, but honestly, you cannot let that Mountain Soul go over. How are you going to kill a Mountain Soul Hecarim with Shen Ultimate and Soraka backing it up on the way in? How are you killing that ball? How are you denying that ball carrier? That's the thing. The best you've got is Kasika hitting an ultimate and being able to knock him up, or a Lilting Lullaby, or maybe like a Morgana Q. Outside of that, there is no response to Kind Jungle just getting onto your backline with that ultimate and just killing your entire team. That was a mistake coming up from GBU, and I think that was a mistake that's going to cost them the game.
Well, the Baron down to just 3,000 HP. Shorter race. He's over the wings. He has the smite. And he has the blast cone, but Dinka is not going to let him get anywhere close. The Baron does reset, and now Grandview is looking for the fight. Ivan RL down to half HP, but he flashes forward aggressively, and now he's on a killing spree. Platypus doing what he can to try to make the hero play. He does shut down the 80 carry, and this might be the avenue for Grandview to find something, to find anything. They need to make something happen, but Spyrax will not let it be so. Only Koskinen and Disconnector left standing, and 4 members strong marching down the mid lane, looking to break the base even further wide open.
I actually mildly disagree with their decision here to try to contest the fight rather than just simply conferring the 2,000 health Baron. But either way, they've done now crippling damage to the side of GVU. There is no competition for the next Baron that will be up because they're simply too powerful. And now Spirax, even stronger, might be able to finish a Rabadons on this back. You now have taken mid lane, no inhibitor, but at least you get the mid lane tower to be able to pull that one away. And you've seen the kind of damage they can do. Now, on the opposite side, Platypus had a good ultimate, had some damage coming in with the Essence Reaver, now has a little bit of crit behind these barrels, will start to hurt. And you've seen the damage this connector can do. There's some real damage in this composition to contest with, which is why, again, I think the Baron would have been a safer play, but at minimum, Maryville has taken the steps necessary to put this team a little further behind.
All the damage in the world, though, feels like it's not gonna burst through the front line that Dinka has. He is just a stone wall for Maryville University, soaking up so much, and especially since a lot of that damage is focused into the auto attack headshots from the Caitlyn, which can just be straight up negated by the Shen. Now, though, they have the Dragon Soul. Koskinen went down again off screen, unfortunately. 0-4 on the Luvu is not working out as Grandview had intended. And now Evan RL is just on a rampage. Short Race is going to flash through, get a 3-man Q, and try to pop the Will Team Lullaby. Spyrax, though, he's just going to find a kill onto the most important member, Disconnector, on that Caitlyn. This inhibitor will go down, and 35 seconds on the main carry. Maryville University are looking to end it here. They don't want to spend any more time on their way to the semifinals. They're on to the Nexus turret. Dinka has taunted up Shorter Race. They want to get this kill. He will walk away just barely thanks to the ultimate from Koskinen. But Maryville will not be deterred. Evan RL is just unstoppable here. There's the double kill from Spirax. And as soon as this minion wave comes in, Maryville University should be able to finish off the clean sweep of the Grandview Vikings. Just plain keep away inside the Nexus turrets. Evan RL is going to immediately send Disconnector back to the gray screen. And what was a pretty clean showing from Maryville University's B team proves just how scary this school is at HUE Fest 2020.
You think about Game 1, and there was such really good play coming out from the side of GVU. It looked like they had like a solid competition. They were contesting, and it felt like it came down to just one kind of poorly played out fight that ended up going the way of Maryville. That cost them. This was not the case. Maryville had the game plan down pat. They knew attack top lane. They shut down both solo lanes eventually. They were able to get their Ashe and their Orianna running very quickly, and they just controlled everything across the map. They never let even a single neutral objective go the way of Grandview. That was a showing of dominance.
And Grandview, it feels like they also got a lot of what they wanted coming into these games. They love to play around the style of the late game ADC, putting supports into the mid lane, and just trying to carry through 1 or 2 members. But Maryville, it didn't feel like they struggled with that at all. I mean, the supports in the mid lane just felt like they could do nothing against Spyrax, who was just getting giant chunks of damage, solo kills under towers just left and right. And Maryville University, even though it's their B team, they were just the better squad here today. So congratulations to them. They will be moving on to the semifinals. They will guarantee themselves a cash prize of at least $1,250 here today. And unfortunately, Grandview will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, it was a competition. It was a tough one between the two teams. I think there's some really good things to say about both squads. I'm happy Grandview was able to get this far, but Maryville B, The fact that they're playing out of that Maryville name, it put expectations on them, and making a top 4 in one of their first kind of debut tournaments is a really big deal. So huge props to them. Hopefully we get the chance to see them versus HU Storm. That's the Harrisburg A team. That'll light some fireworks under quite a few fans. Like certainly between the two of us, because that's the competition we've been waiting for. But we'll have to wait and see whether that one comes through.
Yeah, it will be all for us today here on, or for Rebel and Audio. We will be taking a short break as we get ready for the semifinals match, which will be brought to you by none other than TJ and Niberia. So thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you check out our social media links for all the updates of HUE Invitational. We also have a website. You can type !HUE 2020 in chat to find that one. But thanks again. It has been a wild ride for us here. Rebel, any last words before we send it off to break?
Go Maryville. Woo.
Go Harrisburg. We're looking forward to the A teams meeting each other there in the finals. But make sure you don't go anywhere. The semifinals will be coming soon, so stay tuned, everybody. We've had a blast, and thanks for watching.
Welcome back to the HUE Invitational. My name is TJ. That is Matt and Iberia Clendaniel. How are you doing, Matt?
I'm doing great, TJ. How are you?
I'm a little disappointed because we're not here with the next game. The next game is still being developed. We are looking to cast Harrisburg University Tempest versus the winner of Maryville Esports A versus Illinois Wesleyan. Right now, Maryville A have won the first game of that quarterfinal, but the semifinal is still developing. So we're going to go back to a break. We are going to wait for that Game 2 and Game 3 possibly to play out. We will come back to you with more updates if necessary. Until then, we're going to leave you in the safe hands of producer Griffin. A semi-final coming up after this.
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
It has been a hotly contested contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
He's going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Him gone outside of his shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Hello, guys.
This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
it's been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
It's easy to underestimate the ability to compete in Overwatch, and the team right here is the best in our nation.
Got in. Well set up one more time. Utah flying 1-by-1. Can anyone get back to the point? And it's Harrisburg! Harrisburg is your champion!
Your 2019 ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions.
Buckle up. We just took a hard left turn. I'm going to be honest with you. I guess nobody in production believed in Illinois Wesleyan. I'm just going to throw them under the bus. Because our plan was that Maryville would 2-0 Illinois Wesleyan, and we would cast the semi-final. That's what's in all of the docs. And to be fair, it was a fairly safe plan. Maryville, to this point, had not lost a game this collegiate season. But they did. And Maryville versus Illinois Wesleyan went all the way to Game 3. And as a result, we are now going to be broadcasting that Game 3. My name's TJ. That is Matt in Iberia Daniel. How are you doing?
I feel like I get to redeem myself a little bit here, TJ, because you asked me that earlier, but just before we came in, you were like, hey, Matt, have something funny to say. And that was a lot of pressure to put on me with like 30 seconds left to go on air. So I was just like, I'm okay, TJ. I'm good. So I'm still okay and I'm good. But I just want you to know that you stressed me out a little. And I just want to have some vibes, you know?
That's my favorite thing to do to people, is to ask them how they're doing at the start of shows. Because whenever I'm in a hosting role, you don't want to talk for like 6 minutes straight because it gets boring. So you want a way that you can get somebody else's voice to happen without having to deal with the consequences of them speaking. And if you ask somebody how they're doing, the responses are like, yeah, I'm doing all right. And then boom, you're back to it. Hosting game's still going strong. So if you ever want to make somebody feel included in a conversation without ever including them, there's a hot tip for you.
I think next time, TJ, I'm just going to throw you off and just be like, I I wish I were anywhere else. I wish
So sorry.
I didn't feel so alone. And
all right,
I wish we had more collegiate esports here at the HUE Invitational, TJ. Boom! Brought it back for you.
Good talk back. We do have the HUE Invitational still ongoing. I want to, as we're setting up this Game 3, briefly pick a bone with the people who cast it up till now. Audio has been doing an excellent job. You know, I understand he's a hometown hero. He's broadcasting the event. He's doing a fantastic job at it. But we both had a little bit of a bone to pick with him yesterday, Matt.
Yeah, his room was about as bare as my collegiate achievements. Literally nothing there. So we were suggesting maybe get some posters, maybe get some furniture in there, and he sort of obliged, but I noticed that, TJ, after that conversation, it was you who redecorated.
Well, so I was talking to him, and I was like, come on, Audio, you need a poster or something. And he was like, oh, well, we're moving soon, you know, house is empty, very legitimate stuff. And I felt bad for him, which was the biggest mistake of my life. I have given money to the Russian mob on accident before, and felt less ripped off than I do right now. Because I opened up my heart. I said, okay, Audio, tell you what, I'm going to go find a very nice poster. I found one. It's of Idris Elba. You may be able to see it behind me. He's sitting on a Vespa for some reason. He's wearing an iron shirt that's half open. It's a really good poster. And I was like, you can hang this up behind you, and everyone will, you know, appreciate your decoration skills, your taste. I even threw in the picture frame for free. And he turned me down after I bought the poster and the picture frame. So now I'm displaying it behind me, and I have to recoup some money here. So if anyone in the chat or on Twitter, hit me up at eSportsTJ. It's just about €20. You can have it for a little bit of a discount if you reach out now. It's a very good poster.
There's a lot to unpack there, TJ, but I think the one I'm most interested in is that you're trying to sell it in euro despite living in California for your entire adult life. So that's something.
Good currency.
But I also just want to point out that when he says he went to find a photo, I think that may be stretching. I think he had it ready to go before the broadcast even ended. Because he was like, Audio, you need to get something. He was like what? And he was like, boom, Idris Elba on a Vespa. And I just love how much he cares.
It's kind of like perplexing. It's like not quite clear. He appears to be in a swamp of some kind. It's a very good poster. Let's talk about some poster boys, though. Particularly the poster boys of collegiate esports. Boom, segue. Illinois Wesleyan University.
He's riding a Vespa.
Have now rode their Vespa all the way to a Game 3 here in the HUE Invitational quarterfinals. Are, I think... Okay, let's frame it this way. They're very good players. They are absolutely one of the best teams in this tournament. But they are, I think, blowing out everyone's expectations by driving to a Game 3 versus Maribel.
Yeah, and I spoke a lot with the coach of Wesleyan, Command Attacked. You in the amateur community may know him. Lovely person. Spoke with him all the way up till like the beginning of the game. So shout outs to him for being like super accommodating and communicative, because I got a ton of cool information. And we actually talked about that first game we saw on stream. And we had like a really long in-depth discussion about what he felt went wrong for the team, where he felt they misexecuted. And he said, you know, first of all, the first thing he said was, hey, I was scrubbing through the VODs and you misquoted me. I thought HUE was favored in that matchup. And I was like, oh, good. I'm glad that I put the exact wrong opinion on air for you. So you're welcome, TJ. I cleared that up. Both TJs. But no, he was saying that he still felt pretty strongly about that draft. It was just the level 1 where things went wrong, and that lined up with our assessment in game number 1. And then after our matches ended yesterday on the official stream, I went over to check out Wesleyan Green versus the Titans, because, well, that means one of the Wesleyan teams is going to make it here into the quarters. So as a result, I have got a ton of information on these teams. I have seen them play so much, and I am genuinely impressed by what I've seen so far. There is some incredibly clean team fighting coming out of them, as well as just macro play. And overall, I think it is not unsurprising to me that they have been able to bring it to a 1-to-1 against Maryville.
It was yesterday that we saw the Perswagerous Chomdax like super duo look really good in the 2v2 towards the top side. I think we need to see a better overall team performance from them. That was like my one criticism, is it didn't look like they had a super macro like game theory coming in. It looked frankly a tad scattered. But clearly they've improved something if they took a game off of Maryville, who again are undefeated till this point. This is a good point to pull out a tweet. Can you actually hold up? We have some high-level technology here. I need you to stall for like 20 seconds, all right?
I can stall for 20 seconds. I've been waiting for you to ask me that my entire life. All right, so chat, I'm going to teach you guys about bagels. So, I've been making a bunch of bagels recently, and the most recent one I learned how to make is pumpernickel. But the interesting thing about pumpernickel that you may not...
Stalling done.
All right.
Here is a Niles tweet. Here is a Niles tweet that you may observe is now inaccurate. That's my call-out post for today. Niles, heading into this tournament, told everyone that they were going to go undefeated. And it wasn't an insane prediction at the time. Niles is very confident. And he is rightly so. Again, they went undefeated at UCLA. It didn't even look especially close for most of the tournament. But that man has now lost a game. And I think that has to be the story going forward. Sure, maybe Maryville win this, whatever, from the rest of the series. Illinois Wesleyan did manage to take a game off them, and that reframed the collegiate a little bit. We have a draft, so we can take a look at how this series will turn out. Game 3 coming up as we head into our semi-finals.
Fighting words coming out from Niles, as you said, TJ. But the one thing that I remember from watching Maryville during this most recent SGC season was their summer team carried through during that and saw how well they would do, which was fantastically. But one of the commonalities I noticed was that if in any case Niles did not get to play his game, did not get to pop off, Maryville looked a little shaky. They fell apart a little bit. Iconic is an incredibly strong jungler, but a lot of times they want to focus around Niles, around his carry potential. And while they have been trying to move away from that very consciously lately, I've talked to Zoo and he's confirmed as much. It seems to me that that is still where the training wheels are. And if I'm Wesleyan, I want to be targeting Niles. I want to be trying to take him off his comfort picks. I want to try and trip him up and get Maryville to start to lose some of that cohesion as a result.
Yeah, I mean, Niles is incredible. The entire Maryville side is incredible. I don't want to undercut them. The reason we are discussing their loss in such detail is because it is, frankly, unexpected. Let's begin this draft. We do get a Caitlyn first pick for Maryville. They're taking the blue here. Illinois Wesleyan over on the red. Nothing too remarkable about the Caitlyn first pick, but in the context of Ashe being banned, it gets a little bit more interesting. There is no obvious counter to that bot lane.
I really like the pickup of the Morgana specifically from Wesleyan. It is a very safe support pick into Caitlyn. Not only because of the traps, but that's actually the least effective reason. Caitlyn, when she goes for her wave clear, when she goes for her poke, is stuck in place to do Piltover Peacemaker. As a result, you can find really easy bindings against her in those moments of vulnerability, and that's what you want to be exploiting here in the bottom lane to try and keep that Caitlyn on her feet.
We go Lilia and Orianna for Maryville, and they certainly have the, like, if you're looking at the most powerful meta characters in the game, Caitlyn Lilia is a hell of a place to start. At least the Caitlyn Morgana lane isn't going to be viable in the bot lane. Illinois Wesleyan draft the Morgana. They also, not only from that deny the Caitlyn Morgana duo lane, they also get a long enough ranged poke that they can feasibly respond to that Caitlyn down bottom if that is where that Morgana goes. Niles, our top laner, will not be able to pull out the Volibear. Instead, that's going to be thrown over to Chomdax, who does have a terrifying bear of his own. Or, thrown into the jungle, we could see the GP pass to Chomdax, who does like that character.
I like a lot of the draft coming out here from Wesleyan. The only thing that I would question so far is the Lilia. We know for a fact that Iconic is a monster on this champion, has been almost exclusively playing it in solo queue. I checked his OPGG, and it's just like 6 straight pages of the deer. I really like their top lane picks. You want to go for the gangplank, very strong for Chomdax in the top lane, and you take away the Kled, which is a comfort pick for Niles. So they're going sort of towards the route that I was expecting for them. I want to see what they can do to round out this composition, because right now, the thing it is lacking is that mid and AD carry, those carry positions that control essentially your game pace.
Maryville, on the other hand, have no front line as of yet. Of course, support and top lane are the places you normally get the tanks, but, well, I'll be surprised if we don't get them here. Let's talk about what's been banned away from them in that category. You're not going to see the Shen, the Kled, or the Jace coming in to fill that hole. Senna, probably AD carry for Illinois.
Almost certainly at that point, but I would say at this point, if they do lock in the Senna, they're looking for a later stage of the draft, because once you get that Senna and the GP to the late game, you're just blowing people up. Especially that Lilia, who will just die, fingers crossed for them. But
they have the double global as well on Wesleyan now. GP Senna. That can just ruin people's days because the GP makes it harder to get out of the railgun. So if you get Cannon Barrage, then almost 100% you're going to get Dawning Shadow. Ooh. Camille comes through. Still no tanky frontline available for Maryville. It is all down to Spacemaker, who does like to pick a lot of those more tanky supports, lots of Nautilus and stuff. But if he drifts over to one of his enchanters, there is a very lightweight composition here on Maryville. There already is. Ooh. Do it. This is a composition entirely reliant on its poke to survive. If hard engage comes through, Maryville could very well be blown up. They're going to struggle to keep people off of the Caitlyn, I think. That's a major concern here. But Wesleyan don't have a whole lot of tools to die backline. It's pretty much just the Volibear, maybe this Galio if it gets locked in. So they may not be punished for that.
So I'm going to wait out this draft timer, okay? It will be the Galio. I like the draft coming in from Wesleyan, but to be honest, I'm not sure how it's going to do into Maryville. So my theory here for Wesleyan's draft is that you're looking for a lot of global combos. Essentially, if someone gets engaged upon, suddenly you have the Cannon Barrage, you have the Dawning Shadow, Hero's Entrance as well. To initiate a massive team fight, you have the Volibear to jump in, which gives you some proactive engage alongside the Cannon Barrage. However, Maryville's composition has a lot of champions that are designed to kite back. You have the Camille also to re-engage. So really, both of these compositions want to function the same way. The major difference is that Wesleyan's composition has a lot more tankiness. And as a result, they are able to take these fights a lot longer than Maryville is, who's looking to end them very, very quickly.
But I think you can't understate Maryville's damage. Like, this is the most damaged composition in the game. So if they get out ahead, especially during the early game where they will have much more early damage than Wesleyan, this game could very well be over instantly.
Well, that's sort of the implication, right? You have one side going for tankiness, one's for longer lasting fights, the other one wants to blow them up. So it really is just balancing on this perfect edge of team fights for Wesleyan. If they're able to stall them out long enough.
But if we go late, if we last to the late game, my god, is this going to be an absolute masterclass in NA League of Legends. Because Wesleyan will have scaled into it, presumably after slow losing the early game. And you'll just have the pretty good scaling characters from Maryville trying to out-damage the HP and damage now available over on Wesleyan. And that would be my funnest game state. So I hope we're headed there.
I think as a result, the thing we're looking for is going to be the junglers. They're the ones who are going to be dictating the early game pace. They're the ones who are going to be dictating where the action happens around the map. And their decision-making is ultimately what we're going to be looking for how this game plays out. A lot of games I would like to say, oh, they're almost certainly going to be looking for these ganks top early. They're going to be looking for these ganks mid early. This game, I am just going to leave it up to the junglers. I want to see what they think their hugest priority is, because there are some matchups where there is big advantages to be found. If that Camille gets popping, that gangplank explodes. But Orianna doesn't really get that same level of benefit from a 1-kill gank.
Okay, I'm going to file a wrench into your machine, though. This is Lilia on Niles. Or sorry, on Iconic, not on Niles. On Iconic. And Iconic, first of all, during our amateur tournament we called Challengers Uprising, Maryville played in that, and they were good. He was tied with Kenvi, who is now on 100 Thieves, for the most First Bloods in the entire season. He was dominant there. On Lilia, in the UCLA tournament, he was literally unstoppable. It was disgusting. I have never seen somebody build as dramatic leads on a jungler as he did on Lilia consistently throughout that UCLA tournament. So he is on one of his best picks, in the most dominant form I've seen him in Collegiate. And he's got pretty much nothing to stop him from running away with this early game.
It's a lot of pressure to put onto Puswaggerus as a result. Because it's going to be his job to say, okay, there's no way that I'm out farming Iconic. That just does not happen when you're playing Volibear into Lilia, or really anyone into Lilia, except maybe Nidalee. Sometimes. Depends on how good the Lilia is, and since it's Iconic, very. As a result, I want to see early gank priority come out here from Puswaggerus. You're not going to be able to win by just going for the farm game, but there is a chance that those early ganks are going to go a lot better. You have hard CC. Lilia doesn't till 6. As a result, maybe you can get your top lane rolling so that Camille never becomes a threat. Shut down Niles. Shut down a lot of what Maryville likes to play around.
And we are waiting for that, right? Wesleyan have a very strong case to make if we get to mid-lane game. Because all of a sudden, they have genuine tank, they have the range CC from the Morgana, which I think is going to be their greatest asset during the early game. They have the tank from Volibear and Galio, they have this global engage threat we were talking about, which is doubly effective against the squishier characters over on Maryville, and they'll have the scaling late game damage of a GP and a Senna, which is nothing to sneer at. So, I think I really do believe in Wesleyan's late game. I'm just struggling to see how they get there, because that Senna, that GP isn't going to be relevant for those first 15 minutes, where they're going to be lane bullied by this Lilia, where they're going to be shoved out by Karma Caitlyn in the bot lane. Like, that's terrifying.
So the way I can see them finding their way into this in the early game is if you're able to find early objective takes around the dragon, around Rift Herald, because you have those double roots. You have that hard CC to say, okay, we found someone out of position, they now die. From there, you can start snowballing your composition, getting it the gold lead it needs in order to thrive in the later stages of the game. And the problem you're going to have on Maryville is once one of your players gets picked off, that's kind of it for you. You don't have tanks. You don't have a way to delay these teamfights so your carries get to do damage. Once one of them's down, the other ones kind of get chased down for the rest of the fight. Unless it's Lilia, in which case she just hops sadly away most times.
This is a really fun draft because it is two competing game theories. A lot of the time you have a draft where one team achieves their game theory and the other one doesn't, and you're like, damn, I guess this team just won. But here we have two teams that both probably walked away from that draft going, okay, we know what we want to do. So I'm genuinely fascinated to see how it will turn out. We do have the standard 3-minute spectator delay, so it's going to be a little bit before we get into the game. To use that time up, Matt, I want to give a shout out to our producer Griffin. Hold up, I had this set up. Boom! Our producer Griffin, who did have his birthday yesterday. That is a photo of him at his birthday party, he tells us. He is, oh, that's very good. He has a very long arm in the photo, which I've chosen to crop out. And if we could get a shout out in the chat to Producer Griffin on his birthday, I think that would be really good. He's been keeping the HUE Invitational running for these last 2 days.
I really like the birthday hat I have chosen. I still have it on my desk from yesterday. Because it also, when you can't see the birthday stripes... There you go, camera. You did it. Dude.
There are birthday stripes.
Yeah, but when you can't see it, it just looks like a dunce cap.
Yeah, but I kind of figured that was intentional.
Well, you've heard my analysis, TJ. It usually fits.
I don't think I've ever seen a hat do a backflip over it.
What can I say? I've done a lot of origamis ever since I was a kid, so as a result, very skilled at making paper behave the way I want it to totally was not coincidental.
I'm very proud of you. We've been talking a little bit on this broadcast and off-air about kind of collegiate esports, and I think HUE Invitational, as one of the biggest events in collegiate, is a really good time to, break into it. We have been discussing the kind of two-tiered path to pro in North America, and that's part of some larger conversations about the LCS versus the LEC and whether or not we're doing enough to develop new pro players. And one of the things that caught my eye about Maryville is they believe their program can compete not with, SGC teams, but with academy teams.
Yeah, I actually had a very long conversation with Zoo. I'm actually excited for this matchup because these are the two coaches who I talked with for the longest. I talked with both of these coaches for no joke, like 2 to 3 hours in preparation for this event. And one of the things that Zoo said that I ended up writing down verbatim. I'm not gonna say it verbatim, so it's gonna be a bit of a game of telephone here. But he said word for word, he was thinking, we're not happy just being the best of collegiate. We are not happy just being the best of NA amateur. We want to be the best of academy as well. And that was something that I had not heard up to that point from anyone in either scene, from either NA amateur or from collegiate. No one had just straight up said, yeah, we're not happy being the best. We want to be the best of the best. And competing even with like LCS teams, I'd imagine would be the next step from there. But I want to see if Maryville can pull it out. I want to see if they can make that dream come true. So we come into game number 1 of their, or 3 rather, of their quarterfinals versus Illinois Wesleyan 1-1.
Yeah, this is game 3 again of the quarterfinals. Matt and I were initially planning on casting the semifinals with the winner of this tournament, or of this match, but they tied up 1-1. A first loss for Maryville, I believe, their entire collegiate season thus far.
For once, TJ.
We start things off
chill.
very slow. Yeah, really respectful level 1.
Never mind.
It's just a word poke. We're still vibing, Matt. Never fear.
Wesleyan remembered
They're upset
yesterday.
about that word.
All right, we're good. No?
Oh my god.
Why are they still here? Stop it!
What are they gaining from this? Maryville aren't committing to a full engage. This isn't like a fight for Drake. Oh, they're just trying to do the LPL Raptor steal.
They have done this every single game I have seen Iconic play Lilia. They're going to go for it.
They get it. That is a huge steal away, and Iconic once more. He pokes further in, pushing Wesleyan back. They rip the Raptors away, and it doesn't look like they'll be punished.
So Maryville have done this every single game I've seen Iconic on Lilia, and I know that Wesleyan knew that this was going to happen, so I think they just weren't ready for Maryville to do the full commit of 4 people for it, because that's what happened in their game yesterday. Remember when Wesleyan just fell down because the Nocturne got behind? It was because Iconic started Raptors and even beat the Nocturne down into like 20 HP. Swaggerus having a little bit of PTSD from yesterday, but this time did not get knocked out of his own jungle and will be able to stay in the game, albeit down a Raptors.
People talk about, the level 1s in NA being disappointing and our team's not being aggressive enough. Welcome to the 4v4s over Raptors.
That's what I've been waiting for. NA is the new exciting region, man.
I'm actually really excited to see the developing teams here starting to embrace that kind of aggression. Niles, speaking of aggression, has absolutely blown out this lane already. Chomdax just blew a TP.
No CS, not going to be able to pick anything up off that back as well, and now as a result, Niles, through beautiful wave control, going to be able to get any item he desires off this first back and make it back without losing too much. Unfortunately, doesn't really have a whole lot of gold, so he's just going to be able to get the rejuve bead, work towards that Tiamat a little faster.
Swaggerus is aware, I think, of Iconic's positioning here in the river. That's young Sheldon that's getting battered away at right now. And he is, quite wisely, not contesting Lilia early at all, but that's going to kind of have to be his whole game. Paswagorous is playing support too.
Oh, God. Sorry, TJ, I'm just remembering our game when we played against the Senna Morgana. Do you remember how miserable that was?
Yeah, these are like the same duo down bottom. Caitlyn does slightly more damage. Poor Swaggerus. Can't get a leg.
She's not going to get Raptors this game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean, Iconic. Leaving the one little Raptor. That's just cruel.
He's getting it. Yeah!
Woo! Paswagorous with the win.
Paswagorous able to get a Raptor. Singular. I think that is all of the...
It's Kawhi. They took him off the team.
I think that is all of the Rift Scuttlers again cleaned up by Iconic. He just got Coach James Scuttlefield up in the top as well. So there is just no jungle access for Swaggerous.
They need to ban Lilia. I think teams just straight up need to ban Iconic's Lilia. He's playing it absolutely disgustingly. You can tell how well he's optimized those clears watching him pull those camps. There was a video that came out of someone doing a very early clear. I think it was 3 minutes and 9 seconds, I want to say, on Lilia's first release. And Iconic just was like, I bet I can beat that. And so far, kind of getting there. Able to take away the Raptors level 1 and then do 2 camps at once means you don't really lose ganking time for your farming.
Iconic is one of the people who's very clearly just identified Lilia as a winning champion, right? And you could see this in the UCL tournament, which was fairly recent to Lilia's release. It was just like, this character is busted, I'm going to learn her. And especially with her being a little absent from pro play, I've been astonished to see exactly how dominant she is, but a Lilia that understands how to play her passive, especially mechanically, and just use those hops to maximum advantage, can get around the map so efficiently that it opens up a whole host of other options that are kind of, I don't know, causal relation to just her having movement speed. She can then do 16 other things because of that.
And already this game is looking massive for Maryville. We said that Illinois were going to suffer in the early game, but we didn't really say how much. I'm going to be honest, I was not going to say this much, because you look at the bottom lane, Sen is behind 33 CS, top lane behind 10 as well, and Paswagorous, we've been seeing him get bullied this entire game. That tiny deer just beating up on a giant frozen bear.
His joints don't move so good. He spent too long on the ice. Yeah, you can see, like, Iconic is just everywhere on this map. It is really intimidating. Swaggerous has done a good job not fighting him so far, just basically avoiding him on the map. But yeah, it's costing him in CS. Can we get... Yeah, thank you, Observer. We do get a quick fly up. Iconic is going to leave him one bird again. Exactly
Jeremy
one
Lin
bird again.
They just never brought him off the bench.
These are like basketball jokes, Matt.
Yeah, I know, and I don't even know basketball. My girlfriend loves the Raptors, and so did Raz, so I just know all of these Raptors
I get it. These are members of the team that are the Raptors.
Yeah.
I got it.
Oh, you didn't even... Oh.
No, it meant nothing to me. I was completely perplexed. You were just saying people's names. You're saying the last remaining member is... I got it.
Yeah.
Drake will be the focus. Iconic should get that. A little bit more effectively than I get Matt's basketball references.
Don't worry, I'm out of them, TJ. Those were the 2 players I knew that either Jeremy Lin wasn't taken off the bench during their finals run, except for like 5 minutes, and then Kawhi left the team, and those are the only 2 Raptors I know.
They're the Toronto Raptors, right?
Yeah.
That's a fact I knew.
Yeah.
That would...
Look at you!
Sit
Basketball
down,
fan
Twitch
TJ.
chat. You don't know anything about basketball. I'm going to draw our attention down towards this bot lane because we were talking about the CS differences, and they are pretty big in favor of Maryville across the board. Nowhere more than that Senna. Hongji currently sitting at just 37 CS into 71 under Values 9.
It is really not looking good, to put a very light point on it, honestly. getting absolutely blasted out of this lane, the bottom lane for Illinois. And it's hard to get back in, especially with this lane matchup. The only advantage you're going to be able to find as Karma and Caitlyn is if you get the early shoves down, you're able to abuse Senna to the point where she just can't answer back with the damage. You now have an item advantage. You still have a range advantage because Kongju hasn't been able to find souls at this point. So you just lose your tower, essentially. And Spacemaker, we can see, has been having to spend all of his time looking for vision, finding ways to just defend this bot lane from ganks, because there's nothing anyone can really do. Paswagorous cannot spend time bottom lane because it would be mostly wasted at this point.
I mean, none of his lanes are winning.
Yeah.
He's decided to invest his presence here with Chomdax, who at least can make a case for being able to scale into damage. They're going to try and sneak him into the bushes up at the top side. Down bottom, this turret is just crumbling. They keep landing the double roots for Illinois, and then they just can't do anything with them.
Which is kind of the worst feeling in the world, because that, okay, first blood in the top lane, that's a good answer. Getting an assist for Kongju as well.
That was the set bush gank we saw them setting up earlier, so actually very masterfully executed. They get that Volibear into the bush, he pops out, lands the stun, they lock down the kill. We see the first execution of that double global, with the Dawning Shadow from the center across the map. This is a really, really good sign for Illinois Wesleyan, and that will get them at least something. Maybe it could even get them a Rift Herald as well, although that's looking tough.
Swagger is running out for the time being. Niles goes in. No Hextech ultimatum spent just yet. The Swaggerist will find his way out, but had to blow the ultimate for it, which means Iconic can just rotate back onto that Rift Herald.
Oh, and Super Deer in the mid lane needs to get bailed out. Spacemaker has impressed me every game I've seen him, by the way. This Morgana, no exception. He's just landing his skill shots.
Yeah, really clean, consistent Morgana play coming out of Spacemaker, but unfortunately there's not a whole lot to do with that. If it had been a very ahead lane and you could just leave the Senna and she's safe, that'd be one thing, but anytime the Caitlyn and Karma are in lane, they can just kind of blast you under tower, and that's the danger that they've been facing thus far. So Spacemaker hasn't had a lot of time to roam up towards the top side of the map, roam up to make plays in mid, and you can see that it's kind of choking Illinois at this point.
I was like, man, I wonder what happened in that top lane after Niles had to TP in weirdly. And we got to the top lane, and Chomdax is just choking on the most, like, massive wave I have ever seen. 2 entire waves of minions pushing him simultaneously. Now he even gets bullied underneath his tower. Does have the CS lead, though.
Yeah, Chomdax is the one happy place here on the map for Illinois. If they can keep him going, he may be able to exert enough pressure up into the top to force down a tower. They will 100% lose first tower and very likely first Drake off the back of that, unless Paswagorous goes for a hero play, but I would not attempt it into Value's massive Caitlyn.
Yeah, this turret's just gone. Here comes Paswagorous. Spacemaker goes aggro as well. This seems like a bit much, particularly as the sleep comes out. Spacemaker and co will zone. That means turret goes down, but they don't lose Kongji. Here comes the execute. Headhunter in.
Ace in the hole as well. Spacemaker's down. Paswagorous and Kongja have to run away. In the mid lane as well. Super Deer. No! The execution?
Oh, tragic! He found the kill on a dive, and apparently Wolf didn't even once get hit by Super Deer, gets away with an execute. Super Deer gets nothing for the mid lane trade, and in the meantime, they lose a turret down bottom.
Oh my god, that hurts so much. It's like, TJ, you won't, maybe you'll remember this, maybe you're young enough, but remember when you were in like lower school and you had to write Word documents and their teachers were always just like, don't forget to save your work. And you were like, okay, boomer. And then the one time you forget, you'd been working the entire class, you finally finished it. And then you just suddenly don't have your paper
landing
anymore.
a hit. Not landing on a hit on the person that dives you is like forgetting to save your work in Microsoft Word.
Yes. But like...
Okay. Hey, you know what? There's like not a lot of actual analogy between those two concepts, but I would agree that they have a very similar feeling energy.
Yeah, that's the point, TJ. It's like I'm relating it to an experience that you may have had.
Well, I didn't have that because I always saved my work.
Okay, well then you were a good student. I'm sorry to tell you. Nerd.
Illinois Wesleyan striking back, I guess, is the way to frame it. They do find some success with that top lane pick. They do grab the Infernal Drake. The CS leads have shrunk everywhere but even actually including the bot lane. But they are still down a turret. Swaggerus will go in. Here's the wombo combo. Heroic entrance as well.
Shockwave comes out. Will they find the taunt in time? They do! Easy pickup there onto Wolfie. This tower will suffer for it a little bit, but doesn't look like they want a full commit.
Very, very clean pickup, actually. That's another good sign for Wesleyan. But Iconic is now gone to REI, setting up camp inside the jungle. And there is just no way back in for Swaggerus. He's going to lose this buff without even having an idea that he's being contested.
Right into the Herald, too. Iconic is just solo taking over this game. 30 CS lead at this point, nearly 40. I don't know how you get back into this and don't let Maryville accelerate from here. That's the real danger, because if Illinois can get out of it a little bit longer, if they can scale up into the later stages of the game, theoretically they have a chance. But look at the state of the game right now. 70 CS deficit in the bottom lane, 40 CS between the junglers, 30 between the mid. The only happy place on the map for Illinois is Chomdax. Right now, it's not enough.
Yeah, and it's hard to frame the discussion as, okay, Wesleyan have this, just hold on. You know, the typical narrative for a game states like this is, it's alright, they've got the late game, but they kind of don't. It's not an instant-win late game. So, instead, I think we need to frame this around, like, the next two teamfights. If Wesleyan can force and win a favorable teamfight, this game is still within their reach, and their characters are now online enough they can conceivably win it. But it does need to be now.
They're going to keep looking for these plays onto Wolfie in the bottom lane. You can see that Chomdax and Paswaggerus are both here. Ultimate not up for Paswaggerus, so he won't be able to complete the dive. But if they're able to consistently threaten this, find picks before objectives, they may be able to find a way back into the game. Problem is, they're trading it for a mid-tier 1.
Maryville's macro impeccable as ever. They say, okay, you've got 2-3 players down there in the bottom lane. What if we just set Geraldo loose here in the mid lane, grab a free turret?
He has found a very, very deep investigation into the mid lane tower. A little bit of corruption there, so he had to take it out.
Very good, Geraldo. Does find the turret, but nothing else, so mediocre use of the Rift Herald. I'm sure Maryville won't be complaining, though. It is really, I think, benefiting Wesleyan right now that they did get that one Drake, because we're not at soul point, potentially, with this next 5 Drake pickup.
This is brutal. They're just starving out the entirety of Illinois at this point. They don't have a jungle. So you have nowhere for Paswaggerus to find gold, and then all of your lane gold is going to Chomdax or Kongja. But even at that point, how far can you expect to get this Senna back into the game?
Yeah, and I think we're always coming back to that same point. Like, don't get me wrong, there's more hope for Wesleyan now mid-late game-ish than there was during the early game. They're not just outdrafted, but they need to show a sign of life soon.
A little disappointed, TJ. I was promised on the low key that I may get to see a certain Rocky Boy coming out for Illinois.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We were talking about the draft yesterday, actually.
With Command Attack. By the way, is Command Attack also TJ?
Yes.
How can you be talking to that TJ and still be talking to me?
It's not a mutually exclusive thing. I don't just pick one TJ. I'm like, all right, this is the only TJ I get to know. Sorry, I already have a friend named Frank, so Nightstar, I can't be friends with you anymore. Pretty sure that's not how it works, TJ.
Look, I'm just saying one TJ is currently in a game 3 playing for his tournament life. The other one's calling it, you know? It's clear who has the upper hand here.
I have no safe answer to that question, so I'm just gonna leave it for a team fight. Iconic looking for the kill onto Super Deer. Value is able to find it, and now Swaggerus has to run away. Iconic still alive in the back line. Shockwave to find Spacemaker. It's been made. The double kill comes out for Value.
Very, very well played. And you could just see the burst damage still available. Swaggerus and Super Deer are supposed to be like the giant tanky members of this team in the mid-late game. And boom, they're gone.
So it was actually, I'm wondering now why it wasn't an option here. I think you prioritized the carry pick for the Gangplank. Sorry, I'm stuck on the Malphite bit because I think it's more relevant to talk about in the game state right now because it's been the same.
Tell me about Malphite.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, TJ. I just wanted permission to make sure it was okay.
You got it.
All right.
Tell me about your Rocky play.
Okay, he's really cool. I've watched a lot of Malphite 1 tricks because, of course, I have. That's kind of how I spend all my free time. But yesterday I was going to be picked into a similar composition where Maryville were once again going for that 2-threat composition of the very squishy Caitlyn and the very squishy Lilia. One of the reasons I thought the Malphite might be cool into that is that you have, like, what is Lilia going to do into a Malphite? You get ulted, you're kind of just dead at that point. You can't run away if you're being knocked up for 2 seconds and then instantly burst. Ended up being a set pick instead, which fulfills similar roles, not quite as instant removal, but Showstopper is really cool and a really good way to disrupt team fights as well. But to be fair, Chomdax's Gangplank instead has been the pick, and so far, so good. The rest of the map has kind of collapsed around him, though.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's contextual, right? Because you show that scoreline to anyone else and say, so far, so good, it's not a good sign. But in the context of how the rest of the game's going, you're killing it, Chomdax.
I mean, what else can you do at this point? Like, there's nothing for Chomdax to do other than keep farming, try and find ultimates. Because we've seen games, especially with the Gangplank, where teams get cocky. They wait until the mid-late game, they're like, oh, we're going to go a little bit too far. Hell, this happened to Maryville earlier. They had a really clean game up to the 22-minute mark. Or is that HUE? I'm sorry, I'm getting my top teams mixed up. Really clean game up to 22 minutes, and then really went for some risky fights. Speaking of risky fights, they're looking for Baron.
Yeah, and I think you've hit the right thing. This is where things can get messy if we see a team fight turn around. Maryville have been just exploiting their map mobility up to this point, but they're going to have to funnel into choke points and win fights. I think they're most interested, if possible, in getting those fights around major objectives. Like, they don't need to force anything. The danger zone comes if they're diving behind taunts.
And that's exactly what they're doing, TJ. Cannon Barrage comes out. Niles flashes away from his own Hextech ultimatum. Shockwave on to 2. Won't find any kills. They're diving for Wolfie, but won't be able to find him. Beautiful kiting from the squad of Maryville. Secures a kill on the Spacemaker, and it's all gone wrong for Illinois. The double kill into 3. Niles is here. Ace in the hole finds 1. The ace comes out for Maryville.
And nobody dies from Maryville that entire fight. Illinois find a good engage, they find good opportunities, they get players low, but they can't quite finish any of the kills. Then finally, towards the end, Wolf and Iconic dive behind 2 towers, but we file that under incidentals. Nexus turrets will be under threat. This is 10 seconds still on the respawns. It's probably only inhib.
But only inhib off of probably the most dominant fight we've seen all game. The engage initially looked really strong from Wesleyan. And then the problem was, this composition from Maryville did exactly what they were designed to do. You kite back, and you have ways to delay that. You have the Shockwave, you have speed ups from Shady, Iconic has his own speed boosts, and then Niles goes in, Wolfie keeps pumping out the damage, and suddenly, Wesleyan are out of engage. They only have so many cooldowns that can go in. And after that, Maryville will win those team fights now.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. It's a poor showing for an Illinois Wesleyan team that did just take a game off the unstoppable-looking Maryville. Maryville seemed to have taken it a bit personally. He came back into this game hard. A stunning performance, particularly down in the bot lane, particularly from Iconic on one of his favorite characters. Oh, and that's just a free kill.
Poor Spacemaker. Forgetting that it's not his jungle anymore. really, they were only loaning it. And Maryville have decided to collect. But Wesleyan getting a lot of value out of that pick in the mid lane.
And that should mean getting a lot of value. I like it. And that should mean that there's an opportunity to, you know, put a hold on these major objectives. Every now and then you say something, and I just take it as like a boring caster phrase, and then I think about it.
It's the goal, TJ.
Yeah,
keep you thinking, keep you guessing.
That's what we're all about here at Collegiate Esports. Thinking. It just did I did the finger tap on head thing.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I can't see your cams during the game. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see you be brilliant. So the problem here is really unchanging, and it's personified by the difference between Value and Kongju at this point. 100 CS difference, literal flame horizon, plus a 1-item difference. Kongju gets out maybe 1 auto attack in a team fight, and then maybe some heals. That's kind of been the situation so far. Finally, we'll get the Muramana transform, which means that 1 auto attack will hurt a lot more, sure. But
yeah. Wait, did Swaggerus, is he going to get Raptors? Hold up.
He may get Raptors. All right.
Swaggerus for his own Raptors.
Finds 2.
There it is.
No! Stolen away by Wolfie.
I thought there was, you know, hope. Baron started again.
For the Raptors.
Baron started again. Will be warded. Swaggerus is over the wall. We'll see if he can get in.
Doesn't have vision. Can we find a strong splitter? 3K on the Baron. There's the shockwave to engage the fight. Swaggerus looking for the re-engage. Has to ult out, and Niles now on the chase. Finds Kongja, but Chomdax will be able to zone off. They need to run away and run away fast. A barrel will get Iconic low, but not low enough, and Kongja is down. Niles finds the kill. The ace comes out, and Maryville can just take it through to the end. Teleport comes in from Niles, and a beautiful game out of Maryville. Early, mid, and late will secure them the 2-1 over Illinois Wesleyan and take them out to the semifinals.
It's like they were never gone. Maryville drop a game, it is off stream and therefore unseen, but they hit back hard here in this game 3 with the same dominant fashion that got them undefeated through the UCLA bracket, that got them to be easily regarded as the best team here in this tournament and a favorite to win it. We'll have to go through the semis now to prove it. They will be facing on this very same stream the HUE Tempest in just a moment, a home team on a home stream, to play against a terrifying-looking Maryville.
So TJ, I have my own thoughts, but for once, I'm going to ask you for what you thought went wrong for Illinois there.
It is hard not to draft diff this. Like, obviously there was a game plan coming in of, okay, we're going to build a very standard comp around these globals, but when you start to do the math and add up how many late scaling champs they have and how little presence they're going to have in the early game, I'm going to particularly highlight that Volibear swap into jungle is a very obvious error. Our observer is running Windows 10. Because the second we saw those first engagements where Iconic was just like, Swaggerus, you can't access your own jungle, game was kind of over.
Yeah, and I think this is something that Wesleyan was definitely aware of going into this game because they saw Iconic do it before. They've experienced it firsthand. Swaggerus has experienced it firsthand, and he got off a lot easier this time, which is crazy to say because he still got absolutely destroyed this game. Poor man did not get access to any camps. But we've seen the strategy come out from Maryville. They commit very hard at this level 1 towards the Raptors, and they're going to get those Raptors whether you like it or not. At that point, maybe you just consider starting at their Raptors, you ban out the Lilia instead, find those options, because I don't necessarily agree that it was just over in draft, but I think similarly to the last game we saw Wesleyan play against Maryville, it was over after that level 1. They knew it was a risk, they were not able to stop it from happening, and as a result, the game was lost.
And the comfort that Maryville feel in playing entirely through Iconic, I think, should be the major takeaway. First of all, ban Lilia. Second of all, really worry about how you play Iconic when it comes into Maryville. He will have a new rival in this next game. They're going to be playing against Zyle, a jungler who won the 2019 CSL. So, very real competition in that jungle role. So, we're going to see if that changes things. HUE Tempest will take to the stage our semi-finals against Maryville's A team in just a moment. Don't go far. The HUE Invitational will continue right after this.
Hello, guys.
This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
it has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
I'm going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Hit not outside of his shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
It's easy to underestimate the ability to compete in Overwatch, and the team right here is the best in our nation.
Got in. Well set up one more time. Utah flying 1-by-1. Can anyone get back to the point? And it's Harrisburg. Harrisburg is your champion.
Your 2019 ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions.
What's up? You're back. The HUE Invitational is also back. But I'm glad that you're back as well. My name's TJ, that is Matt and Iberia Daniel. He's back. And we are kicking things into the semi-finals.
Very excited for that. We currently are not completely sure which semifinals we'll be following. We'll be updating with you on that in a second. I do want to say I apologize first off for stumbling over my words so incredibly confidently. But I was distracted by the fact that when you see the transition, it looks like my glasses are having a seizure for like half a second. Because it's so bright and colorful, and I love the color scheme.
Yeah. Oh, he did it again.
Yeah, do you see that?
Yeah, right there.
Watch my glasses.
Producer Griffin.
Thank
Very
you, Producer
good.
Griffin. It's just wild, and I notice it every single time because it's just so cool looking, but also super disorienting. Because I'm like, what is happening to my? Oh, all right.
I should get. Do you think if you had contact lenses, it would do the same thing?
No, but now I'm wondering if you had like those sclera contact lenses. Have you seen those? They're common in sci-fi. Most people don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but sclera contact lenses are the ones. Normally you just have the ones that cover your irises and your pupils. Sclera ones are the ones that cover the white stuff. So whenever you see someone who's in a sci-fi movie that has like black eyes, it's not actually CGI. They have a huge contact lens. They just like...
The makeup is a giant contact lens.
Yeah, it's like a huge black
like
contact lens.
okay,
And supposedly they're, first off, super uncomfortable, so don't do that. But I am wondering what would happen if you just had like a white one
Your
of those that
entire
was
eye would
reflective
line
and just like, whoosh. New advertising
by
idea
the
for
way-
esports sponsors.
By the way, Producer Griffin has informed me that we did just use our entire budget for fancy transitions. There will be no more for the rest of the broadcast. It appears that we're going to be streaming Harrisburg Storm versus Maryville's B team, but we have not nailed that down. Okay, we have.
Oh. That was a quick turnaround,
story.
TJ. Well done.
We have nailed that down. It will be Harrisburg Storm versus Maryville's B team, so the lower semifinal. And after that, we'll be kicking things over to the grand finals, where I believe you will be joined by one Captain Flowers.
I will.
Laid
And
by Skarner.
And he will be captive Flowers for a few minutes because I'm just going to ask him questions about Skarner, and he's going to be stuck answering them on air. So, good luck to him.
That's very good.
The only interaction we've had up to this point, I think I shot him a message once when I was in the LPL, but like it wasn't like a, hey, let's talk casting. It was just like, hey, I'm here too, I exist. But the only interactions otherwise that we've had, which is a shame, is my terrible, terrible Photoshops on Twitter. Someone was just like, what if Skarner was an anime girl? And I Photoshopped the emote onto Skarner's face. And like that was the second interaction ever I had with Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. So sorry.
The thing I like about you is your unerring ability to make me regret teaching you how to use Photoshop.
Yeah, like literally everything I have ever produced with Photoshop has been just an absolute abomination because I used to use MS Paint. And that was actually our first interaction, Flowers and I made a pool party Skarner skin in MS Paint. It was abysmal because I have no artistic ability as an adult. So I was like, I really want to learn how to do this better. TJ, can you teach me?
There's a Volibear drawing you did in MS Paint that is out there and incredible. So
should I get the mug that our graphic designer got me? Do we have time?
Yes, 100%. Because
we
just decided what lobby we're getting into. We're definitely not in it yet. So we were on one of the amateur broadcasts we did, and our graphic designer worked in a print shop. So he made mugs, did that kind of thing. And during one of our pre-shows, because we like to screw around a bit, I don't know if you could tell from the way we cast, he pulled out MS Paint and drew the most beautiful MS Paint Volibear I have ever seen. And our graphics guy was like, that's art. I'm going to put it on a mug. Which I would argue is what should be done with all art. But this one in particular is kind of incredible. I don't know where he's put the mug. I know Matt casts like down in his basement, so we could be here without a Matt Niberia Daniel for a while as he's going to race up the stairs into the kitchen. Oh, give me the update.
All right, I have the mug. I need to get my headphones untied from my chair. It's a whole production here.
Oh, yeah.
I have in-ear monitors and everything, which I was like, this is such a clever
Just show
idea.
us the mug.
Oh, you just won the mug. Got it.
Just,
Fine.
I don't care about you.
You don't care about
Show
me, you
the
just
mug.
care about my mug. I've heard that line before from 100 guys, TJ.
There it is. There's Matt's MS Paint Volibear.
Yeah, even.
Can you show the signature?
Yeah. So that was from... We were doing what? We were doing team logos. That's what the signature was from. And one day while we were filling, or before air, because I like to do things before air because I get nervous because I have, like, despite being a performer all my life, I have minor stage fright. So I get nervous before air sometimes. So I was just like, I'm going to draw. And I can't draw at all.
I was pretty sure. I told the story, and I was pretty sure we'd done it on air as one of our pre-show segments.
Did we?
Was that entirely before the show?
Oh, you know which one might have been before the show? When I tried to do it with Captain Flowers' Twitter profile picture, because this was right after I did the Skarner. It was right after I did the Skarner Photoshop, or the MS Paint. And
what a great story to tell immediately prior to having him on with you.
Yeah.
Yes, when we were tech testing, because we were going to do this segment with MS Paint, we were like, man, we need you to draw something. And I was like, Matt, draw Captain Flowers' jawline. Because that's impressive, right? If you can draw Captain Flowers' jawline, you know, you're basically...
Yeah, it's a lot of, like, nice,
master
straight, angular lines. Very easy to not mess up for someone with any artistic talent.
So that is probably when the Captain Flowers portrait came out, and then when we actually did the show is when we got the Volibear portrait.
He,
which is good.
Unfortunately has seen that photo.
He's seen the MS Paint Captain Flowers?
Yeah.
How did that get to him?
Here's the other mug I have.
Oh, yes, the Foxy mug.
The Foxy mug. She left her bone right there just before I went on air, and I very carefully stage everything here. The IG figurines threatening a BE behind me, like I very carefully stage everything. And then she just leaves her bone right before air, and I don't have time to clear it out because my arm was covering it. So I rotate my chair,
so
and I'm
I
like,
noticed it.
Great.
I saw, like, just the edge, like, right how you're sitting now, and I was like, oh, man, is that Foxy? And then as you were, like, rotating around, I was like, that doesn't seem like Foxy's feet. I shouldn't call that out. And then during one of our bits, you, like, shifted to the side, and I was like, that is evidence of Foxy.
She's looking up at me very guiltily. I want you to know.
Well, you have speakers, right? So she's just heard me say Foxy about 15 times in 10 seconds.
Her ears just moved again. All right, Foxy, come here. You're coming on air. Producer Griffin has requested a Foxy appearance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this does not happen often. It's the one and only Foxy, who is a good girl.
Is that true?
But completely unperturbed by anything.
She seems to disagree.
Yeah, that's actually maybe the most perturbed I've ever seen her, so she does not like collegiate esports.
Oh,
that's
not true. Here. Foxy, do you like collegiate esports? No, maybe she doesn't. Dang. Foxy. Harsh critic. I don't agree with my dog at all. I'd like you to know that my dog's opinions do not reflect my own. I, for one, appreciate collegiate esports and all the joy and celebration it can bring to the competitive region of North America.
My favorite thing about Foxy is that when you look into her eyes, there is nothing there. It is completely blank. There are no thoughts in her head.
No thoughts, head entirely empty.
If she bonks her head, does it make like a ringing noise?
Oh.
It's completely nothing. Okay, so status update for the chat, because we have been rambling for a bit. We are waiting for the two semi-finals to get set up. We will be, we think, sliding into Maryville B versus HUE Storm, which is the lower final. Actually, both these, I've just realized, our two semifinals are both Maryville versus Harrisburg.
Yep. You want to guess
so
what the final was last year, TJ?
but we're both semifinals. Harrisburg versus Maryville.
We could get a Maryville versus Maryville or a Harrisburg versus Harrisburg final.
I'd be really excited for that.
That is a theoretical. I am too, because I talked to, again,
they can just
shout out to TJ Command Attack Bjorkland, coach of Illinois Wesleyan University, because he's fantastic. He was saying that for his game, when his two teams had to fight off because they were in the same bracket, he just thought the most fair way was just to have the teams draft themselves, because he taught them parts of draft to help them understand the game better. And he was just like, look, I know these teams too well to draft for both of them, because I'm going to make both of them uncomfortable, and one of them's going to win, and I'm also drafting against myself, and that's really hard. So I'm just going to let the players do it. And I would really be interested in seeing another player-centric draft. Or if there's two coaches for the teams, one coach drafting against the other, because I know that's how some coaches practice as well.
I was looking at some of the streams from the Maryville players, and they're like sort of back in their facility. They're like socially distanced and sitting at a distance and wearing masks and all that. They are sort of back in their facility. So I want to live in a world where we have the two teams, you know, sitting across from each other.
Yeah.
Like we can get like webcams or something. But the Maryville v Maryville final may or may not happen. In order to get there, Maryville Esports B would have to come out on top. Harrisburg Storm did just beat out Columbia to get to this point in the bracket, so they are certainly no slouches. And we are hoping to get there. And I believe we have a graphic. So you can see everything I've just explained to you, but like visually.
Whoa! That's so much prettier than your voice, TJ. Wait, that sounded bad.
It's really mean, but also it's like rainbowy, so...
Yeah, can we just like shout out to the graphics designers real quick? Because like the color scheme for the HUE Invitational is like fantastic. I love it.
Some people are like, our color scheme has two colors. HUE Invitational just have a color scheme that is every color.
Yeah, but like two colors is boring. Oh wow, black and blue. You're so creative. Esports team number 743.
More colors, more power. That's the takeaway from the HUE Invitational. So we are on the bottom of these two. If you're wondering which one we're waiting to get into, it would be Maryville versus HUE Storm. And we are, I believe, headed towards their lobby currently. But I don't think we are fully in there. I think we have 9 out of 10 players in there. I've just gotten told by Griffin. Oh, we got a draft! Woo! Producer Griffin coming in clutch.
Esports, baby.
There's nothing in the draft, but that'll get fixed very soon. Our semi-final, Harrisburg Storm versus Maryville's B team, begins now. Callista and Lucian are our first two bands.
Very standard 80 carry bands, both of them very strong early game champions. Apologize to everyone in the chat. I am just adjusting our notes to make sure we have the most up-to-date information, you folks at home. As a result, I'm not super surprised by this, taking away really aggressive bot, or all of the bot lane options, actually. Okay. Thank you, Harrison. Very cool.
I'm fascinated by this Harrisburg focus towards the bot lane, but they do get the ban that we wanted. There is no Lilia. They've done it, Matt. They've beaten Maryville.
Against the wrong Maryville jungle.
But it doesn't matter. They got rid of the Lilia.
But, all right. You know what? You're right. We'll take it as a victory. I'm really sad, TJ, because I thought we might be following Maryville A again, and I got this ready for Niles, because I was really impressed by his Camille gameplay. So I brought out the little IG Camille figurine. And now I won't get to use it, and I want you to know I'm disappointed by that fact.
Lilia does get banned out. This is Kind Jungle over on Maryville B, who would have been playing him. Would have been the keyword. Instead, we get Shen and Ashe as our first two picks. Harrisburg grabbing one of the most powerful picks in the top lane support or mid lane meta, depending on, or jungle meta, depending on where you want to throw it. I saw mid lane Shen. I was really excited. I was hoping you'd pick up on it, but I kind of stumbled, so you might not. But I saw mid lane Shen in EU Masters, and I'm so psyched. Misfortune and Thresh towards the bot lane.
I just I love the state of the meta where we can just be like, yeah, no, that could be a top lane, mid lane, jungle, or support Shen, and we can say that for like 9 out of 10 champions in a draft. Can't say that about Thresh, to be fair, but Misfortune you can. She can go AD carry support. We've got options here.
Nautilus against the Thresh MF lane, Nautilus Ashe. That's really fun. That's just genuinely a really cool bot lane. GP will go into the top, presumably versus Shen, ruling out a potential jungle.
Should be, ooh, Yone ban. Is this the first Yone ban we've seen, TJ?
Yes! We've seen a Yone pick, and I believe it was... I want to say HUE Savage who pulled him out. No, Spirax.
Hmm.
And that makes a lot of sense as well, given that Marival B have just... Yes. Spirax was the one that pulled it out. So that's actually very good to see that adaptive banning. And as we've been talking about, definitely with Lilia, but also I think with Yone, because there isn't pro play to kind of advertise how powerful these characters are, we've seen a somewhat delayed pickup of the newer characters into the amateur and collegiate metas.
Yeah, I think Yone has been super underrated, but Spirax has been spamming it in solo queue. And on that note, I've actually just realized a tendency of this draft. Both teams have banned out Spirax's champion pool. Not saying that he cannot play other champions, because we have seen him find great success on other ones, but I was doing some scouting, and Yone, Akali, and Lucian are his 3 top picks as of late. So having all 3 banned out against him, I'm interested to see what he's going to be picking up in the mid lane, and they've left that pick for last.
Giving him full counter pick will be a counter pick into the Azir, which will be scooped up by HUE Savage. His trademark, the LeBlanc, got banned down earlier. We get a Camille thrown up towards the top line. So that's Shen jungle then.
All right, I'm in. Very good early ganks. Taunt Flash, incredibly strong at literally any level. We'll have trouble ganking the top side of the map because Gangplank can come out. Oh, hell yeah! Vel'Koz, let's go!
Woo! We get a weirdly late Hecarim pick into the River Shen, so I'm excited by that already. Vel'Koz drops into our mid lane, which is the kind of thing you can only pull out as a last pick counter pick. Everything about this draft is exciting.
Yeah, I really like the Vel'Koz here. Like you said, it is one of those champions that you had to be very careful about drafting because he is so immobile. But into this team, there's not a whole lot of super easy backline access. The easiest one would be that Camille coming in, just Hextech ultimatuming to lock down the Vel'Koz. Boom, you're dead from there. And maybe send Shen with her. But otherwise, how are you going to get onto this champion without him pumping out tons of damage? He's got the Life Orb disintegration ray to just shoot lasers out from the back line, and you don't really have a whole lot of response from the side of HUE Storm.
And the sustained late game damage from Marival is genuinely terrifying. They have the front line of Nautilus Hecarim, which will go in and stop any attempt to hard engage onto them. There aren't really very many assassins, it's just the Camille who can get past that front line. And then from the back line, GP Ashe Vel'Koz, all ready to just pour damage in.
You could theoretically try and Shurima shuffle the Vel'Koz into the rest of your team, but Azir just dies at that point into this composition. There's so much lockdown and so much instant response that can come out from Maryville that I think that is such a risky proposition for HUE Savage to go for.
The real... Alright, my pitch is Camille or Azir dives the backline, stand united backs them up, then you can blow up Vel'Koz. I think that has to be the pitch. Send those assassins in, bully those characters early, build out a devastating lead, and theoretically Marival will never get off the ground.
They have to play that...
have their work cut out.
They have to play it very carefully, though, because yes, they could theoretically do that, but if you spend all of those ultimates just to get the Vel'Koz, there's still 2 damage threats left alive for Maryville. I mean, that Gangplank isn't going anywhere. The Ashe as well is going to be able to pump out tons of damage and doesn't even have a bunch of tanks to shred through. So I'd expect her to go the Essence Reaver CDR first build and be putting out even more DPS into, well, anything but the Shen. And at that point, well, maybe there's still enough damage to just wipe through Harrisburg if that Azir gets taken out.
This is really fun as well because a lot of this game then rests on the top lane battle. And this is Dinka for Maraville's B team, who is like their rookie. I believe this is his first time ever playing Collegiate. There's a very cool video on the Maraville YouTube channel where you can go and take a look at the team as they're like bringing him in. They meet him at the airport. They do the esports team thing. And they did a whole bunch of tryouts, and he's the one that got approved by the coaching staff by Niles on the other team. And his whole thing is that he wants to be able to pull out weird and wacky picks. Now, granted, he's not doing that here, but he has this like really cool champion Ocean, playing a whole lot of weird and wild things up there in the top lane and really being mechanically skilled while doing it.
Yeah, like Lulu was one of them that I saw in solo queue, which kind of wish we would get to see come out because that's really cool. Lulu top has been gone forever, and which is really sad because you never got to see this then, TJ, because you weren't around in League back then. But the single most satisfying experience, and you can actually Google this, there's like compilations of this happening, when you have Lulu's Glitter Lance and it clears the entire minion wave in one cast. It just makes this really satisfying. So nice.
All right.
We haven't gotten to see that in so long. I'm just asking Dinka if you could do me a huge solid, bring it back out for me.
We got 3 games, Dinka. Look, even if game 1 doesn't go your way, you got another opportunity. I'm just saying. We actually have previous experience with him as well. He played on life support.
Oh, yeah.
Which was a team that got into, I believe, got into Cup in the group stage. We didn't get to cover them very much. But they did play during that group stage. They were a presence in the SGC. And he left them to go ahead and join Maraville as he went to uni. So, very cool stuff from Dinka. Also, my other fun fact, since we're reading cool Dinka facts, is that he's 5'6".
That is a fun fact. I don't know why you just like have height information on these players. Because like that's really common in like football. They'll be like, this dude's like 6'17", and I'm like, you messed up your unit somewhere, buddy.
The like slides that they do in football, we should have those. Where like the guy walks on and the music's playing and he's like, my name's so-and-so and I'm 5 feet tall and I'm from this place. And they're just like, dun, dun, dun. We should have exactly that.
We should do that. Do you think any teams would be... You know what? We should ask the coaches after this. Be like, hey, Special, Zoo, you guys got like 20 minutes and a camera? We'll do the voiceover for you. We'll write it for you. Just give me like your players doing the intro thing. If they do the thing where they like take their jerseys
we need either far better video editing skills than we have or far worse.
Far worse is easy to do. It's just all about the artistic vision. We can do that.
Oh, yeah. All right. No, I'm excited to see Dinka here. That was from their video. Again, the reason I know that is from the Maraville vlog thing that you can find over on the Maraville YouTube channel. If you're wondering why we're stalling out, it's spectator delay. You haven't heard that phrase in a while unless you watch Academy. But there is a 3-minute delay between the end of the draft and the beginning of the game. And there is not a whole lot we can do to zoom through it other than fill your time with Dinka facts. The other fun fact I have is I harassed Julian, the support for Maraville, on his stream.
Yeah, I see that.
I asked him whether or not he'd take a baseball bat or a knife in a fight if the other person got the other weapon. And he said a baseball bat because a range advantage is everything unless you're really good at throwing a knife or something.
I don't know what to do with that, TJ. I know you're looking to me to have some sort of clever answer. Thank you, Julian. I would not like to hand you a baseball bat now, so don't ask me to be on your pickup team if you're looking for, like, a third baseman.
I just think he's really thought that out. He's playing in the Twitch Rivals, the upcoming NA Twitch Rivals. That's what he's streaming. He's streaming some scrims, so hop on over to his Twitch channel as well once we're done. Give some support to the Collegiate boys. We are only a few seconds away from the game, so let's wrap back around to the draft. We were doing a lot of talking around how these two teams would theoretically play. Can we nail it down to who you thought has an advantage coming out of the draft?
I think if Harrisburg get an early lead in that bottom lane, it is all kinds of messed up for Maryville because you have a very strong Misfortune bullet timing into your backline with the Azir to add AoE damage and a strong diver in Camille. If they can weather the storm, however, Maryville should be able to take the later stages of the team fights.
I like it. Weather the HUE storm. Very good. I have to say, I don't disagree as we head into game. I actually did disagree. There was a longer point, but wrapping it up, Matt, because the cinematics play against the semi-finals. HUE Invitational, game number 1.
I love the fact that we get to see the emotes come out on Spawn now, because there was some really good synergy from one side. I believe it was from, I'm trying to orient myself, I think it was from Maryville, where they all had the angry bee emote. And I think that's just really good team communication. And if HUE Storm lose game number 1, I'm going to say that's why.
Poor communication of emote game.
Emote diff.
The angry bee mode is up there. It's like simultaneously obviously frustrated, but at the same time really human and cute.
Yeah,
in
it's
a way
like,
that's
I'm
like
doing my
non-toxic.
best, man.
You know?
I'm going to get you.
And there's all the like very toxic emotes. That one's up there for just wholesome emotes.
Sad Bee is one of my favorites. I have just all the bee motes because I bought them in a pack. Happy Bee I don't
know
use
how to
much.
deal with this confession, but I'm glad you're supporting the bees.
Yeah, save them. I bought BMO as well. That I probably shouldn't have admitted because now everyone knows that I play Teemo. But you know what? He's cute. I won't apologize.
Oh my god. All right.
Look, I already
am
mained
accepting
Shaco. There's no way
applications
the
for
public
a new
opinion could get
co-caster.
worse.
Hit me up on Twitter at esportstj if you would like to cast with me.
What?
Slot has opened up.
You know I played Shaco, TJ. You're telling me that Teemo's the deal breaker?
Yeah, Shaco's at least got like skill involved.
Teemo's like
Teemo's
actually
just
really
like
hard.
the
You're really good at
ha-ha
spacing.
mushrooms go burr.
Yeah, but like Toxic Shot go burr. It's very hard. You have to space properly or you just get run over.
Uh-huh. I'm sticking to
Perfect.
my
They're
guns
pausing
here.
so I have more time to talk about Teemo. Okay, so Teemo would be really bad into this draft from both sides because they have heavy divers, and Teemo has no escape abilities other than a move speed buff, which is like really kind of pathetic. And you never play Teemo in competitive. That's why we haven't seen any joke Teemo picks for the past few years, except I think Viper did it on Griffin two years ago? Someone confirm
You know
for me.
disturbingly a lot about Teemo picks. We
TJ
have had an in-game pause. We are resolving, I believe, some technical issues, so we'll be headed back into the game in a moment. Oh my god, it was a moment. Look at that.
Wow. I was going to tell you other champions I knew a disturbing amount of facts about, but you know what? We can save it now.
We'll save that for the 30-minute pause.
Woo! I'll just go down the
Fizzy.
champion list and say everything I know about the champion.
That, you know, I'm going to say that would be really bad content. But there are these podcasts that are just like, listen to this and it'll help you fall asleep. And if you gave it the right delivery. Oh, what a hook! We cut away from that hook because it was disgusting.
Fizzy.
Very low HP on Eben at the tail end of it.
Fizzy was the one who got punished the most off the back of that. Now Ran and Evan are about the same HP, so Fizzy not having a great time after that hook.
I like the aggression out. Fizzy actually was pretty much that low before the entire Death Sentence engage. And it just didn't stop him. He was just like, I win these. Which I believe he absolutely does not versus Nautilus at this level.
No.
But, oh my god, another one.
Ran forced to flash away. There's the volley. Good block from Fizzy, but Kind Jungle coming in for the kill, able to secure first blood. Fizzy cannot
Does he get
find
away?
it.
Fizzy is really looking for this, but does not want to engage versus the Hecarim.
No,
and
that
so
one he
with
has to
a
build up.
sliver of HP, Kind grabs the kill bot lane, boosts Evan out ahead. That should be a turret plate at least as well, and a massive early game over to Maryville.
And it looks like both the Maryville junglers are well trained in stealing away camps at this point. Kind Jungle taking away the Krugs off the back of that gank, and now looking for an engage onto Frost Forest. Gonna just let him pass.
He's in the river. He's in his element. You don't fight the Shen.
Don't mess with River Shen. Jungle Shen, sure.
River Shen, you back off. I was going to say, like, Pokemon, but I'm pretty sure there isn't a terrain advantage in system in Pokemon.
There is not, but there should be. There kind of is. There's weather moves that give you an advantage, but...
Are those more powerful depending on the weather?
So, there's two types. The weather itself gives you inherent advantages, so there's, like, rain makes some Pokemon faster, makes water-type moves more damaging. I know Sunlight makes Fire-type moves more damaging, and I think it's weakens something else. I haven't played competitive Pokemon in like 3 years. But there's also one ability that's just like, I don't do anything unless there's weather, Lamau. Oh, it's not fun.
Oh, yeah. Another hook down bottom, another gank down bottom. Here comes Kind. And Take 2 will be just as successful as Take 1. Slightly different target, but Evan RL gets the kill, so it balances out. Gold into the pocket of the AD carry for Maryville, but in the meantime, we lose Spirax in the mid lane. That was Frost Forest with the jungle gank, passing gold over to HUE Savage.
Yeah, Harrisburg we're expecting, I'm guessing a little bit of a stormier early game, but it's been clear skies all the way for Maryville so far. Have
Got
lost
the bird!
Spirax. Yeah, I brought it back, TJ.
This is Frost Forest actually getting both Raptors. I just want to throw that out there. He's got 100% Raptor completion because he did steal away Kinds earlier.
Very impressive.
But across the map, it's hard not to make this
no.
an advantage, particularly as this re-gank comes through.
Daisy's been stunned up. Rand survives under the tower. No CC to land so far, but they have so much damage. Evan with the beautiful tower tank. Kind Jungle will fall down to the tower, unfortunately losing one on that beautiful bot lane dive.
This is like LPL level constant re-ganking. Ran is just being bullied.
I like the build coming out of both the AD carries. I need more swords!
Swords! Playing the new Zelda game, where you just carry 15 swords in your pockets.
Too low durability, man. Why would you add a durability system into something based around exploration? I know it incentivizes it, but it also just makes it less fun to do Sorry. No, that was...
I agree. No, I agree. Keep going.
Okay, well, it just makes it less fun to do combat, and that's why some people are like, Breath of the Wild sucks, because the combat doesn't become fun because you're like, I have this really cool weapon, and I don't get to use it.
You're like, oh man, this sword's really cool, and then, surprise, you gotta find a new one.
Yeah, not even that. It's just like, well, I guess I just won't use it. I'll save it for a rainy day, and then you're on the final boss, you beat him, and you realize you still have it in your inventory.
Hit the pause button. HUE in. Will find the shuffle, and they find the kill. Spirax gone early. Julian and Kind just trying to get away. Success for Harrisburg in the mid lane, but they're calling in Evan. He'll now arrive in the fight.
Stand United as well has been used by Frost Forest, so they will find the disengage off the back of that. Poor Spirax has been getting bullied about as much as Ran this game.
Yeah, it's not quite as effective, I think. There's a very tangible advantage in Evan RL's pocket, and I wouldn't say that for HUE Savage. But you can definitely see where the two teams are focusing their attention. And Evan RL is really far ahead.
And at this point, I think this is a fine state for Spirax. Ultimately, you would love to be doing more damage in this lane. You would love to be absolutely dominating it, but you have a CS lead. You've lost 2 kills so far, but the fact that they're choosing to abuse you instead of your top laner and your AD carry, who are both as vulnerable to ganks, is actually a pretty great position to be in. Later stages of the game, you're still going to have true damage to pop off on the back of fights with. You may even be able to scale back up. And again, you're not losing CS for taking these deaths.
This would be Evan's second HUE championship, if all goes well today. He won it in 2018 while he was on Columbia. So, certainly experienced on this stage, but this is a new team, and as the B team, for Maryville. I dare say that a bit of a chip on the shoulder. This was something that a lot of the Maryville players were talking about. Is that, like, sure, the Maryville B team is, like, quote-unquote the B team, but there's a lot of, it's a stacked lineup. It can absolutely go toe-to-toe. They've got all the same resources as the A team.
Oh my god, that was way too far in for High-Key Savage.
Was it?
No, it wasn't! I was so wrong, TJ! Finds the Shurima Shuffle, end the kill. Not going to be baited by that one, and Julian has to walk back. Kind Jungle might be looking for the re-engage.
Dangerous is Julian. He's trying to hook away, but his arms are too short, and High-Key Savage, off the back of a truly insane mid-lane dive, finds 2 separate kills. Here comes the Rift Arrow.
High-Key Savage has consistently been the massive carry here for HUE Storm. We remember those games earlier on the Lucian, a 10-2 performance that absolutely just shut down the entirety of the game. He's looking for a repeat on that. He was behind in CS for most of this lane, but off the back of that play, 3-0-1, only 1 behind in CS, so he's going to be incredibly happy this game on this Azir.
I am genuinely astonished they got away with that. High-Key, knowing exactly where his teammates were, able to get Ran in on some of that action as well, undoing what was happening to Ran down in the bot lane. It's going to even up the gold somewhat, though Evan obviously still has the lead.
The top lane, at the very least, though, for Maryville has been going pretty swimmingly. CJ hasn't been able to find some deep dives, any way to threaten on Dinka, so something that we saw mirrored in our earlier game, the Game 3 between Wesleyan and Maryville, because Niles was going for the dives, but for the most part, Chomdax was just kind of chilling. Able to heal him off, able to keep himself up, and has the map presence to work with. Recently, though, Maryville haven't really done anything with that. You have a level 6 Gangplank, but so far he has not gotten the chance to use his ultimate and turn a team fight.
I mean, Maryville have just been so singularly focused down bottom. They know that GP will eventually be scary, they know Denko will do fine in his lane, and they have the confidence for him to manage himself. And that GP is only going to get more scary as the game goes on.
Now, CJ going to be pushing in for this tower, has some assistance from Frost, so whether they go for the push or just some deep vision, yet to be seen. Does look like just a vision adventure.
They messed it up! He didn't go over the wall!
Oh no. Inca like suspects, I think.
He's got an inkling. There's a little light
bulb.
No.
Uh-oh. Not enough of an inkling. He needed a full ink blot, TJ. He's in trouble.
Big trouble. 2 people here. Dingo trying to kite them through the bushes and doing a masterful job of it so far, but the Hextech ultimatum will come through, and that ought to be everything. He's eating his fruits, but it's not keeping him alive. Kill will come through in the top lane. In the meantime, though, we had another brawl down bottom. That left Fizzy dead. The support going down in exchange for the top laner. Why is Evan there?
You're not touching my farm, people. My farm. Mine. Able to pick up the tower off the back of it as well, hopefully. So Maryville's early game back on track, able to pick up first tower just before the top lane. And as a result, they're going to be happy with this little adventure they've had down bottom overall, despite losing their mid laner 3 times and counting to get it.
Spirax kiting around the corner here, because he does have teammates with him. Finding Julian headed up from the jungle. And this is a really strange map state.
Yeah.
Top side going well for Harrisburg, bot side blown out by Maryville. Right now I weight that a little bit more because it's giving Maryville access to all those Drakes. Harrisburg will very likely have enough pressure to find another kill onto Dinka though.
No, he's playing really defensively. He knew exactly what was up. Despite all the deep vision that Harrisburg had this time, he sussed it out and was like, all right, nobody's contesting the Drake. I need to run fast and just in time because Frost Forest was there looking for the gank.
This jungle is sus. Vote it out. That's
Have you even played Among Us, TJ?
Okay, I'm going to be real with you. I have not played Among Us, but so many of my friends are playing it and streaming it that I basically have, you know?
Yeah.
I have no interest in actually playing it, but I've seen enough games that I get it.
I haven't played it either, and I kind of feel a little left out by that fact. But
you want to do one? You want to do a game after the cast today?
Sure.
Okay.
Play some Among Us.
It's scheduled. We'll find some.
It's
We'll
really
find
cool.
some teammates. Someone from Twitch chat, hit me up. The esports teacher.
Okay.
Make it happen.
There were some.
Twitch chat's all cool. That couldn't go wrong.
No, I've
Everyone
never
in
had a
Twitch
bad
chat's
interaction with Twitch chat.
Oh, arrow for the stun. Depth charge as well. There's the hook. Doesn't find the target. They get Fizzy instead. Now Julian's in trouble. Locked in the box. Underneath turret. Will be able to get out.
Oh no, they're going for another dive. Rand just gets blown up by Spyrax. And now HUE Savage looking for the return kill. Does have the Emperor's
He's in
Divide
trouble.
available.
And that would be big if HUE Savage gets forced into a weird situation here, because he's like the carry. Maraville already doing a good job leveraging their focus up to the top lane to try and get something back on the side of the map they haven't been controlling to date. And they do. Another major pickup. Rand dead again. Fizzy dead again.
Half HP off the Q. So, Spirax has kind of gotten back into this game. That Loons is going to be doing a lot for him. Usually the long-term teamfight damage from Vel'Koz is going to come out when you get like the Leandries, the Death Cap, depending what direction you go. But has a pretty strong spike with that Luden's Echo, whereas Azir doesn't really get to have a spike. Like, Nashor's Tooth is fine. You want it, but it's not going to save you from ganks like that. HUE Savage. Oh my god! But his play might flashes away.
Does have the minion cover. He won't in a second. Julian needs to hit this hook, and he does! Julian locks him down. Nautilus gets the confirm.
Beautiful attempt, though, from HUE Savage, and Julian, magnetic hooks on this Nautilus. And now, like you said earlier, TJ, they lost and completely ceded the top lane for the early game, but now they've rotated up and made it their priority focus, and they're getting dividends from it. Able to find the Rift Herald, they have the second dragon already in their pocket, so when that third Drake rolls around, they'll have enough pressure to deal with it.
Complete control of the map now in Maraville's hands. I think that has to be the leading story. Because they got all those Drakes down bottom. As you say, now they get the Rift Herald, and it is about a very surgical application of their winning lane. When they need to win bot side, full investment in Evan RL, full investment in their bot lane. When they need to win top side, because the Rift Herald's up, that bot lane comes up to the top lane. And they win there as well. That's the sort of macro you rarely see in amateur, less alone in collegiate, which has traditionally been a few steps behind. Maraville are the team that bridge that gap, and their B team here is certainly proving it.
Well, this is something that a lot of the teams have been saying, actually. In fact, I talked to both coaches, and they've asserted this to me several times. Just because there are two teams does not mean they're necessarily one is strictly better than the other. They're sister teams. They scrim against each other. They have the same coaching staff. They have the same strategies. They have the same development being poured into them. And we're seeing that from both of these teams today.
Yeah. Kind will be running away here. He's going to get chased down, locked inside. The Hangstack ultimates him and eaten alive. Oh, flash forward, chasing Julian in the mid lane. Spirax goes huge. HUE Savage will fall. Julian has stalled out, but that leaves Evan out to dry. He's surrounded by the GP ult, and that will stall things up. He's going to get exactly one kill in trade, and now Julian goes too far forward to try and get some revenge. Overall, a favorable trade to Harrisburg, but they lose their mid laner for it.
Really well played from both teams. Normally I come away from that and I'm just like, they just got picked off. They didn't have a strong response. But no, the response was really good from Maryville. And off of what I thought was an almost bulletproof engage. Harrisburg came in, found the engage. There comes the Stand United as well. That's the first pop. And I thought that was going to be it. But beautiful kiting by Evan, plus the cannon barrage from Dinka, ensured that that fight wasn't one-sided. However, was an advantage of Harrisburg, and as a result, they will pick up that Infernal Drake, denying the sole point to Maryville.
Yeah, and we were just talking about, you know, application of macro and using your strengths to get very targeted things on the map. That Drake was necessary for Harrisburg. If they don't get it, then it is sole point. They did get it. That does stop the sole point. Here comes the Rift Herald and a shove into mid lane now.
Oh my god, Heike Savage.
Back
1
in.
HP, dives back over the wall.
That can't have been intentional. No. That had to have been a misclick of some kind.
My only thought is maybe it buffered. He was just like, I gotta get out of here, I gotta hit my E over the wall. And it just wasn't far enough.
The blast cone was weird. He may not have expected it. Thought his soldier was somewhere else. Doesn't go well. And that's a pretty major pick for Harrisburg to lose. In addition to their mid lane turret, they lose their mid laner. That's a lot of their winning map presence gone.
And as a result, you can see Spirex is slowly starting to get back that lead in the game. Had a CS advantage earlier, but it was evened up after that huge set of plays by Harrisburg. That got Heike Savage those 3 kills, back into the game, even CS. But Spirex now on this more artillery-ish mage of the Vel'Koz has been farming it up very casually. He's now finding a bit of a gold lead.
X-Tank already dropped. There's the cannon barrage. Dinka in trouble, but Julian takes the front lines. Dinka will be fine. Here comes the backup. Has to spend the Emperor's Divide from Heike Savage just to stall out the fight. But it does get everyone out. Nobody dies down bottom. Nobody's quite sure who would win if they continued the exchange, and for that reason everyone leaves.
All right. That's kind of a wash for both teams, I'm going to be honest. Nothing was really gained by that. There aren't a whole lot of objectives for either team to contest at this point. Nobody's going to be going for the Baron this early in the game. You have a ton of damage from the Azir, but it's not going to be enough with Misfortune, who is a very, very bad Baron taker. Don't build enough attack speed, and she just kind of whaps at it very slowly.
I was just thinking, because of course you cast the LPL, and I've been watching the LPL VODs in preparation for Worlds, and like, that game state where you're like, okay, this is kind of a 50-50, you know, I guess everyone should disengage now. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's the real power of the LPL, is they're like, 50-50? We can fix that. Let's go.
Here at Collegiate, we're a little bit more sane. Fine.
I like that confidence, though. I'd like to see it. Frost Forest has that confidence, finds the engage on the Kind jungle, but it will be answered by Julian, who finds the hook. Teleport coming in towards the Baron as well. It's answered from the side of Maryville, who now have a good angle onto the backline, but Dinka's alone. You don't want to flank with a gangplank like that. CJ goes in onto Kind jungle, finds the ultimatum. Bullet time goes out. Oh! A huge Shurima shuffle into the backline, but it's not enough yet. There goes the team wipe, the quadra kill for Ran, and HUE fight up a storm and find the Baron.
Baron will be picked up by Harrisburg after an entire lane phase of losing. Heike Savage decides it is time to win. Absolutely blows up the team fight with the Shurima shuffle, with the win. Now, this game is anyone's.
Beautiful, beautiful turnaround from Harrisburg. It really started turning when that flank came in from Dinka. They made a really, really wise play to just rotate immediately and surround him. Because what's a gangplank going to do 1v4? Die at them? Yes, it turns out. And from there, it was just rotate into the Baron pit, try and kill them. And that play from Heike Savage, the Shurima shuffle onto 3.
And you could see what space they were buying. Ran for not one moment in that fight was properly contested. And if you let a Misfortune free fire on an entire team fight, you will lose that team fight. Spirax was trying to set up for the fight-ending wombo combo, and he got Shurima shuffled out of position. Had to try and find it from this really weird backline, got instantly focused down. Heike Savage's damage burst with Ran when they both decide somebody needs to die. They vanish.
What I thought was really cool about it, too, was that Rand's bullet time forced them into position for the Shurima shuffle from Heike Savage. That was how the shuffle came out, was they're like, oh god, we've got to dodge bullet time, but we've got to go towards the Baron. Well, they did. It just turns out it didn't really matter, because that was exactly where they needed to be for Harrisburg to find their engage. However, Maryville have now picked up that Soul Point Dragon.
Yep, Soul Point. There should be an exchange for a couple of turrets, but Harrisburg are taking mid slow. Now this mid lane brawl will break out. Maryville get most of their players over the wall. They do have Kind on the long flank, still behind. Keep an eye on that. If he decides he wants to find an entry, that could be a good angle, but he'll drift away. The turret will be grabbed in the mid lane by Harrisburg. They also grabbed one up in the top side. That will give them a healthy gold lead of about 3,000 in this late phase in the game.
Man. Why can none of my team fights go that well in solo queue? I'm still thinking about that Baron fight, TJ.
Yeah, that Baron fight was sick. And Harrisburg, that was exactly what they needed, because we were highlighting it. You know, Heike Savage was the only person on that team who could individually decide a team fight.
Yeah.
And he did, when it mattered. When it absolutely had to be him to save the day, he did.
Remember, Maryville know that. Blow the smite to knock out the spell shield. They find it. Beautiful engage back in from Kind. Lifeform Disintegration Ray will not pop Rand, but gets damn close. And Evan can now chase down Frost for it, finds the vision onto Rand, but will not be able to find the chase. Just one pick. Maryville will have to be happy with that.
But a very targeted pick. 1 for 1. The entire play there was to get Ran as well. CJ misses the hook shot here, but should still find the kill. And that skews things again towards Harrisburg.
Yeah, it was a really good play from Spirex. Found the Tectonic Disruption just as the Camille came in, so the hookshot didn't land. Problem is, still got Hextech Ultimatum. So there you go, you're stuck. You have no repositioning tools. And that is the weakness of Vel'Koz that we were worried about. We said the only way this Vel'Koz gets disrupted is either a Shurima shuffle or Camille comes in. And if you are alone as Spirex and that Camille is anywhere within your zip code, you got to start running the opposite way, my dude. You're just dead otherwise.
And we do see the limitations of Vel'Koz at these game states, where Vel'Koz just always has to be a slave to the buddy system. And we're going to start to see the limitations of the Hecarim as well. We saw it in that last fight, where Kind actually found a pretty wonderful flank. It got them the kill, right? But in order to do it, he had to just run through so many people that they were able to blow him up. You're not going to be able to see Kind dive into the backlines the same way Hecarim can during the early game.
His damage really falls off, and the build that Kind has gone for isn't going to provide a ton of tankiness until he also finishes the Cinder Hulk. Death's Dance has a lot of defensive stats that are really useful. The offense is awesome for Hecarim, but you can't really lifesteal tank until you also have that HP pool to deal with. Effective HP is great, but if it's like a bunch of resistances and 2,300 health, that is just beating a dead horse on the side of HUE Storm.
You know what would really help out, Maryville?
What's that, TJ?
An Infernal Drake.
Oh, wow. Do you think there's going to be another one of those?
Well, I'm checking my notes, and there'll be another Infernal Drake in a minute 28.
Oh.
Yeah, weirdly
well, I think
enough,
they should fight over that.
It spawns in the same place every time.
Oh, so they don't have to go hunting for it. That's good.
Yeah, it's not like Monster Hunter or anything. And it'll be up at about the same time as this Baron. And I would argue that it is more important for Maryville to get this Infernal Drake, complete the Soul, than it is for Harrisburg to get the Baron.
I agree with you. Oh, their composition... It fixes a lot of their compositional issues if they're able to secure the Soul, right? Because the problem they're having with Kind is he can no longer blow people up. An extra 300 damage burst every, 4 seconds, it's going to do a lot towards that.
So, we will see where the focus goes. Harrisburg seem to be roaming up towards this Baron, as you highlighted previously. They are the quickest Baron take in the West. So, I don't think they can rush it simultaneous to Drake being picked up. So instead we default back to what we both advocated for, vision control of the Drake, a focus on denying Maryville access to the Soul.
This is really good use of the Azir passive as well.
What's
Split them off in the mid
way?
lane, spit off another avenue for them to get to the dragon.
Shoutouts to our observer for giving us the complete overview of the vision control. You can see Harrisburg just have this entire area boarded.
Oh no, poor Scuttle Crab. Young Sheldon.
Young Sheldon.
Cancelled in Season 9.
Is he already in Season 9?
I don't know. It's like a lot of seasons. Infernal Drake will not be contested here by Maryville. And that is... No, and it's not a really great look for their future. at this point because Harrisburg have started pulling their way back into this game. They're not really going to fall off in terms of damage. Camille maybe won't be able to one-pop people, but you still have her as a massive engaged tool. Oh, they might find a pick, though.
Big stun, and that pick is gone. For some reason, HUE Savage thought that 1 HP turret was going to keep him safe, and he is rather brutally reminded that there is a full dive comp over on Maryville. They're going to try and take that kill all the way to the Baron. Catch that check.
There's a red light in mid lane, but horses don't have to follow traffic laws. I've learned this by being near the Amish. And as a result now, it's going to be the Baron attempt here from Maryville. But Contest looking to come out from Harrisburg. They have the teleport available for TJ.
Julian into the fight. He's very low. It will be scooped up by Harrisburg. Stolen away by Frost Forest. That is devastating. Maryville, that was their path back into the game. And Frost Forest winds his way into the fight and yanks away the Baron.
Beautiful, beautiful steal from Frost Forest. And that should seal the deal here for Harrisburg Storm, being able to secure the Baron buff on top of denying the soul away from Maryville. The way Maryville get back in is if they can themselves find soul. But how do you contest it at this point? That Azir is terrifying, the Shen is almost unkillable, and is buffing up to the Misfortune to a point where she's a danger as well.
It's hard to define the game as over, though, because Maryville still have, like, the perfect team fight, if they can find it. Like, we've seen their pick, their engage potential, and we know what lays behind it in Evan and Spirax. I have to hold out hope that if Maryville find a team fight, this game can still flip on a dime, particularly as you highlight, with that Infernal Drake still on the cards.
The problem, I think, was just bad timing. Oh no, Spirax needs to be very careful here.
He's the bait. Spirax is being hung out on a fishing line. And Kind and Julian were ready to yank in whatever bit.
Yeah, but sometimes you just lose the bait anyways. That's sort of what I'm worried about here. It's like, well, we found the Camille, don't worry. We caught one, but our squid bait no longer here.
I think you made him a squid, as opposed to like a worm, which feels frankly more insulting.
Well, like, squid is good ocean fishing bait, and I think Vel'Koz is just like a void squid, right?
Sure. Yeah, got it. Late game matches clearing waves are something else. Evan will clear that wave down bottom, and if nothing comes from Harrisburg's Baron here, then we basically default back to the state we were in a couple of minutes ago, where Maryville are a little bit too scared to leave their base. So the game revolves on whether or not they can find a critical pick.
Ran just does so much damage. Just one-shotting minions. If you can get a tap onto Evan, that's suddenly just like half his health missing.
Kind on the flank. Looking for something in the mid lane. Will go in. It's perfectly timed with Spirax, but they don't have enough damage. He still gets shot down, even within the Stand United. HUE Savage will get away with the Glacial Arrow combined. Up to Busy. Bullet time needs to be spent to save him. A pick will go to Maryville, but they lose their turrets as a result, and their inhibitors will crumble immediately afterwards.
The power of this Misfortune build, those bullet times bite hard. Blew up the health bars of the side of Maryville, and they were forced off their own turret, off their own inhibitor, off the back of it, despite finding a pick. You need to find them onto Ran, you need to find them onto HUE Savage and secure it. Killing the Shen's cool and all, but you can't get anything off that.
A very big engage setup in the mid lane. I liked the idea. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the damage to make the first kill clean. That meant HUE Savage was able to get away. The second HUE Savage gets away, then the re-engage potential is there, and Maryville just have to run away or risk losing everything. And that means it's rather backfired, as the idea was that would enable them to grab the Infernal Soul. They would get the picks, and that would enable this pick. But Super Minions are pouring down their lanes now, and they are going to struggle to even contest this Infernal Drake.
They're going to get pinched off. Watch CJ on the flank.
Very weird terrain for Maryville to have to get through here. Here we go.
Julian finds the depth charge onto the backline. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well, but Kind goes for CJ instead. It's 2 ultimates blown to not find anything. Now Maryville have just found their way back into their base. That's not the Infernal Drake, and HUE Storm are going to be able to pick that one up.
Maryville knocked down the door. Honey, I'm home. My wife asks, did you get the milk? Fortunately, it's still at the convenience store.
No, the milk was on fire. Figured you wouldn't want it anymore.
Well, it was in the milk was the Infernal Drake in this analogy.
Oh, I thought it was just a regular Drake, and then the Infernal Drake, you know, like...
Okay, so here's and I was preparing to defend this. It's because it makes your bones stronger.
Okay. Wouldn't that be Mountain Drake, though?
Yeah, well, I'm working with what I got, Matt.
Maybe Infernal Drake is fluoride mouth rinse, because, like, teeth are the closest thing to weapons humans have. And fluoride makes your teeth stronger. All I'm saying is Infernal Drake is mouthwash, alright?
Harrisburg have collected the mouthwash, and they're pushing it for the game end.
3 bottles, that's a lot.
It's a lot
Strong
of mouthwash. They're not a sponsor, we're just a fan. And the rest of Maryville are just kiting this back. They're taking their time here. Not wanting to take any risks here. And knowing correctly that if they stall this out, their odds of pulling something out of the hat do increase. There's the arrow.
Not who they wanted it onto, though. Fizzy flashes away. Cannon Barrage has been blown as well, and CJ finds the top lane inhibitor. Maryville still getting shoved in. There's the depth charge. They may be able to find the ultimate. Ooh. They blow up Fizzy.
A good pick, but not a major one. That won't even abate the pressure against their inhibs. You can see CJ did find the top one, and this is, you know, perfectly timed. Harrisburg can just drift away, go grab the Baron, come back for the game win when all 5 players are up.
Maryville now. No, the Baron is under contention.
Oh, flash hook! Julian again to try and save. Bullet time won't find the kill. Here comes the Stand United. Ran will be safe, but CJ has arrived on the scene. 2 quick kills. Julian will grab exactly 1 hook and no more. The mid lane fight is all to Harrisburg. They're looking for the game end.
Beautiful flash away from Spirax, may be able to secure the kill. Ran goes down into the GA. That may stall out the fight for long enough, but there's no CC to follow up. And Bran is once again alive, but the Baron's up. It's time to take it.
Gotta love Ran seeing Kind running him down and just popping the bullet time right into his face.
Yeah. No. Hold on, I gotta reload. No.
Absolutely no interest in having close contact with that pony. Baron will be picked up by Harrisburg, and that, frankly, should be the game. Game number 1.
Now, I'm hoping they're going to push this in and not wait to collect the full 4 collection of Infernal Drakes.
Oh my
Would definitely secure the win for them, but...
Man, if we're here for another 10 minutes, I'm just saying the podcast is going to break out.
Oh, yeah. There'll be nothing to talk about. It's just like, yeah, that sure is a Drake. Cool.
We're taking our. I think we may be getting all the fluoride mouthwash.
They just want to make sure they don't run out.
Observer flame. As the arrow goes wide on the mid lane.
Haley's Comet. See it once every 75 seconds.
Ooh. CJ maybe a little bit too close here, but Jillian whiffs a rare miss. We'll get away. I like Haley's Comet.
I'm just sad that I missed Haley's Comet because I was like 12 and I was like, I don't care about a rock. They're like, it comes back in 75 years. I'm like, I won't care in 75 years. Well, it's less than 75 years later. I care.
Good. Wait, tell you what. Let's go see Haley's Comet in like 60 years.
All right.
Do it together.
Done.
Here comes the push for the inhibs. Never mind.
No. Let's talk more about Haley's Comet, baby.
All right. When was Haley's Comet last coming?
Oh, let's find out.
You said a couple of years ago when you were young. Was I alive then?
I'm not that much older than you. I'm 4 years older than you. Calm down.
Yeah, but, you know, 4-year-old you had really firm opinions on comments. There's still room there.
Next predicated perihelion is 2061. Thanks for that.
Predicated perihelion.
Yeah. Why won't you tell me when the last one was? I found this article and it lists every date that Halley's Comet has shown up except for the most recent one.
They don't want us to know.
1531, 1607, 1682, 1758, and there's just a huge gap, 1986, and then they're just like, good luck, dude, next one's in 2061.
Every 70 years, Halley's Comet comes, except once.
That'd be a great movie, starring Dwayne the Comet Johnson.
Yeah, because it's a rock. We'll get you some updates on what's going on here. There was a pause right as Harrisburg are pushing in for the win. Maryville.
It says.
Taking a chill pill.
Miss it?
Sorry?
Was I just a depressed kid because I was too young to have seen it? Was I that much of a dork? Damn it!
Well, wait. Did Halley's Comet pass the Earth before you were born, and you're depressed about that?
Yeah, I was. I am such a little dweeb. I carried around. This is gonna shock nobody who knows me.
You
when I was
carried
a kid,
around that resentment.
Oh
my God.
What I carried around when I was a kid, I had the Usborne Science Dictionary, which was like a 700-page encyclopedia of like all things science. Instead of carrying around like a Game Boy like a normal kid, which I owned, by the way, I had a Game Boy. I chose to be this much of a dork. I would carry around that science encyclopedia and I would read from it. I would just be like, oh man, I get to learn about
to other people or just to yourself?
To myself. I would sit in a corner and read it. No, I wouldn't be like, do you want to hear about reproduction?
That would have been better. All right, we're back. Hold up. Put the Halley's Comet on pause. Because in a equally rare occurrence, a League of Legends game has resumed.
The LPL experience. We had a 4-hour pause once.
The shove will be coming in for a game end still from Harrisburg. This would be game one of a best of 3 here in our semifinals, but it has been a slogfest. And it does look like we're collecting all of the mouthwash, Matt. We're taking our sweet time here.
It's just going, which is weird, because Maryville don't have that much wave clear. I don't know how they're stalling this much. I guess by using Death Charge on the AD carry.
Kind. Into the backlines, Arrow simultaneously does land, but Kind's just getting absolutely burned down, and the bullet time cancels the push. There goes High Key Savage, and that should be game ending. It absolutely is. 3 quick kills, Spirax tries to save the day. He can't do it alone, and that will be a game 1 victory to Harrisburg.
Harrisburg with the clean macro in the later stages of the game, just waiting for Maryville to step too far forward. They did. That secures them the game number 1 victory. TJ, that was game 1 and it went to 40 minutes. We're in for a long haul.
We're in for a really exciting haul. Buckle up. We're long distance trucking. We got 3 bottles of mouthwash.
I can't mime it twice.
Oh, do they have 2 seatbelts?
They have, maybe they have that one that goes like
harness.
Yeah.
Truckers in the chat, let us know. The other semifinal is also ongoing. We do have the potential for either an all Harrisburg or an all Maryville final. I can't wait for that, but it may be a while because that game 1 was a wild ride start to finish. From Harrisburg getting blown out of the laning phase to them winning successive critical team fights around that first Drake that they won, and then just pushing those advantages across the map. You can't go through this game without talking about High Key Savage's Azir, which was game winning. There is no way to sum up that game quickly.
No, because it was so incredibly back and forth. The early game, like you said, was dominated mostly by Maryville, who had that beautiful set of chain ganks into the bottom lane. But then they just found this one fight in the mid where suddenly High Key Savage was like, wait a minute, I'm Azir, and found 3 kills, 3-0-1, suddenly evens up the CS, and that was when we knew that this game was not going to be as simple as one team just rolling through the other.
And Frost Forest, they almost got back into the game, and Frost Forest steals away the Baron. I feel like that got lost somewhere in the Halley's comment. But his Baron steal was equally game winning, and I can't wait to see.
TJ.
I can't wait to see how that changes up in game number 2. We are headed there. We'll take a quick break. The HUE Invitational semi-finals will be right back after this.
Hello, guys.
This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
You're back. The HUE Invitational is semi-final game 2. My name is TJ, that is Matt, and I'll be Riga Daniel. Our producer Griffin brought us into this game by fading out his own volume rather than the music's volume, which led to him slowly drifting off distance as he said that we were coming back in 3, 2, 1.
We're coming back.
It was very good. I liked that you could actually like distance yourself from your microphone with your setup.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
That's very nice.
One of the teams, I don't know which, is on a little bit of a longer break, and it's just as good I don't know which, because I would say it on air. But somebody has put us on a little bit of a delay here, so if you are wondering why we're podcasting for a second, that will be why. We've just seen a pretty dominant game 1 from Harrisburg, but it didn't start that way. Indeed, it was back and forth to the 20-minute mark, 25-minute mark, and you'd say that sounds like a pretty close game. Well, it went another 20 minutes. And by that point, it didn't feel so close. But Harrisburg initially lost the laning phase. Maryville absolutely dominated.
Yeah, the bottom lane was the big point of contention there, and I initially took issue with the prioritization for Harrisburg in the early laning phase because Ran was just getting absolutely bullied. Time after time, gank after gank, just was not having a fun time. Misfortune was just run over, back broken several times. It was sad. If you ever wanted to see what a stampede looks like in-game, rewind that game to about the 7-minute mark, where 4 people just suddenly appear on Rand's corpse, which was alive just a second ago.
It happened a couple of times. Like, he died 3 times in the first, I'm going to say, 10 minutes. And Evan got a ton of early game blood, and it all turned round because of HUE Savage, who in the mid lane finds a major pink, starts a fight strong. A lot of that gold goes back to Ran, his AD carry, and all of a sudden, surprise, Harrisburg are back in the game. They win a Drake fight, and it's all downhill from there.
Yeah, I think the biggest turning point here was that third Drake. Because if it hadn't been for that, Maryville would have been able to continue snowballing the game. They would have been able to force a 50-50 objectives by saying, okay, we're going for either Drake or Baron. It really doesn't matter which. You either have to contest us or take the other one. If they go for Baron, suddenly they have an uncontested Baron because you need to go for that Drake because you're not going to try and fight Maryville at that point. But since that dragon was taken away instead by Harrisburg, suddenly there was no pressure on them anymore. You are 2-1, you have time to get your lanes back into place, you have time to get Ran back into position, and you can continue having HUE Savage scale into the later stages of the game, which he did, and then made that absolutely bonkers play around the Baron.
Seeing Frost Forest steal that Baron that late in the game, I think, is a necessary reminder that the game was still up in the balance. If Frost Forest doesn't hit that Baron steal, then we're in a world where, okay, sure, there's been a couple 1 fights to Harrisburg, but Maryville have the Baron, and remember they had most of their turrets down. So, you know, game probably skews off of that. So just a really close game. And it was a series of heroic plays from Frost Forest, from HUE Savage, and then in a late game from Ram that won the entire thing for Harrisburg. I want to give you a bracket update, top side of the bracket. Maryville have won that match. There are 2 Maryville versus Harrisburg matches ongoing. Maryville Esports A are 1-0 up versus the Harrisburg Tempest. Harrisburg Storm versus Maryville B. Harrisburg Storm, of course, are 1-0 up. We just watched that and will continue to stay with the lower semi-final.
I'm not sure what I'm excited for more, TJ. And I'm honestly split on this because I know that I should be looking for the repeat of last year's final. It should be Harrisburg versus Maryville. It should be that cool school rivalry thing. But also, how funny would it be if it was just like Tempest versus Storm or A versus B? Just like, really hey guys, what's up? Time to lose, I guess. One of us.
It would be really good branding for Harrisburg if they hosted the HUE Invitational and both their teams were the 2 finalists.
Yeah,
just say
be like, hey, look, we did it. Nailed it.
We got to run our own tournaments because our teams are too good to play in anyone else's. Boom!
Maryville, on the other hand, would be really living up to that dream that they've established of being the best in collegiate, the best in amateur, and one day the best in academy, because that kind of proves it. If you have both teams essentially making it through, you have a Samsung blue and white situation where it's like, well, both of our teams made it to the finals. We're the best organization. Good luck to the teams, but Samsung walking away happy.
So I'm getting lane ganked by Skarner. Captain Flowers is coming in to cast the finals. And I have to say, I'm genuinely excited for it, because this man's going to have to walk in and has a decent possibility of having to cast Harrisburg versus Harrisburg, or Maryville versus Maryville. Welcome to Collegiate, Clayton.
And we've had 2 days
Try
to
and
get
keep
used to
those
it being like,
teammates
okay,
straight.
is it A or B? Okay, this one's A. Here are the players for B. He comes in day 2. It's like everything's on fire in the room. He's like, well, where's the microphone, I guess?
The A team's getting a kill, but are you going to do that if it's Maryville v Maryville? Is it all determined by A or B?
I might literally reach out to Zoo while we're on air and be like, hey,
give us
worst
some
case
team
scenario.
names.
I'm actually going to reach out. Hold on, give me a second. No, we have a draft. Phil, TJ, Phil, I need to ask him.
All right. He's going to ask the coach of Maryville for alternate team names for Maryville A and B, and I love it. In the meantime, Maryville B are fighting for their tournament lives as Harrisburg Storm are 1-0 up in this semi-final. Let's get into the draft. Was that enough, Phil, for you, Matt?
That was plenty.
Beautiful. Callista Ban will be our first trip. That's again targeted down towards the bot lane, where they sure are worried about Evan RL, and if that last game is anything to go by, their fears are not unwarranted.
No, I really like that they're keeping the Lucian ban out there. Taking away the strongest bot lanes available with Callista and Lucian, they can just kind of solo take over games. Of course, Lucian has a ton of ability to do that from any lane at this point, which is one of the reasons he's so strong right now.
Syndra will be banned out. Also in that mid lane category is the Akali. And I did wonder whether or not Maryville would potentially be a little bit more bothered with taking things away from Spirax after that game 1. And it does seem that way. We get both Lucian and Akali out the way. From HUE. Because HUE, like, single-handedly saved the game multiple times.
Mm-hmm. And that was sort of the problem that they're going to have coming into this one as well. How do you stop HUE from carrying when you've already taken away most of his champion pool? What do you then try and lean on as, okay, this is the last pillar. We need to just pull it out from under them. But we've already tried that and it didn't quite work out for us. We won. Almost. We're so close.
You
Baron
took a second
steal
to
away.
finish that sentence, and I was like caught in suspense. I was like, what's going to happen?
Exactly. You don't know. You weren't here for the end of the game,
It's
TJ.
esports, baby. Tension. Shen will be the first pick for Harrisburg. Could be flexed anywhere again. Very powerful first pick in the meta right now because of that flexibility and his just strength as a character. On the opposite side, we get a repeat of the Death Pony. Maryville will be fast and kind his Hackram again.
I think that's good. It was a really good pick, especially in the early game. Later stages of the game didn't really contribute as much, but that's the story of Hecarim. You go from being a solo AD carry killer to more of a utility tank in the backline. You're just looking for key CC on targets instead of straight up killing them. And he was very good at executing on that. And they're going to get the Ashe as well once again.
Ashe in Evan RL's pocket, and they dominated the laning phase last game, right? That Ashe was genuinely terrifying, but nothing else came of it. And we did get a look at Evan RL when he was playing in Supernova. I believe he's still on that Supernova lineup. It's a little bit confusing. He may be simultaneously on Supernova and Maryville. But he was also a linchpin in that Supernova main lineup. They also played almost entirely around their bot lane. So it makes sense to give him everything as Julian gets the engaged support Nautilus again. But we need to see more over the course of the game from him, because his damage really did kind of vanish once we hit 20, 30 minutes.
The amount of running it back happening in this draft right now is kind of concerning me a little bit here. I know both games were incredibly close, but I would want to mix it up a little bit, especially because it was close. You both had sort of the same conditions going into your victory. You wanted to take those same fights. You wanted to find those same engages, and as a result, it's basically who executes better. And if you are super confident in your team, that is fantastic. Go for that. But you could also just say, okay, we do this one particular strategy better. And I know from talking to Zoo that that's something that he feels about both of his teams is a strength. They are adaptable to any type of composition. So if I were him, granted, I am not a fantastic coach of multiple title-winning collegiate teams, so don't listen to me, Zoo. I would probably switch it up, because that way HUE Storm has to deal with something completely different. They can't say, okay, this is exactly what happened last game. Here's where we fell down. Instead, they have to say, all right, how do we deal with this iteration?
Here is Harrisburg making the adaptation, though. They grabbed the Ezreal for Ran, and I actually love this, because the amount Ran was bullied on the Misfortune, he now has a pick that has a little bit more survivability. Ezreal Thresh is about as safe as you can get in the bottom lane, so it's going to be much harder for the Ashe Nautilus to just get boosted to infinity.
I was kind of hoping the Yone would be left open, TJ. Not going to lie to you. Really excited for it.
Yone hits the ban table for a second time in this second phase, and the Maraville draft continues to be a complete run it back. CJ grabbing the Camille for the top lane. Now the question is, what is being passed to the mid? We saw Spirax be damn good on the Vel'Koz, but it wasn't enough to win the game. And on the opposite side, we got a signature pick for HUE Savage. His LeBlanc that was a first phase ban from Maraville in game 1 is going to get locked in here in phase 2 for the star mid laner.
This is a huge warning sign coming out here. Maraville need to have an adaptation. However, that Syndra was left up during pick... Oh, no, it wasn't. I read the bans wrong. Syndra's not left up.
No,
this
Syndra.
is still lots of trouble.
That was when you were looking for team names. I'm genuinely stumped. Maraville, what do you pull out here? Spirax, his entire pool has been banned away. Yone, Akali, Lucian are our notes. And you may note that 2 of those characters have actually been banned out by Faraville. He's got the last pick counter pick, and he goes for the Azir.
I don't like that. So there are 2 ways this matchup can go, and I'm going to be honest, haven't seen enough to be 100% sure which way. So the theory I have is that Azir has the ability to poke out LeBlanc before she has her first item, can just 100% pop the Azir. After that point, Azir will straight up lose until laning phase is over. So if LeBlanc gets some early ganks, gets really rolling early on, HUE Savage just wins the game for his team right then and there, because what are you going to do with that Azir who's so massively behind? Probably lose.
Yeah. I think the only weak point I see on this draft is the Olaf for Harrisburg. I don't think that particularly offers them anything, because who is the Olaf going to fight? It does give them the 1v1 versus Hecarim, which is real good, but it's kind of it.
Yeah.
But my hatred for Olafs is well known. And other than that, I think Harrisburg have just flat improved upon their entire draft. You get MF plus maneuverability in the Ezreal. You get a harder carry pick for HUE, who hard carried the last game in the LeBlanc. I think just everything about this is incredible.
I really like it, but the problem I foresee going into the later stages of the game is that you have such great pick potential on the side of Maryville. Honestly, we saw how strong that Camille can be at picking off key targets. Granted, last time there was a Stand United to back her up. This time there won't be. However, you can still lock down that Ezreal. You can still get the Hextech ultimatum and stop him from being able to dash out. And if he's taken out, LeBlanc's team fight damage is what I would say conditional at best. You're not going to see her going and like popping entire teams. She is much better suited for taking out individual targets. If you can take out that Ezreal, a lot of Harrisburg's team fight damage is gone. What do you have left? Olaf?
I think I'm going to like not weight that as heavily as I should. Because last game, it was Misfortune that was in the Ezreal's place, and sure, the Azir was like doing cool things, but a lot of the time, HUE Savage was barely surviving these fights. He wasn't the main source of damage. So if, here goes my logic, if Ran could survive those team fights and be a major source of damage on Misfortune, Ezreal should be even better. The Ezreal should offer him even more opportunities to dance around the edge of those fights without getting caught out.
I'd agree. The major thing they're missing for me is that AoE damage that they had during game 1. I think that was a key factor in a lot of their... It was a key factor in a lot of their fights. Their Baron fight was won off the basis of AoE damage. You had the bullet time to use for zoning, and then the follow-up was the beautiful Shurima Shuffle. HUE Savage wiped them. Sure, you have the double distortion coming out from LeBlanc theoretically, but she has to put herself in a ton of danger for that, and if that doesn't pop everyone, she dies. You're in a lot of trouble. But I trust HUE Savage on this LeBlanc, I'm going to be honest, so I am also not sure how much to wait. Typical LeBlanc.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. We are going to have a bit of a pause again. We always mention it. This is the spectator delay to make certain we're not leaking the game state. It's going to be about a couple of minutes before we properly hit the game. But I think we've settled in on believing in Harrisburg, thinking they've made improvements, and still being worried for them.
Yeah.
And I think all those thoughts are aligned because Maraville, again, very nearly just blew out that game 1, right? If they don't win that mid lane team fight, Maraville just close out that game 1 and we go, man, Harrisburg never even looked close.
And I think we're going to see something similar this game. I think from an analytical perspective, this game's a whole lot easier in my mind because LeBlanc is basically the linchpin. Last time I wasn't sure how much HUE Savage was going to actually matter. That's not me being like, oh, HUE Savage sucks. No, HUE Savage is a fantastic mid laner, and if he can pop off, he will definitely turn the game for you. But I wasn't as sure as I am this time that he is the linchpin. If he doesn't pop off, they are in a sour state of affairs. And they don't have a whole lot of options. And that is why I think they drafted the Olaf.
Okay. I'm going to return to a challenge I issued you during the Play Versus weekend when we were doing some high school League of Legends just a week ago. You have a guitar in your background, Matt. You use it as a prop to seem educated and erudite and musical. Play it.
All right. Give me a sec.
Because I have cast multiple events with this man. I have never seen that guitar move an inch. It is always exactly there in the background.
Well, yeah, because it looks prettiest there. Hold on, let me...
Oh my god, he's got the adjustable
I can even do
microphone.
singing with it if you need me to really show off, TJ.
I don't want to overtax your voice on a show day.
Singing's good for it, but that's all right.
Oh, producer Griffin's got a recommendation.
Oh,
Do you have something for that? We got the Baron Steel. We'll play it. You give us a sad song or a happy song.
Oh, this is a sad song. All right.
Actually perfect. I'm very happy. That was good. Yeah. Absolutely no Wonderwall allowed here. So we'll.
No. Everyone always asks me. Everyone always asks, "Hey, can you play Wonderwall?" I've never learned the chords for that song, and I never will. I have intentionally gone out of my way through 12 years of playing the guitar to never learn that song.
That's good. It's a man who understands what stereotype he files in. You know, the theater kid with the guitar has got to make sure not to be that
kid with a guitar at the college party playing Wonderwall. That's the stereotype. I fit all of them except the playing Wonderwall.
Gotta draw the line somewhere, Matt, and I respect you for it.
Exactly.
This is where I envy you, right? Because you've gone with the full, you just have a shot behind you where you have all your stuff. And I have a green screen, which is better in many ways, but it leaves me with fewer props. I have producer Griffin here today, in a framed photograph, which is very good. Happy birthday, producer Griffin. But you know, it's just a desk and a green screen. I don't get as many things to interact with. Not that I can play an instrument, so I wouldn't have anywhere to go.
I just have, I need to do more with the background, because like there is the potential to. I have the IG figurines. They've been in a standoff with the giant Lego bee for a good like 15, 20 minutes or 20 days. But
who's winning?
It seems like nobody's moved. So I'll get back to you in a few days.
It sounds like the LPL. Welcome back. It is the HUE Invitational. As our Dragons roar onto the Rift, it is a spectacular Game 2. Game 1 went down to the wire, but Harrisburg Storm came out on top. Maryville B team crumbled in a 40-minute slogfest. Now as we hit the Rift for a second time, Maryville B need to keep their hopes alive in order to meet their sister team, potentially in the finals. Harrisburg need to rep on home soil.
This is a great game to show off both teams, I think. Harrisburg showing off their picks, Maryville showing off the fact that they are flexible, they can play any draft that they want to, and they can still execute on it, still find W's on it.
Shout out to our observer, by the way, who's got consistently more and more fancy over the course of these games.
I've never seen those dragon animations before.
I see them in-game. Oh,
trying to show off, huh?
Give us a quick zoom, a snap zoom on Dinka. Yeah!
Yeah! That's the good stuff.
Otherwise, standard early game Harrisburg and co. Playing real safe. None of those crazy invades we've been seeing.
I'm so glad Lilia was banned, man.
Yeah.
Those level 1s were giving me heart attacks. Just every single time. It's like, is Iconic gonna int or be a genius?
I mean, I think Iconic's still doing that. He's just on the other side of the bracket, so have fun with that. Have fun with that in finals.
You know? Oh no! I have to get a heart attack for 5 games in a row, because it's going all 5, baby.
Woo! Stay tuned for that. Finals still coming up here at some point after this. High key. Wow, that was really good. That was really convincing LeBlanc micro. Did you see both those clones?
Yeah.
Playing StarCraft.
That's like the one thing that people super underestimate, because the League of Legends engine like wasn't built for micro of multiple characters. It was super not designed for it, but it's still really important, especially on champions like Shaco. Annie is less important, but LeBlanc especially, and Shaco, where you have to trick other people with the clone. There are so many fun little tips and tricks that you can do. And I don't play LeBlanc, but she was one of the mid laners that I wanted to play as a result, because clone micro is fun.
Yeah, I just don't have a big enough brain. Which is the reason why I'm not doing a lot of things, but I like got LeBlanc a couple of times in various modes and just had no clue what to do.
Well, my favorite part about LeBlanc and the clones in general is that, well, that too, but the best way to micro them a lot of times is to do with your character what the clone would normally do, which is just walk in a direction. So you just click somewhere and stop clicking. Whereas with your clone, you're microing, you're spamming the R key to move it around, or I think it's control click for LeBlanc. I don't remember. It's been a long time. So they're like, oh god, we got to go after the one that's actually doing stuff. And you slip away. And then when they catch on to that, you do the exact opposite. Mind games.
Good hook, fly as well. Julian down to half HP. Have been in for vengeance. But not quite able to chip away.
Maybe looking at some action here in the mid lane soon. Kind Jungle is level 4. Could be looking for the gank.
Yeah, he was just getting aggressive. His early game presence down in the bot lane, of course, defined game 1.
Beautiful hook.
Flash
Flash
forward.
in there. One more. We'll be able to find it. The heal saves Julian. Evan, can you find the autos? Go for it, buddy. Kind Jungle instead dives into the back. We will lose Evan. Kind Jungle shortly to follow. Undertow. 1, 2. Double kill for Frost Forest.
A double kill for one of the heroes of the last game to start this one. He knows level 1, Kind is headed towards the bot lane. He knows that instant brawl is happening. So this game, guess who's down in the bot lane? It's Olaf, and he's ready to scrap. He's ready to fight.
I mean, that's the reason you pick the Olaf. Like, Olaf is always there for the early ganks, just an absolute monster, spamming out the undertow and having a pretty strong execute with the Reckless Swing makes him an attractive choice, and he's able to clear fast enough to make up for, or match up against things like the Hecarim, who also have that clear speed.
Hook will go wide in the mid lane, where Julian is, weirdly enough.
Just vibing, man. Hey, how's things, Spirax? How's the kids?
Better than CJ's.
That just sounds like a snobby parent thing that I'd hear at like a parent-teacher conference.
Yeah. How are your kids, Susan? Better than yours.
Worst part is I can imagine like 7 parents from my middle school saying that.
Middle school parent? It's a rough time to be a parent, you know? Drake's getting picked up here by Harrisburg off the back of that impressive bot lane skirmish. They will be able to grab it, and the execute that was threatened up top by Kind, they get nothing for it. It's going to be some vision, a couple of camps stolen away, nothing else.
Important to note though, TJ, Dinka is going for my favorite build in the entire game, swords. 2 games in a row now. We have seen just swords built. Double Doran's Blade into double longsword, going to give a lot of power, scrapping into that Shen, especially post 6. This is where Dinka is going to be able to start zoning off a little bit.
A little bit of Breath of the Wild getting played up there in the top lane.
Man, how much would it suck if items just broke in League? Was what I was going to say, and then I remembered. Stopwatch.
Yeah. And you know what? That sucks.
It does! It hurts, man.
There you go. That's the answer. A lot. Trying to get a slower push here rather than Physiarm. So they're taking their time. Knowing that if they step too far forward, they'll meet exactly the same fate they did last time, where Julian and Evan were just trying to lane bully them from moment 1.
No ganks this time. Good hook, though, from Julian.
This is such a safe lane. Ezreal Thresh. Oh, good taunt that.
Dinka is so low. CJ might be able to just find the solo kill. Frost Forest not in range to find the undertow, so Dinka may be able to get out of this one scot-free.
It's going to be close, but I don't think they can find that engage under turret. In the meantime, Spirax is also getting shoved back. Yet again, dominant laning phase victories across the map. This time, though, to Harrisburg. A complete reversal of game 1.
Harrisburg, especially off their performance the last game, got to be feeling good coming into this game. Something we didn't really mention, but is genuinely important. I know every caster says this at some point, but the mental drain of losing by such a slim margin can either be really reassuring or damn frustrating. Just thinking, gosh, if we had just kept Frost Forest out of the pit, this would be our game to win. This would be our series to win. We wouldn't need to go for all 3 games.
Yeah, and that's... Maraville B team are the newer team. They're the rookies, right? So if you are going to paint a picture of that happening to any of the teams, it would be them. But they have the facilities, I'd like to imagine. They're going to be able to bounce back better than any other team.
Well, and as well, they've done really well with their new pickups. Kind Jungle especially, I believe, is freshman. I need to check my notes on that later. Get back to you. But they really have found their place on this team. The bottom lane is new to the team. Kind Jungle is new to the team, and they've all already found a way to mesh. We saw that in game number 1. I'm just hoping that it will be enough here, prove to be enough here in the series as a whole. And Jungle stealing away the Raptors, taking a cue from Iconic.
Very good. Lilian has opened everyone's eyes to the fact that you can slide in behind people, steal away their birds. And they're doing a little bit more than just yanking away the birds. The vision game from Maraville, both teams, is always very good. This time it is total. They have that control board up top as well. They will know exactly where Frost Forest is at all times if they don't clean this up.
Oh, will they find high key? There's the hook, the arrow, and the kill soon finished. Stand United
The
will
arrow
come out.
lands despite the hook. Very well played. I thought they messed it up. But the gigantic broken hitbox of Ash's arrow comes through. And
TJ's still
Maraville
upset.
find a massive pick down there in the jungle. That is Hikey Savage, who they must shut down during the early game as well.
Successful for them so far, and Spirax has been doing a great job in this lane, like we saw last game, though. This was the story that we were setting up last game as well. Spirax still got a lead for the time being, and then Hikey Savage just suddenly popped off. And that's what you need to be afraid of here for Maryville, but to be fair, doing a fantastic job once again at controlling the early game.
That vision playing from Maryville was really cool. What is this? Postal Service Rift Herald in the mid lane. It'll get there.
DH. This is Air Packet Rift Herald. It'll get there. It'll cost like 30 cents, but will take 3 months.
Hey, it was worth it this time. Rift Herald disc aligned with the mid turret. A little bit
ePacket's
more
always
gold inside Hikey Savage's pockets, maybe undoing the pick that was just found. But I wanted to talk up Maraville's complete control of the jungle down. And I was all excited about their vision gains and how they'd utilize them to find a pick. Only for them to be completely absent from the Drake fights.
Yeah. The problem with the play so far, I would say, is just like, all right, you dotted the I's, guys. Those aren't supposed to be L's. Put a cross on them. Come on, make them a T. Let's go. Tim Tebow.
I don't even know how to follow that analogy, Matt. I'm going to be real with you.
That has been my goal since day one, is to finally find an analogy that trips you up, and I've done it.
You've done it.
It's not Malklin, Daniel.
There
it's
is
Matt
no
Quinn,
way
Daniel.
to
Get
spin
it
that
right.
into... Wait, that explains so much if you've just been shouting words that I'm the one that's interpreting them to be relevant to the game. That explains so many of your analogies, actually.
But I've hit my goal, so I'll be a lot more cogent going forward.
I don't think the world can take that. Harrisburg, an advantage throughout the laning phase. Now an advantage in the early game with the two Drakes under their belt, but they're behind in gold as the picks have started to stack up against them a little bit. Maraville finding some good roams.
Normally with another later scaling team composition like they had last game, I would be a little bit concerned for them. But the draft coming out of Harrisburg is a lot more focused towards that mid game. You want to be looking at 1 to 2 items. When Rand gets that 2-item spike, it'll be incredibly powerful. Muramana transforms somewhere around the 18-minute mark. Similarly for LeBlanc, once she gets that Luden, she can start popping. You get the Oblivion Orb on top of that 1.5 item spike. She can really start threatening these squishy carries. So as a whole, I really like the way that Harrisburg have been playing. They played for the early Drakes, which means when their item spikes are coming online, they'll be contesting that third Drake. They'll be contesting maybe even Soul, following it up, and they still won't have fallen off. So if they can keep up the level of control they've maintained on the game thus far, they're in a fantastic spot.
Here come Harrisburg from the vision push down towards the bot lane. And they're going to be able to find it. Spirax caught out. My God! To the soldier, lantern forward, won't put Frost Forest in rage. Here is the rest of Maraville. You have stepped too far. Julian is able to flash away, but the rest of the team is in trouble. Kind too far in, will be able to shut down Busy. That's support for jungler, though. Not a positive trade. The mission saving Private Spirax goes badly wrong as Maraville lose their jungler.
Fizzy salvage, probably the worst engage that I have seen out of Harrisburg this entire tournament. I am not saying that to disparage Harrisburg, because I totally get the thought of, almost got him, guys, we just need one more auto, and then you have 3 people diving into 4, as indeed happened. But Fizzy was able to salvage it by keeping Evan RL at a massive distance and stunning him over the wall, sacrificing himself so that the rest of the team had time to find the pick onto Kind and also peel out. As a result, Harrisburg didn't really lose a whole lot of pressure off that play when they definitely should have.
Yeah, I'm frankly amazed that Harrisburg didn't just wipe when their entire team ran into the entire roam from Maryville. It was also distinctly some LPL play. That both teams were looking for these massive run ganks, and as a result, were not present in any lane. Very heads-up play by Spirax to understand the map and realize that his only path to safety was through the entire enemy team towards his own push gank.
Julian will spot out these wards, but take a look at the top side of the map. Rift Herald's being contested here. Dinka will see it.
We'll see what he does about it. He has the information, and he decides, in his infinite wisdom, that that isn't his problem.
Sorry, Kind. That one's up to you. I'm just going to be here farming in the top lane. I'm vibing. I don't have Trinity Force yet.
Gets threatened a little bit by CJ. And realizes that Rift Herald is indeed not his department. I believe Geraldo up to somebody else. The setup for Maryville is all down here towards the Drake, where they are locking down the vision. We should see a pickup of young Sheldon in a moment. It did just expire, so there's no vision at all for Harrisburg in this river.
They know what's happening, though. They know that this is their win condition. They really need to be fighting for it. Stand United, I believe, is available. It is not just a few seconds left. We're going to drop the Rift Herald, try and find something off this.
TP is up for Dinka. There it will come as Frost Force gets pulled in. Drake will be scooped up successfully by Maryville. Heike into the... Evan doesn't find the kill. Heike dives Evan, surrounded by 4 players, but the true shot completes the pickup. I do not know how Ran lines that up, but from all the way across the map, he hits the layup, and Evan will fall, a 1-for-1 trade.
It was a really key Drake pickup there for Maryville. Well done with the map positioning. I think Frost Forest took a little bit too long on the Herald, so honestly, Dinka just taking a peek and saying, hey bud, how you doing? I'm aware of this, so maybe you should position more defensively. Actually ended up saving them a lot of time and a lot of headache, now forcing the teleport out in the top lane.
Should be Heike, I believe, arriving.
Mm-hmm.
Does have his home guards, but he'll use them to head at here.
So that was supposed to be like where Harrisburg pop off, right? We were looking at that 1.5 items. We've hit that for everyone. There's the Muramana transform coming out from Ran. Heike has the Luden's Echo. That fight should have been the win.
Julian's in here, Hextech Ultimatum as well, and the Glacial Arrow with a TP. This is just a slaughter. Heike Savage will be scooped up. CJ's on the run down bottom. He'll get lanterned away. A lot blown from Maryville, but they get the major kill, continuing to bully Heike. They should get a turret as well.
I think this is already turning in favor of Maryville. Pretty significantly, pretty quickly. The problem I'm seeing right now from Heike is that he keeps getting caught out. He's not finding his assassinations. He doesn't have the item spikes necessary to take out Evan. We saw what happened when he tried to go for an assassination, was like 200 HP off. But until you can get an item lead, that's not going to change. Until you can scale up further, you will still be struggling to assassinate. And again, we set this up at the beginning of the game. If Heike cannot assassinate targets, this team does not have any fight left in it.
And there's just absolutely no way he's one-shotting people at this point. This has been a disastrous game for Heike Savage. Shout out to that target.
Great. His potions last longer, and that's the reason he bought it, but it sure doesn't have any stacks right now. And as a result, he has no one to assassinate. Can't go on Julian, he's a tank. Spirax is building health with the Leandries, that's just a normal part of the build path, but also makes him essentially impervious to your low damage assassination combo. Kind Jungle is pretty beefy, and the Camille has built Trinity Force, has some health in there as well. For a LeBlanc who's on par and doing fantastically, that might not be as much of an issue, but right now, there is no way Heike can get these solo assassinations. He'll need to rely now on the damage from his teammates. And to be fair, Ran had a beautiful snipe that set up the kill onto Evan and allowed that to be a 1-for-1 trade. But once you begin relying on that synergy, the power of LeBlanc relative to the rest of the team goes down because she's no longer a solo flank threat, and that's what I'm worried about.
Without the ability of the LeBlanc to jump in there, we don't get to see the high-key Savage that saved the game last time. He was game-endingly good, maybe game-continuingly good, in Game 1 of this series. Which is no doubt why he was full-focused. Oh, he is just out of range of that vision. Shout out again to our incredible observing for highlighting that.
Really well done by High-Key Savage. Clearly knows where the vision lines are from that push. The man who's been ganked enough from that spot to be like, all right, no more. From today, no more.
Did you know Julian's a mid-man? Or was a mid-man?
Really?
Yeah. He had this whole thing. He went to Korea to boot camp for 2 months as a mid-liner. Got his 700 LP. That's off of memory, so...
Yup.
Who knows?
Check the notes.
No, he's a really cool transfer, because now he is the support, now he is taking on more of those shot-calling roles, and I think you can see that in how often Julian is leading the aggression for the team.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of the mid laner in there saying, no, we're going to win this fight, follow me. He's got more kills this game. He's got the same number of kills as his jungler, and more kills than anyone else.
Very impressive from the support. Spear Axe. Again, we're seeing the LeBlanc combo not being enough to pop, but that time High-Key Savage didn't have to sacrifice himself for it, so those are the situations in which that LeBlanc can still be relevant, and now that's forced Spear Axe off the map just in time for the Ocean Drake. This game may still be in the hands of Harrisburg yet.
This puts them on Soul Point, so it's a major pickup. 1 Drake away from the Ocean Soul, which is a devastating bump to your win percentage. One of the most powerful souls in the game.
Guessing most powerful is probably Infernal.
My understanding is it is Ocean, but I always like to hedge my bets.
Oh, okay.
Well, Ragnarok needed to be forced down just to keep Frost Forest alive. That's an ultimate blown for nothing, but they did get Drake. And the setup the Maraville was going for in that mid lane won't happen.
So from here, the Olaf, I think, starts to fall off in terms of usefulness, and I think he's going for Righteous Glory here. Not sure how much I agree with that pickup. You could go for a more supportive itemization, like something like Knight's Vow, Locket. It feels kind of bad on Olaf, but you're not supposed to be the carry anyways. Even though you do have a lot of gold, you're going to fall off in terms of how much that gold is worth in the later stages of the game, because you can no longer assassinate anyone. Running down the 80 carry is not super terrifying anymore.
I like Righteous Glory as an anti-Hecarim weapon. Right. If you accept that Frost Forest's role on this team is to un-Hecarim the Hecarim, Righteous Glory is a really good tool for them.
That's fair.
Boom! Big damage now from that tree shot.
Our observer's showing off again, TJ.
Gotta remind him that he's an observer and doesn't have any rights. Getting a little bit too cocky. Oh, arrow through.
Thank you, observer. I love when our observers sass us back in the middle of a broadcast. It's so much fun.
The arrow didn't land. Evan unable to find the pick. And as a result, Maraville don't get what they were hoping would be a decent engage in the mid lane. That would have opened up the Baron as a potential opportunity. And it doesn't look like we're headed that way.
Worth noting as well, as opposed to last game. Oh, never mind. CJ 1v1 versus Dinka. I think he actually... No, he loses from here.
Definitely does. I think he gets him low enough in the mid lane. We did see Julian get shot down. This could get good for Harrisburg. Double undertow, slows kind.
Ooh.
Evans chunked out. A huge assassination for High-Key Savage. Reminding everyone that he is here on the map. Harrisburg gets some major pickups there in mid.
HUE slowly finding his way back into that LeBlanc dominance that we were looking for in the early game, and now they've just found vision around Baron, and they want to go for it. Control ward in the pit still, but Kind Jungle being threatened by that LeBlanc.
Harrisburg looking for a Baron here in risky conditions. Kind is still up, as you say. Over the wall, Spirax, no HP, does survive. HUE on the chase, misses, can't confirm the kill. Will now, but in the meantime, the rest of his team's in trouble. Ran has to go over the wall and gets burst down. Dinka for huge damage. Will get away, chased down by the true shot, barely survives. Dinka will live, but the Baron should be taken. Harrisburg lose Fizzy and nobody else in that fight.
Frost Forest might be lost to the Baron, though, at this rate. Need to be really careful about that. And HUE Savage being chased down. Teleport in as well. TJ, this fight turning into a disaster quickly.
Ran in trouble. Dinka into the back lines. Dinka finds two. That's a huge play from the Camille. And the top laner for Maryville gets a triple kill, locking down the fight, guaranteeing them the Baron unless HUE could do something about it. And Dinka yet again says no. A quadra kill gives Dinka the game back to Maryville.
This is such a back and forth series. Game after game, we've seen it decided by one big play. And this time, it was off that Baron take. Harrisburg had a fantastic idea coming into that. Go for the Baron take, turn as soon as someone comes in. We know we can get the picks, we win those team fights. 100% correct. Following that was where they messed up. Once you are at that low health total, it is so risky to go for that Baron if you don't know what the TP status is. There are 3 members still up on Maryville. Sure, you've taken out enough to contest a Baron at full health, but from 30%, there's no way. Maryville capitalize on it, take the Baron, take the fight, and now they're going to get themselves another Ocean Drake denying the soul from Harrisburg.
A massive pickup if they can get it. It is still up in the air. And Harrisburg, I think, should fight for it. Here they go. 5 members available map. And the Drake just around the corner.
HUE Savage will not be able to find that ward in time. Look at Dinka. At the bottom of this fight. He's going to be looking for the engage while they're distracted trying to contest the Ocean Drake. Good instinct from Ran.
Yeah, just got warded out so they know where Dinka is. And this Drake's just being burned down by Maryville in the meantime. It'll get scooped up. Can Harrisburg get away?
Dinka. Little bit too big for his britches there.
I think he may have gotten thresh hooked. I think Fizzy might have found him.
That makes sense. Fizzy's been playing like an absolute monster this game, so tracks to me. But that will deny. Whoa!
The observer giveth and the observer taketh, Matt.
Can you see the map upside down if you spin far enough? Like, we have time. There's no objectives on the map. I'd like to find out. All right, 2 zoom-ins for no, 1 for yes.
If we can see it upside down. Oh.
Can we do it?
Can we do it?
That was a 1. Look, there's nothing else to watch for the next, like, 30 seconds. If you can do it, go for it. I believe in you.
Getting permission from his supervisor. Oh! Oh, my God, that's so weird. That's messed up.
Through the map. Oh my God. That is so confusing.
I can't take this. Go back to normal. This is too much for me. Oh, God.
Thank you for humoring us. That was worth everything I thought it would be.
Julian roaming around the jungle looking for a pick. Harrisburg do still have an edge in this game if they can get their team fight. But we're seeing more and more as we head to late game the impact of Evan.
Oh, good hook from Fizzy. Not onto who you want to assassinate, though. Deathcap has come out for HUE Savage, who should be able to put a bunch of damage down, but Evan has picked up the Locket of the Iron Solari. Very smart itemization, gives you a lot of MR to work with. Will make it all the harder to assassinate that Ashe.
So a series of fights. I think our big takeaway from it has to be that basically everything from Harrisburg is resting on Ran in these fights. HUE Savage had like 1 or 2 really impressive assassinations, but you can definitely tell he's been behind.
Yeah, and it's really hurting them from here because after that itemization, the only thing that can really get you more damage against this team that I would advise towards, you either go Zhonya's or Void Staff. And the choice here is really difficult because do you go... Actually, no, it's not. I just looked at the rest of the team. You 100% go for Void Staff here or you are useless. Everyone has a Death's Dance. Everyone except for the tank and the mid laner have a Death's Dance. You need Void Staff against this team.
And we will be on the lookout. He just finished his Rabadon, so not lacking on damage. On the opposite side for Marrowville, Evan, as I said, is showing up in these fights now, but of course what got them there was Dinka. The rookie from the top lane.
Has been absolutely monstrous this game on that Camille. Lantern will be able to save it.
The arrow.
Oh,
got the arrow
charge as
followed
well.
him.
They're going for this.
Depth charge will be spent. HUE into the stasis. Julian, in the meantime, is pushed away. HUE all alone down bottom will survive. Julian does keep up. Kite goes in. There goes Frostforest. Spirax with a big kill. And the chase is on. Ram's going to get shot down. And it's a major river fight to Marrowville. Dinka is still chasing HUE down bottom. At the top side, you've got no HP left for CJ. He'll go down. And it's a major 3 kills for Marrowville. They may even push for the game end.
You only have, the only way to contest right now is HUE Savage, who is on a LeBlanc that has been behind, so there's no way to get a pure assassination here. However, Maryville have a beautiful rotation they can make here. Go for the Baron, then the Dragon. I would actually recommend waiting for the Dragon first because if they steal it away from you, that's Ocean Soul, and you really can't push into that. But if you're able to deny them the soul, get yourself that 3rd Ocean Drake and a Baron, victory is yours.
Another major team fight win to Marrowville down. We see exactly what we're talking about. Dinka on the front lines, Evan able to line up the damage, and Kine stepping up again on the horse.
The itemization from Frostforest is not what I thought it was going to be, but I'm actually really impressed by it. I like this. 20%. Oh.
Spirax just wanting to be back here in time.
Understandable.
Ooh. They wanted to make something out of it with the home guards. Spirax and Dinka both arriving simultaneously. Have no TPs left. They're gambling. This will get them the Drake, which is very important because it prevents Soul. In the meantime, Harrisburg are considering just rushing the Baron.
It's the only option they really have available to them to get an advantage in this game, but they need to be able to turn from this fight. HUE Savage looking for damage onto Evan will not find it, just the Sigil of Malice so far.
You just need to leave. You just need to get out. This is not winnable. And they're getting cut off now. Arrow in. This is a huge fight.
Kind Jungle goes in for the engage, not able to find the CC just yet. The hook from Julian is massive. Kind is low, but Ran is alive on the backside still. Dinka is putting out a ton of damage. Ran 1 versus 4 now. Lots of damage, still alive, but not enough to take out an entire team. A huge team fight for the side of Maryville will almost certainly secure them game number 2.
Harrisburg again fool around the Baron at a very inopportune time. And Maryville's map control pays dividends yet again. HUE Savage was missing from that team fight. Now he's the sole member left in the base as Maryville push into end game.
It was a beautiful, beautiful turn from Maryville off the back of Dinka that allowed them to get this far. That fight around the Baron the first time, Harrisburg had bit off
Julian.
a little bit more than they could chew. Julian goes down, but the Nexus should be secure. A good Shuriman shuffle there from Spirax to end it up. The Nexus falls in favor of Maryville.
A little bit worried there. The respawns were coming through, but Maryville had played it down to the wire very cleverly. And we're going to game 3!
Oh my god, these games are so incredibly tight. I mean that in every sense of the word, because they're incredibly close and they're tight. Fantastic gameplay coming out of everyone. But I think I want to highlight that team fight towards the Baron, because that really was the turning point. Harrisburg had control towards the mid game. They had finally hit the power spikes they were looking for. They had the timing. Everything had lined up for them. But they didn't get the dragon. And they started getting a little bit desperate.
And Dinka, it was literally all Dinka. Because if they win that fight, then the next Drake easy, then the next Baron easy, go to Harrisburg 2-0. We stop talking about the series. We're packing up for the finals. But Dinka wins half a fight, goes back to base, TP's back in, then wins the second half of the fight. And off the end of that, they can get right back into the game. I'm blown away by the depth of Maraville's roster. And, you know, we talked about Dinka. We did highlight Dinka coming into this series. But, frankly, it seemed like it was, from our first game, from the games we'd seen previously, the bot lane show. It's all about Evan, it's all about Julian's engage, it's all about Kind boosting them ahead. This game, we saw the depth where if you let that top lane get out ahead, Dinka provides the insurance policy of also being able to pop off and save the game.
It has been incredibly close games, both game 1 and game 2. So I cannot wait for game 3, TJ.
That's a good segue because we are going to quick break. We'll be back. Game number 3 of the HUE Invitational semi-finals between Maraville and the HUE Storm right after this.
Hello, guys.
This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
it's been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
Zeke falls into the fight. Deesum going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Hit on outside of his shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Welcome back. Ooh. Matt, do the intro.
Welcome back to HUE Invitational 2020. We're getting ready for the third game of the semifinals between Maryville Esports P and HUE Storm, as TJ suddenly dies on air, but that's okay. I also have done enough Seat 1 casting to take care of the intro. TJ, how you feeling?
We were just talking about your throat as we came into this. We were like, oh no, Matt, are you doing okay? You had your throat. Are you like doing okay? And then boom, cameras are live and I can't speak, which is a bad sign. But I drank my water and we're good to go. Welcome back to our semifinals. That game too was pretty much exactly the inverse of our game one, in that Harrisburg won the early game. Harrisburg dominated the laning phase, and then Harrisburg lost. Game number one, of course, Maryville looked real good during the laning phase, and then got upset by huge plays. HUE, Savage, and Dinka are the two carry players to watch across those two games. Going into game three, I think a lot of our questions about the laning phase, at least, can now be cognizantly answered by the draft adaptations those two teams make around those star players.
Yeah, I think the big issue that I'm having isn't actually even with the draft. The problem seems to be both of these teams are nervous. I am noticing it in their play. They're playing either incredibly cautiously or things start going right, and they're like, we got to take everything on the map at all times. Oh my god, go, go, go. Baron's up, take it. Dragon's up, take it. There's a blue buff somewhere on the map, run towards it. And I think they need to be able to find a way to temper that anxiety, temper that need to just go, 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 go once you find your lead. Play safe, play careful, play calculated. If that calculation says go for a 5-man dive on something, go for it, but don't just go for it because you feel the pressure to do something with your lead. That's how both teams have lost the previous games.
TI-84's only in this game 3. Maryville take the left, the blue side for our game 3 draft. Lilia ban returns. No other target bans, worth noting. Maryville, you got first pick. Do it for me.
Good luck.
Grab Caitlyn for Evan. Or Callista. Callista got banned every time. Grab Callista for Evan.
Especially with the way that Evan's been playing. Just popping off no matter what he's been. Really? Putting him on the Ashe again?
I don't think I agree with that. Obviously, there are details to the team we can't know. But giving him more playmaking power seems like a obvious upside.
So the problem is
Misfortune. For HUE Storm, the Misfortune return in particular is real good for Ram.
The problem with picking the Callista first is that you can pick Ashe into it, and while Ashe is going to die to the Rend, yes, Callista versus slows equals frowny face Callista. She does not do very well. Her hops are going to get shorted. She's going to attack a little bit slower. Slows mess her up entirely. Oh god, Flowers, just before he comes on air. The Skarner's coming up.
Maryville, this wasn't in our research. Kind stepping up to the plate, pulling out the Skarner after 2 games of Hecarim. I see in our group chat, you've just pinged Clayton Captain Flowers for a Skarner fact, so we'll get back to you on that.
We'll see if he's got one. He's had to give him out a lot when Skarner gets picked all across the LCS, so he may have run out, but if he hasn't, we'll get it for you, the HUE Invitational
What's this Skarner
audience.
targeted at, though? Like, why Skarner? I guess I'm struggling because his Hecarim's been so good. Why came 3 Skarner?
Well, because Hecarim's banned, for one.
Okay, you're right. Great analysis.
I can tell Flowers is actually a Skarner main and it isn't just branding, because this fun fact is Skarner is the champ in the game that has gone the longest time without a skin. We are almost at 5 years. And he did write it in all caps, so I felt like I needed to give the proper delivery.
Okay, so
Thanks,
Skarner comes out. Let's move on. As excited as we are, Dinka gets his GP back. We also get CJ on the Camille, so a little bit of an inversion of our previous matchups, and we're into ban phase 2. Maryville get rid of the LeBlanc for HUE Savage. and those mid lanes should be where our bans are targeted for both sides. Harrisburg dropping Spirax's Syndra out of the pool. We'll see what else they're tempted to remove. Yone has historically been this final ban for them versus Spirax. Yone Skarner would be a hell of a ride, though. So I'm just... Oh, okay.
We're not going to get it, TJ. We don't get it. Oh, the Azir ban. That's going to be new. So we're going to be finally not seeing Azir in this game. Both these mid laners have been playing... They've been liking the Azir. So Azir, LeBlanc, Syndra, Yone off the table. Akali as well. God, what do they have left?
The mid pools have just been completely targeted here. We have the Vel'Koz Zoe, of course. We have the Vel'Koz that Spirax pulled out during game 1. Does decently into Zoe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it does. It's a pretty counter-heavy matchup at the level 6 because you can catch her in her portal jump with a well-placed and timed tectonic disruption. So she goes, haha, I'm Zoe, I'm very annoying, and Vel'Koz goes, haha, you're dead, which I always appreciate as an interaction.
But instead we go Orianna. Which will lend to their teamfight power. This is a hell of a teamfight side, by the way. Although they don't have any front lines for Maraville. The other Maraville roster...
they have the Skarner.
How could I forget? The other Maraville Skarner did get us a win with a tankless roster earlier today. Maraville do have the pseudo tank and the Skarner. But I wanted to see something that would give them a little bit more frontline potential, and they do kind of have that with the Rakan. 2 half tanks. But like Zoe is going to run rampant here. This is going to, like, people are just going to disappear.
Well, yeah. That is the danger. Orianna may be able to do okay into her. The thing I'm noticing for Maraville's composition, you think about a team fight with this team, it's absolutely nasty. Rakan goes in, gathers everyone up with the quickness, and then you find a 5-man shockwave, cover him with the cannon barrage, everyone dies instantly.
This is such a good draft.
All right.
This is a draft difference from this draft to every draft that's happened previously in HUE. We get a Blitzcrank. There is nobody on the Maraville side whom you don't want to hook. Like, I guess Rakan. Wouldn't be great to hook Rakan. But apart from that, I'll hook anything there. And once you pull somebody out of position, you got the Shen Taunt, you got the Misfortune Camille, Zoe, burst damage. They are just gone.
Yeah, so both of them are playing like this weird pseudo-pick composition, because that's where Skarner really shines. There's 2 places I like to see a Skarner. One of them is not solo queue, just let everyone know that right now. But if you
There's
can
2
find
places I like to see Skarner, and neither of them are in my ranked games.
Exactly. If you can find fights around his spires, which there are some towards the Dragon and the Baron, you find fights around there. Maraville has a fantastic time with those objective control, and that was one of the places where they struggled in the earlier games of the series. So neither team has been able to find a solid lead on objectives and keep it. This may be the difference that they're finding. Following up from that, you can find fracture stuns, you can find an impale to pull them out, but the Storm have a really faster version of that composition. Skarner kind of has to like wiggle at him real quick. And you can just kind of run. He's like a slow scorpion dude. You either have to give him an arrow first, which they do have, and then have Skarner wiggle at him and pull. But for the Storm, you can just kind of just pull them straight at you, boom, they're dead instantly, as you pointed out earlier. So if they're able to find a key target before any of these fights, Maraville just lose right then and there.
All right.
It's going to be interesting.
We're headed
Nobody can say it's not.
We're headed into the draft delay. Of course, there are going to be 3 minutes between now and the game as the comps spin up. I think there has literally never been a better draft that we've casted in Serious Competitive League. Like, I'm going back to the Challengers Uprising stuff we did together. That was, you know, Tier 1, Tier 3 NA League. But it never got quite here. We did have some spicy Blitzcranks there as well, though.
Yeah. I love to see Blitzcrank, especially because if you're an incredibly strong Blitzcrank player and you can get your lane ahead enough, you can start roaming around to other solo lanes. I know Afromu was once famous for this in pro play. He was able to rotate up towards the top lane and just suddenly you'd see a Blitzcrank in your lane and you'd be pulled into tower and dead. And then he'd just like beep beep zoom back bot lane. And that was just the Blitzcrank experience. And it's terrifying when done well. And that's what I'm looking for here.
Get aboard the bus. We're going to gold yellow. Beep, beep.
I think they're a little bit above gold here, TJ.
Yeah. Well, I was, that's my Blitzcrank.
Yeah, well, I know that.
Critically, we're staying in gold yellow. The performance, I think, of the two supports will define this game. Like, it's Blitzcrank versus Rakan for all intents and purposes. And if we start to see major picks from either of them, like, they are the leading edge of the pick composition. Less so for the Rakan, because he's also got the Ash Arrow to start fights. But they are where these fights have to start. And for the Blitzcrank, where they have to end. Which is always good for me. That's why I'm psyched, because support main, big fan of some good support play.
The thing I'm most interested in here is that there's no one who can really take down a Skarner very quickly. Camille and Zoe do % damage threats, Camille with her true damage, Zoe with her just massive burst damage in general. But Miss Fortune struggles really hard against high HP targets with armor, because her damage, usually, you build all AD items, no attack speed until last item. Last game, or 2 games ago, I'm mixing up my drafts, we literally did not see any attack speed built at all on Miss Fortune. It was straight up Infinity Edge. I don't need to go through the entire build. It's pointless. There was no attack speed. That's the point. Berserker Greaves, that's it. That's probably what we're going to be seeing this game as well. And that's scary into a Skarner.
But the advantage of that was that the bullet time slapped.
Yeah.
Was that when it was bullet time, it was bullet o'clock for an hour. It wasn't just, bullet time for a second.
It's bullet central time. They actually adjusted. They did what China did, and they just, expanded all the time zones across the country.
That's the wildest thing. For anyone who's never been to China, China, by the way, is massive, and they have a single time zone for the entire country.
It's so nice. It's so
None of that
nice.
Mountain Time, Eastern Time. The time is the time, and the sun may or may not act as it should, depending on where you are in the country. Gets a little bit whack.
Yeah, as someone who lived on the east side of China in Shanghai, it was really nice to be like, oh gosh, I wonder what time... That's right, it's China time, baby. It doesn't matter where I'm buying this from, they're in hours of operation.
Here in the US, though, I do want to also mention this, particularly as we're headed to the finals, we do have time zones. And on the East Coast, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt Nabira Clendaniel, who lives in Delaware, he's getting quite late.
It's 8 p.m. I mean...
Okay, quite late by my standard. By the time we get to
you have
finals,
a grandmother's sleep schedule, TJ. I love you, but
that's not true. That's not true. As you get older, you need to sleep less. So grandmothers actually stay up way more. Grandmothers sleep way less than young people.
Okay, that might be true, but my grandmother used it to go to bed at 9 o'clock and wake up at 4 o'clock, so...
Yeah. That seems reasonable to me. Confused.
All right. I love how TJ is, the youngest caster I've ever worked with. You're 20, and you have, the most adult sleep schedule ever. You're not dealing with these gamer hours. You're not like, oh boy, don't worry, I slept until 2 p.m., but I'm still here for call time. You're like, I've been awake for 12 hours. It's now 2 p.m.
It always frustrates, because I'm hanging out with all my sick gamer friends, and they're like, let's go, baby, one more. And I'm like, it's 8 o'clock. I'm going to go to bed.
But it works out great for me, because I'm Eastern Standard, and I keep, a regular-ish, but late schedule. So you're like, it's time to go to bed, and I look at the clock, it's midnight, and I'm like, yeah. All right.
We're synced up. The gamer hours, it always freaks me out, though, because then I'm working with... especially when I was working with Tencent on a game whose title I won't mention, I was interacting with all these esports gamers, and I just wouldn't be able to get anything done during the week for the first half of the day. Because if I scheduled any interviews or wanted to talk to anyone about games or build any content pieces, it would have to be afternoon because they weren't awake until noon. Gamer hours. Let's have a gamer hour here, though. I wanted to go the full 60 minutes. We got Game 3 between Maryville and HUE Storm. We've gone all the way, as I said. Maryville's B team striking back in game number 2. The Maryville A team, in the meantime, did advance to the finals, I believe. I haven't confirmed that, but I'm going off word of mouth. Reliable word of mouth. So we could have the Maryville AB finals.
I did contact Zoo, and he got back to me and was like, we'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Which is really worrying me, Zoo, because your team's like 1 game away from facing your other team, and you don't have names for either of them.
Give me the team names, Zoo!
I've got
Or we name them. That's your threat.
Team A is Huey Lewis, and Team B is The News. You're welcome, Zoo. Giving you that one. In return for spending 2 hours of an interview with me, I have now named your teams Huey Lewis and The News.
That's really good.
Sure, he feels like that was time well spent now.
Matt, what's the news?
It's 5 players of Maryville who are looking really good in this best of 3, TJ.
Oh, yeah. Pushing forward across the map. But no hard invades to start things off. We reset to a chill vibes early game. The sounds of minion waves you're hearing cleared are, in fact, lo-fi minion waves to vibe out in CS2.
That'd be so nice. I know they did for DJ Sona. They gave everyone like an ambient version of her music. I wish they'd do something like give it to the minions so they like die on the beat. And they give like a nice note that's in key.
Well, no.
It's just like...
Have you ever played or even seen Cryptid the Necrodancer?
That's what I was thinking of. Just
All right,
like
so
that
champion
kinda...
idea. Right, I'm giving you this for free. Give me a Cryptid the Necrodancer champion where there's constantly music playing and I do extra damage if I hit people to the beat.
I'm so into that. It would need visual indicators to be fair to people who are deaf or hard of hearing.
Yes. But Cryptid the Necrodancer does that.
Oh, good. See, I haven't played it. I've just heard of the concept, and it sounds so cool. I should get it.
You should. You would love that game. Right, you can have that one for free. Won't even make you hire me.
What if you'd like to? I'm sure he'd be a fan.
If you'd like to. I'd be a champ designer. But only if I didn't have to do any of the work, and I just had to do like the champ design that like Reddit thinks it is, where I just like wake up and I'm like, what if?
What if Camille, but like stronger?
Yeah, that's my version of how a champion designer role works, and I want that job.
Doesn't everyone? I've had one idea in the 10 years of League of Legends life on how to design a champion, therefore I'd be a perfect designer.
I mean, in my defense, what if there was a character whose power changed based on the phase of the moon? Is a real thought that we know happens, so...
But that's also cool! Certainly T gets a bad rap, but the dude actually is just so smart. I hope he is working on a like single-player project. I haven't confirmed what he's working on at Riot. I think he's still there.
I hope so.
But I want to see him, if they come out with like an ARPG or something, I want to see him do the class design, because he has so many genuinely brilliant ideas that a lot of people hate playing against, but you look at the kits as this cohesive unit, and they're beautiful. He brought us Thresh, and Thresh was like pinnacle of game design. Literally changed the course of game design for League of Legends.
Anyway.
Certainly he's great. Fighting.
Yeah, okay. You got a poster of him. I got it.
No, but if he wants to sign it, I would print one. I feel like that's an opportunity that nobody else would get. I don't think there's like much of a Certainly T fan club because people don't like Zoe. Speaking of, Kind Jungle really doesn't.
He doesn't find it too much mobility. Unable to find the pick. And we're back to our lo-fi beats.
Surprised by how quiet this early game is.
I mean, Skarner's not going to do anything.
Hey, man. He could...
Sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. Right. I forgot who we have on after me.
I feel like he gets it. I wonder if playing Skarner feels as lo-fi as watching him, because I can kind of get that. It's kind of a vibe, you know?
Yeah. It's a fun. It looks fun. Would never play him though.
It's one of the reasons I like playing Garen. You just kind of just sit there and vibe.
Which is wild because playing Garen does not look like a lo-fi vibe.
No, it's very loud and flashy and spinny, but you have like very easy buttons to press, and you're just like, all right, I think this person's gonna do this. Oh look, they did. I pressed Q. Cool. Back to the lane.
Back to the Beyblade. That's a good hook. Might be able to get away. I don't want to call it out too early, and he does. Flash blown. Julian with the Rakan mobility will be safe.
Rakan is so good. I love Rakan. Able to escape out of almost anything. Granted, he did have to blow the flash. That's not ideal. But I'd be happy with that.
I don't know that he did, frankly. Because he got next to Evan, and then
he had quite a bit of distance past him. Oh, okay.
Re-engage.
Down in the bottom lane.
Julian opens up the fight with an engage, and Evan's right there behind him. A double kill into Evan's pockets. Flash blown doesn't matter. 2 picks to the star player from Maraville.
Uh-oh. Look behind him, though. Frost Forest. There's no way he goes for that.
No. I think Frost Forest is aware of what's happening and is settling for the added vision and jungle gains, CS gains he's going to get. That's a man who's looking for level 6. Up in the top lane, though, Dinka wants a level 1 pick. They'll get it. Hextech ultimatum blowed. That gets CJ out. What an incredible escape.
Well done by CJ there. Able to get out of a gank that was very cleverly set up, had to blow the Predator for it as well. And now that you know that Kind Jungle is up towards the top side, Frost Forest is free to take away this dragon.
And that's a major pickup for Harrisburg. I don't believe how well it worked out for Harrisburg to lose 2 fights. But it did. They lost the fight up top, they lost the fight down bottom, and they got the dragon.
So, this is an interesting game for us now, because usually we've had the early game is dominated entirely by one team, they get both of the objectives and the CS lead, and then things kind of go awry from there. This game we have a sort of handshakey deal. Harrisburger picking up the Drakes, uncontested, but if you look at the lanes, they're going pretty well. Top lane's struggling a little bit, but that double kill down bot means that Evan and Julian are really happy this game, and they're going to keep scaling up. This time you didn't even have to dedicate jungle time in order to get them into that position.
Mikey will be looking for Spirax in the mid lane. We've seen this matchup go pretty even. Like there was that attempted Skarner gank at like level 3. Kind of been in. Sleep does finally land. Savage probably doesn't have the kill here, but he does drop Spirax low, and that opens up the shockwave. Spirax goes in. Heike has to flash away, man.
And now the fight has stopped. Almost went for the re-engage. I was hoping for it. I was getting ready.
You're like, and now the fight is about to... No.
The fight is about to end. All right. No, it's just graduates. They're moving up to the Rift Lane. Rift Herald, not Rift Lane.
Geraldo.
Geraldo Riftiera. That's his full name.
Very good. Geraldo Riftiera will be scooped up. We're headed towards this top lane where Dinka is alone underneath turret. He'll blow the GP.
Hard-hitting questions for Dinka under tower. Will you survive, sir? And Dinka responds with, I'd like to, but I don't think it's in the cards for me.
But he got a 1-for-1. That's actually a major pick to get ran down.
Thank you, server, for following the arrow again.
It may have gotten worse there. That blast cone barely saved the teammates from that arrow that we saw. Young Sheldon.
He's been canceled. Sorry, TJ. TBS wasn't happy with the ratings.
It's CBS, not TBS.
Oh, really?
Yeah, available on CBS All Access, or in This Is True, you can also find Young Sheldon on HBO because that's the kind of high-quality television show it is.
Yeah, I saw it on HBO Now, and I was like, hey, we should watch it, because we called the scuttle, and you were like, no. No, you should not.
You have better things to do with your life.
You say that, but I've also willingly watched CW's The Flash several times.
Yeah, but that's just also a problem.
Oh.
Hey, we're a conservative. What did they find out with that arrow we now know? Nothing.
Woo!
But it is a nice segue up towards this top lane.
So I was earlier going to say that Harrisburg didn't really find anything off of Rift Herald take because immediately after they, well, hadn't. But now they should be able to secure this top lane tower, and that will be a sizable advantage for them. The problem I foresee, though, is that if this doesn't go down, and it's not looking like it will. Oh no!
The hook over the wall. That may just be the kill. There's the attempt to save the day. Julian goes in there with a huge charm. Julian, you madman, single-handedly saves his lobster.
So Maryville is in a really great position. Kind was absolutely buttered and being dropped into the pan at the time, but beautiful work from Julian. Deep Sea Rescuer was able to pull him out. This analogy has broken down, but so has Harrisburg's early game play. Boom! Brought it back. Oh no, there's another arrow. But they really wanted to get something out of this top lane. They rotated their AD carry up because Evan had a beautiful freeze in the bottom lane. They spent so much time for this Rift Herald. Look at the levels on the bottom lane from Harrisburg. I don't care, Spirex. You can die here or not. It really doesn't matter for your team at this point. He's going to survive. That's good news. But look how far behind the bot lane from Harrisburg is. Yeah. Literally 40-plus CS behind.
It was
47.
Ago, though. Yeah, it's getting better at the point.
My microphone just fell off its stand, so I'm going to be holding it by hand for a second while I make this point.
What's the weather? Are you holding it like a weatherman?
No, I'm holding it sort of like a rock singer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I can actually do this while I recover the bottom of the stand. I'm just going to hold the microphone with me. No, my cord isn't long enough anymore. Never mind.
All right. I got you while you sort that out.
All right, thank you.
Frost Forest and the rest of Harrisburg are focusing in on this Drake. They don't quite have the control to get it, though. When Maryville walk down, they must simply back away. It's going to be...
I'm so proud of myself because I was like, man, I'm really nailing this work from home broadcasting thing.
You're really far away from the microphone now.
I was actually really close to it. I was just directly 90 degrees away from it, and since it's a unidirectional mic.
Very good.
Anyways, Harrisburg are some degree of screwed, and I have tried several times to explain it, and my microphone exploded. So I'm just going to let you guys figure it out for yourselves. Bot lane behind big sad Harrisburg. That's the analysis.
Very good. Man, Fizzy straight up saw Julian and backed away. Like,
yeah,
we don't mess with that Rakan.
I would absolutely back away from Julian's Rakan.
Harrisburg are winning the rest of the map, it's worth noting. You know, apart from their bot lane being blown out, things are going pretty well otherwise. CJ got that turret up top, down to just a sliver of HP. It's barely alive.
TJ, that statement to me, sort of, it's legitimate, but also sort of sounds like, aside from their organs being on the floor 6 feet away, they're fine.
Aside from them hemorrhaging gold in the bot lane, like the U.S. Central Bank, I'm pretty good.
Nice, economics joke.
Yeah, dude, we're in so much debt. Anyway. Vision
Did you
control.
ever take economics?
Sorry?
Did you ever take economics in school?
No.
It was really interesting. I had a really cool professor for it, but I'm not going to focus on that because otherwise we'll be here like all day, and eventually there will be more League of Legends happening, but there's nothing to fight over right now. Beautiful not being in the LPL.
You got time to breathe.
Yeah. So I took a microeconomics class, and it just sort of, the way they describe some of the concepts is almost like they're reading out of some sort of scripture text. They're like, the invisible hand of the market shall guide us. I'm like, guys, there's like, you guys have figured this out, right? They're like, yeah, we figured it out. It's the invisible hand. That's actually what it's called.
I need to talk about the invisible hand of this arrow, though.
It's very visible, TJ. They're chasing down Heike Savage. Find the smite. Find the pull in. Stand United comes out. This Zoe is so tanky. She's still alive. Frost Forest flashes away, but still gets pulled in by the shockwave. Won't find the initial target, but they'll be happy with the jungler.
If they didn't try to save their Zoe there, they would have been fine.
She just would have died. It's fine.
No, she would have. She probably wouldn't have died. I'm not convinced Frost Forest really contributed there.
You have the ultimate, you gotta hit the button. Someone's in trouble. It's the bat signal.
Very good. Heike Savage does survive. Frost Forest will go down. That opens up this Rift Herald, which was what all the punk initially was about. Marrowville will be able to scoop it up.
Do you know what I'm talking about, though, about the Skarner Spires? Remember how I was like, yeah, Skarner's maybe an iffy pick, but with those Spires, dude, he is fast. He is speedy.
Am I going to get in trouble? Or is the internet going to be mad at me for repeatedly referring to Skarner as a lobster?
I don't think so, because outside of Captain Flowers, I've genuinely met nobody who cares about Skarner.
Don't bully us Skarner maidens. It's just me, please.
Wait, Observer, are you a Skarner fan? Was that what the wiggle was?
Oh.
Yes!
Wait, wasn't two no? Wasn't two zooms no?
Alright, 2 zooms for no, 1 zoom for yes.
Oh.
No, we've offended the Observer. Alright, I apologize.
Sorry.
Skarner is a very important champion that everyone cares about.
Real big into Skarner.
They are, and that's one of the things that I think
explains
is cool about...
some things. Our Observer being obsessed with tracking moving objects. Skarner made stuff.
It's the only way they can see.
Yeah. Motion-based movement.
Sorry,
will be taken.
Do you think it's lobsters, too?
Scorpions.
Oh.
Laravel,
I forgot it was actually like the skin looks exactly like a scorpion, and I was like, yeah, it's a lobster now. Thank you, TJ. You've poisoned my mind.
We're being nice. Turret did get taken in the mid lane. Barrowville in control of this match. Now with quite a substantial gold lead. The bot lane diff has grown again, at least in the Singers. And we'll be headed towards our next drain.
I just want to watch him with you. Just look at him. That's what I imagine he sounds like when he does that little rearing up during the back.
These sounds brought to you by Red Bull.
Do we have a sponsor? Yeah, we do. Red Bull. Hell yeah. Good comms, TJ, because that was exactly what I was looking for. These comms brought to you by desperately searching the screen for a logo other than HUE.
Thanks, Red Bull. Very cool.
I guess we could have just been like brought to you by Harrisburg University, but
that is also true.
They're kind of being brought by Maryville in a weird way, so.
Yeah, Harrisburg on the brink, it should be noted, of being completely eliminated from their own final.
Could get a Maryville versus Maryville, and Zoo still hasn't picked out names.
Yeah, Coach Zoo, if we keep headed this way, does need to come up with alternate.
It's Huey Lewis in the news, baby!
Huey Lewis in the news if he doesn't speak up.
It'd be better for Harrisburg, but I'm sorry, it's a great joke, so I'm keeping it.
Can it be Zooey Lewis?
It could. Maybe he'd be more amenable to that.
Or improve.
We've workshopped it already. How can you say no?
GPL will make sure that that turret down bottom doesn't die, but of course the misfortune is still right there. Harrisburg may be able to get something there. In the meantime, all of that focus down bottom is being rewarded by the Rift Herald. I believe this is Sheldon showing up in the top lane to take down turrets. Yep.
It's so interesting how they've split the map literally on a diagonal. You see Shen taking the blue side red buff, And then, oh, that was mean. That was abusive. Poor Sheldon.
Tough times for Sheldon ever since he left the Big Bang Theory. Fizzy and Mikey Savage are split on that diagonal, as we were talking about. Worried about the shotgun mid, which will now come through. Maryville have decided to convert their lead, and I don't think there's anything Harrisburg can do about it.
I mean, maybe looking for the engage. Frost Forest has the potential. Julian's preempting it, though. He's like, no, you will not taunt anyone. Goodbye. We are opting out. No solicitors allowed here at Maryville.
And as a result, nothing is found. All of those turrets picked up by Maryville. A single one scoops back by Harrisburg. They'll now go mid. Oh, big shockwave denied!
Bullet time comes out. This is a beautiful fight here for Harrisburg if they want to take it, but it's under a tower, so less beautiful by the moment. Frost Forest looking for the taunt.
Frost Forest is all alone here. Just vibing on the side of this fight, waiting for it to begin again. Here we go.
Kind Jungle finds the Impale. Beautiful onto the Zoe, who has to flash out now. Stand United was interrupted there from Frost Forest. Finds his way out alive for the time being, but Cannon Barrage chasing down. There's the Hawk Shot to get vision. Julian low on mana. I want to see that engage come out. Predator, though.
Nobody died!
I'm grasping at straws with these fights, TJ.
20
I'm just like, there's a
back,
Predator.
5 kills!
Oh my god. Well,
I know you said you wanted to get away from the LPL, but
not that far.
Don't you think we've gone a little bit too far?
Yes, I do. This is some LCK. The worst part is the LCK is like geographically so close to the LPL, and
but the LCK is better now. The LCK plays League of Legends like everyone else. This is
They were so diametrically opposed for so long.
Oh, Arrow. This is good.
Arrow, we may be able to find another kill. The knockup not going to be able to land. Hookshot wall dive comes in. Fracture stun for CJ's death.
That's right, 6 kills!
Almost 4 kills a minute, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn will get taken down. And all of a sudden, Harrisburg have some turrets back on the map. I don't know, it's wild. They're still not winning, but they've been able to get a disturbing amount of macro control. They're just trading turrets on opposite sides of the map right now.
Yeah, so we're in this weird situation where Maryville have technically been making progress this game, but not establishing much more of a lead through doing it. Like, yeah, they're clearing towers, but look at how far back into the game Ran is. From being down 60 CS at one point, it's only 30 now. Like, that is an AD carry who's very much back in the game, and sure, you've cleared out all the towers but the inhib ones, but unless you get something off the back of that, you're not going to be able to convert that into a win, which is why this next dragon is so important.
There we go. Drake up, Frost Forest and Co in the area. Harrisburg coming in hard and fast. The arrow does connect, man.
Impale into the back line. There goes Frost Forest. No more steal for you, sir. They remember
7
that
kills.
last game.
With Frost Forest down, Harrisburg have no way back towards this Drake. And there we go. There was a brief period where more Drakes were about to be killed than players, but we corrected that.
Thank God for that. I also, can I just shout out, this is one of those things that like totally doesn't matter, but I love the intentionality of the backing after that. Just as soon as it went down, they were all just like slamming the B button.
I was really impressed when the Academy teams I was casting like simultaneously backed after Baron, and it was like perfectly in sync. Like they had the frame data synced up. I was really impressed by it, and I got a whole bunch of like Twitter DMs, and they're like, "It's no big deal. It happens all the time." It's fine.
Like, yeah, it happens all the time, but it just shows that they were thinking about it, and I think that's cool. Intentionality in things that can happen by accident is inherently cool.
We go. GP, Cannon Barrage will slow down Ram. He's going to have to hurry out of here. Julian's hot on his heels, but can't find it. It's a stun instead, and here comes Fizzy. For the revenge, they will scare Maryville away from Ran, who successfully ran away.
Very good, TJ. The only problem I have with that now is those teleports and ults are now all blown. No Stand United for these fights, which have been crucial in keeping High Key Savage out of danger thus far. Who both mid laners are kind of just like not participating in the game in terms of kills, but then I just remembered it's only 7 kills in a 25-minute game, so...
Is this what Skarner does to games?
I don't think so. Not in my games, at least, but...
Reporting Skarner.
Well, I mean, the one thing is you can't go for these fights unless you can get zone control over the Spires, because otherwise the Baron just goes to the Skarner team.
Right.
So maybe he does just stall out the games, yeah.
That's my theory, because if you're just trying to set up for the perfect Skarner fight, a lot of fights start to look a lot less tasty.
I need a map of all the Skarner Spires.
Really?
I need just to see visually on the map where they are so that I can know. We've got the observer.
Gotcha.
Okay. So you can't fight there. Can't fight there.
Yeah, they're symmetrical, Matt. I don't really know. This is like... You never played in a game with Skarner before? I played this game
Not
for
in
8
like
less
a
years
year and a
than you.
half, legitimately.
Oh, okay.
So the only places you can fight are basically around the side lanes or in like little corners of the jungle. So good luck.
I'm just trying to bait you to like say the worst things about Skarner because I know who you have to cast with next. I want you to get an education if that game slows down.
I'd be happy to learn about Skarner. I love learning about one trick.
We
You can legitimately talk about Skarner all game and I'd be happy.
Baron up for grabs. 5,000 HP on it. Frostforest and Savage to have so much vision on that Baron, but it does not get them into the fight.
Looking for Fizzy. Flashes away, but still goes down. Zoe comes in for a big burst, but won't be enough to stop it. Do they go back on the Baron at this point? I don't think they do.
Ah! It's just they're going to push like mid-wave for a bit. Julian's really far forward. Nobody's going to want to fight him. Instead, we shove mid lane. Good impale, actually. Heike in trouble. Will not be able to get away. That could be game ending. That will be an inhib turret down.
40 seconds left on Heike Savage. He is a large majority of their damage. So if CJ and Frost Forest can't find an engage on them, they are pretty much uncontested. There goes Stan United down into the bottom lane. Oh no!
It was Dinka. That was Dinka going down. The Stand United keeping CJ alive in the 1v1 with a sliver of HP. That means this Baron can't be taken back.
The game's not over!
The game's not over! Well, we hit 40 minutes with a game in this series, right?
Yep.
Are we going to beat it? I feel like Harrisburg would have to get back into this somehow for us to beat that record.
Well, the Baron's a great way to do that, TJ.
But that other game that went 40 minutes was like even.
Yes.
Maraville have
But
just
this
been in
one
the
is
driver's seat of this one for a while.
But it's also surprisingly even. Like, if you take away this Dragon and this Baron that's back in the game... Oh no, Julian, please don't throw it.
Very far forward. Arrow will connect. That's actually a major stun. The full engage on CJ. He barely survives. No, he'll be shut down. Kind into the back lines. Finds the pick. Finds the impale. Will be cleansed. Ran over the wall. The blast code keeps him safe. Julian down to a sliver of HP. But Fizzy and CJ are both dead. And that should mean there's nothing that can prevent this Baron take. Frost Forest. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill with the smite. Heike Savage in will finally find the kill. And Kind can't pull Heike forward. And that means we cannot take the Baron. That's right. This game keeps going.
Skarner, baby. Woo! All right, but Cloud Soul, in fact, picked up by Maryville. And correct my statistics if I'm wrong, TJ, but Cloud Soul is the least winningest soul.
But Skarner.
Oh, that's true.
Cloud Soul plus Skarner.
Is the most winningest soul. Because there's no data, so I can make it up.
Nobody has ever played Skarner in the same game as the Cloud Soul. You'd think there was a 1 in 4 chance, but there are just so few Skarners.
Well, they are endangered. I think the Brackern are like an endangered species, lore-wise.
It's really sad.
There's like actually complicated lore behind Skarner. Okay, TJ?
Didn't realize I was casting with Captain Flowers.
We'll just trade Skarner facts back and forth.
Good idea. I think we're back to this Baron. But, like, taking a tour.
Yeah, so Julian's going to try and zone off here. Where is Dinka?
Bot lane is CJ. Dinka...
Is he fighting him? I can't see. Okay.
No, instead, we start our fight up top. That's going to be Julian very far forward. Shockwave is good. Julian back on in. Spirax, no HP, caught in the bullet time. Will survive. Same for Julian. They both live. Baron, no HP. Oh,
no steal.
But it does not steal. Kai manages to secure it in the spike fight. And with only Frost Forest falling, that should mean this game is over. Harrisburg are on the run, barely alive, Matt.
Nobody steals a Baron from Kind Jungle twice in a series, baby. Picks up High Key Savage as well, and now shoving hard into the base of Maryville. The TP comes out from CJ, but can you find it? The Impale goes down onto Fizzy. Fizzy falls. CJ needs to find a Miracle Engage. Instead will be knocked up. Hextech Ultimatum keeps him alive for the time being. Spirax has the Shockwave to end it all. The Nexus is the last target remaining, and Maryville will find their way to the finals against themselves.
Maryville v Maryville. Welcome to the Black Mirror. There is only one team in the grand finals of the HUE Invitational 2020. But two teams, just one school. I don't know.
Yeah.
Harrisburg B, HUE Storm, looking really good there in the matchup versus Maryville B. It does go down to the wire, but that last game just grinds to a halt real early, and Maryville again demonstrate their competency in the laning phase and in the macro in those slower games.
Beautiful, beautiful game there from Maryville. They finally took the time to just calm down and think through all of their plays. To be fair, Harrisburg did as well. It was a beautiful slowdown from both teams. Maryville ended up edging it out off of some beautiful plays. Skarner ended up coming in clutch. Who knew? Not me. I have also notified Zoo that he now needs to pick names for his team, and I'm going to tell him right now. Our suggestion was Huey Lewis versus the News.
Oh, thank God I'm out after this. Thank God I'm just off.
We're
You
done.
can deal with that one, Matt. We did have a fantastic day of games that has all led here. Maryville A did beat out the other Harrisburg team on the opposite side of the bracket, so no, your ears did not deceive you. It really is Maryville A versus Maryville B in the grand finals. You could abbreviate them. That's moi versus mub.
You know what? If Sue doesn't get back to me with a name, I guess that's what we're doing.
Moi versus mub. That's good. Here are your game stats for the last one. Kind, hey, didn't die once. Really clean game on the Skarner, I guess. Hopefully we can see a repeat of that in the finals.
I think the MVP for this game for me was by far Julian. Those recon engages were crisp, clean, and collected. Even better were the times he was able to get people out just by going, I'm going to run really fast, really aggressively, and if you guys don't back off, you're going to find out why. And it just worked.
Julian's engagement, I mean, it's Julian and Kind for this whole series. They are clearly the standouts for Mub. Using the Julian Nautilus to start fights alongside Hecarim was a hell of a duo. Now we see Skarner Rakan, not bad either. Just to give a brief memorial, I think it should be noted, Frost Forest, High Key Savage, and Ram all stood out across the HUE Storm side. And I definitely am excited to see more of these teams as the collegiate season continues, and further on, hopefully we see more of these players across Amateur and eventually in the LCS and LCS Academy. That is going to be it for me. I'm going to slide off of this broadcast real smooth. I'll be replaced by the Captain Flowers himself for a grand final in a moment. You won't want to miss it. The HUE Invitational comes to a close with one final best of 5. After a lightning fast break, don't go anywhere.
Hello, guys. This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
it has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
Jake falls into the fight. Peaceum gonna be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Hit on outside of the shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, score!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the culmination of the past couple of days of competition. This is HUE Fest 2020, one of the biggest collegiate showdowns here in North America, brought to you by Harrisburg University. We are at the summit of this incredible battle between the final two teams remaining, and who better to do the final battle than two representatives from the same exact university. That's right. This summer, one tournament all comes down to one school. Not two, just one. Maryville A versus Maryville B. If Maryville A wins, they'll leave their junior varsity counterparts in the dust. And if Maryville B takes the victory, they can go straight to the coaching staff and say, "What the hell, put us on the main roster." Either way, this is going to be a bloodbath. It's the Maryville Showdown at HUE Fest 2020. And with that out of the way, my name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am going to be showing up to do this finals cast here with Matt and Iberia Clin Daniel. Now, he and I have never casted a game of League of Legends before, but he has made me some absolutely lovely Skarner art on Twitter, so I already know this one is going to be a banger.
I like how you refer it so positively as art. You've seen it, Flowers. It is very bad photoshops. One of them was MS Paint. I understand that being like sort of surrealist art because it definitely wasn't any sort of realist. I wouldn't count photoshopping various things onto Skarner's face as art, but I appreciate it.
That's all I've ever done. Back when every single one of my own personal stream assets, back when I did the bronze stream, everything I've ever made is poorly shooped, glued together, and otherwise somehow attached to the glory of MS Paint. So I can appreciate a good garbage shoop whenever I see one. But right now, it's time to put all the stuff that was garbage away, because Maryville has taken out the trash. These guys have said that everybody else is not on their level, and they are stepping up here. I could not believe it. I actually had to like multi-check in the Discord call that we have for commentators and everybody putting this on. I'd be like, wait a second. The final two teams are the same team, but they're going against each other.
It was so, we were talking about it a lot on air before, and even back in the room, we were like, all right, what do we even do? Because like, for Harrisburg, who are posting it up, they had very distinct team names, and for Maryville, they were like, it's Team A and Team B. We'll deal with it when it gets there. And I was like, all right, what is it? They're like, Team A and Team B. You're rocking with it. I'm like, all right, cool, let's go. So I guess Maryville gets to be happy with no matter what happens, but there is still a rivalry here, Captain Flowers, because Evan RL, currently on the B team, was on the winning team last year with the rest of the A squad. That would be Niles, Iconic, and Shady. All four of them are on the same team. So Evan going to be looking to reclaim that title of best of the best here as we get into the draft for game number 1. Wow, already started up.
All right, so real quick, I want to be clear here real quick. I got the Twitch chat up on the second monitor. No, I did not randomly come in here and take this over because they played Skarner. That's not how tournaments and organizations work. So I'm just letting all you guys know right now, this was not a spontaneous, like, spur-of-the-moment type of thing. Mr. Chad Smeltz, history teacher, actually a good, close personal friend of mine, runs things over at Harrisburg University, invited me to be a part of this. He's a great dude. Love doing stuff with him, helping the collegiate scene get bigger and better and brighter. I think this is one of those kinds of tournaments that can help do that and really put these players on a showcase. Even if it's Maryville versus Maryville, clearly Maryville is doing something right. So I'm happy to be here, happy to be a part of this. And it's not just Skarner, but you best believe I got all my fingers crossed. Let's cross. I got 8 fingers crossed. 2 thumbs don't do nothing. We'll cross them too. All that cross for more Skarner plays. Let's do it.
That does sort of make the Skarner claws, though. You know?
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
It
Look
really
at
would
that.
be good branding for you, though, if just you could summon Captain Flowers anytime there was a Skarner pick in any sort of professional competition. Sort of like the bat signal.
Yeah. I'm all about that. Just get a little bit of a scorpion, put it in front of a big old light there. I got one of these. So Riot set us up with a lot of home equipment since we're doing LCS from home and everything like that. So I've got like the professional streamer lighting and everything now. And I swear, man, this thing will blind you. Like playing Valorant or CSGO or something like that, and you get flashbanged by something, is like when you turn this light on. You literally, I have to give my own stream a warning if I turn the light on in the middle of it, saying, "Hey, you guys are about to get flashbanged," because it just white outs the whole damn thing. But it does have a really nice lighting effect on me, and I get less messages from weirdos on Twitter saying, "Hey, man, you look really tired." So it helps. It helps. I'm all about the light. We're all about the production values here. Let's get all about the draft, because already I'm seeing something I do not see a lot of professional play right now, my friend, and that is Xin Zhao drafted here for the B team.
Yeah, so I've actually seen a little bit of that this competition. It was not from them, though. It was from Winthrop University. And the way they utilized it was they went for a lot of really early game ganks. They went for a lot of, okay, we're going to just smash out an early lane, and we're going to make sure that nobody can enter it except for us. And that was how they utilized that. That's how I expect that Maryville are going to be using it. The thing that I'm interested in, though, I did a ton of prep on these teams. I talked to all of the coaches. Obviously, they weren't like, giving me scrims or anything, but I had a long, like 2.5, 3 hour conversation with Zoo, and Xin never came up. I looked at all of the match histories for everyone. Xin never came up. But these are sister teams, so there's something they know about Xin that's going to work really well here, and I'm super excited to get to see how they're going to utilize it.
I have to wonder if this is just something that one of them was playing on some random Smurf account, and he was talking to one of the other guys. He's like, "Yeah, bro, Xin Zhao's really good. I'm like 19-1 on this right now. It's easy Smurf food." So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see here. They also got the Renekton picked up here on the B team. So Xin Zhao Renekton. It's not quite the Elise Renekton, guaranteed 1, 2, 3, you're dead there in the top lane, but we know Zin's very effective early on in the game. Skarner being hovered, even though Rek'Sai is locked in. I doubt we're going to see that Murthos special. I think this is just a Skarner salute because I know that I'm on the game. I'm really not expecting to see Skarner top. Like, I know that a lot of people are like, "Hey, bro, what about Skarner top? Murthos plays it." Problem is, it's got about 95 bad matchups and 3 good ones. So unless you specifically know it's a good one.
Unless you are Murthos. Like, no.
Yeah.
I don't even get to say I have the same problem, because my one trick of years and years is Shaco, and everyone usually boos me when I say that. But I love the champion. I love the mind games. And the problem has been, now that he like flexes everywhere, everyone's like, "Oh, where are you taking that?" I'm like, I just like jungle. I don't want to take it top. I don't want to learn support.
You don't want to go support? Put a bunch of boxes in the bushes, bro?
Okay, I did do support a lot. I was doing with my girlfriend and just only played support and only played Shika support. It's so much fun, but it's also so much less reliable. And I don't know. Jungle's just so much more fun. I'm kind of confused by Maryville B's team because it is so much go in and also fantastic color coordination. I really have to say. It's something I never have gotten to shout out during a professional match before. But look at that. They're all golden. Even Jin. It's like a gradient setup. Beautiful.
I like how it's not just golden though. Like you can see a little bit of hints of blue there on like Jin's pants,
like
it's got
accent colors,
and that's super
you could decorate
important.
an apartment with this draft.
Because newer players to League of Legends won't remember this, but back in the day when Riot first implemented ranked borders to show off the rank that you acquired in the previous season, the Challenger border and the Gold border were almost identical. The difference was the Challenger border had 2 big old blue rhinestones in the corner of it. It looked a little ridiculous. I thought it was kind of goofy, but it also set you apart from the guys with the gold borders. So having that little bit of a blue accent can be the difference between being gold and being Challenger, and I think all these guys would much rather be in the Challenger boat here. So B team, they got a lot of power, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried about the scaling if Azir's not able to find himself some success early on. If Azir gets shut down, the rest of the team's just easy AD. Xin Zhao falls off like a brick. So we'll see. We'll see. The other team looks like they're going to just naturally do more damage, and then Rek'Sai is clearly the facilitator there to get him to the late game.
Yeah, B team really just want to slam it down. You want to go with that, like you said, up in the top lane, you have that Renekton Xin Zhao matchup, incredibly dominant, in the same way as you pointed out, Elise Renekton is. The bottom lane is a similar story. You have a Leona, you have a Jhin, you have tons of lockdown, tons of burst damage. As soon as Xin comes into that lane, they're dead. So you can kind of, as the jungler, just pick your favorite lane, whoever's been giving you the most snacks, whoever's been like, hey, bro, do you need any help studying for your next class? The real homies. That's who you gank.
The dudes.
Now, I've never been on a collegiate team for obvious
MS
reasons, because that's preferential treatment, and that's, like, not cool, but I'm just saying, that's who I would gank.
All right, so we got one thing I always like to look at whenever we're examining compositions and ease of execution, because even at the professional level, when we look at teams in the LCS, oftentimes you can see a team draft a comp that you're like, wow, this comp has this ability to really pop off, but you have to play it in a super explicit way, and it has to be done so mechanically correct, and it just gets screwed up and it doesn't work properly. So one of the biggest things I evaluate for a team is how easy is the trigger pull on your composition. Like, you should not have to do nuclear physics to make your win condition come to life. And when I see Orianna, when I see Nautilus, when I see Rek'Sai, I see champions that you can pretty much apply face to keyboard and get your job done in the team fight. Yes, Orianna's going to have to make sure the ball's positioned in the right place, but Nautilus, man, just throw the hook within 3 miles of the guy. It's going to hit him anyway because the hitbox doesn't make any sense. Over on the B team, it's going to require a lot of positioning, specifically from Jhin and Azir making sure he can get those flanks correctly. Because if Jhin gets hit by some Nautilus into Orianna, into Rek'Sai shenanigans, he is not going to be having a good time, my friend.
Yeah, they have a ton of disruption, but on the other hand, like, to your point of ease of execution, to be fair, one of the problems that I see, and this is one of the reasons I loved the LPL so much, was that being able to have like a hair trigger pull on your engages is also powerful in the same way that having an easy to execute composition is. And I think B Team super wins out on that. You have a Leona, that solar flare is a very clear indicator to, oh my god, go, 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 go. Teleport in, Xin goes in with the charge, and as a result, you have these split-second decisions, and if you trust your support, and you should, because you've been working together for, you know, X amount of months to compete to get to the finals of a tournament, you're going to trust them to go in for those engages. You're going to dive in immediately. And especially with a composition with that much lockdown, you'll be able to find so many picks. You'll be able to accelerate your game. And like you said, scaling's a problem. But if you never get there...
Right. If you can just go pedal to the metal, get it done, lock this one away at 25 minutes. I don't say, all right, any Maryville people listening right now, I know that there's probably like some staff that's supporting both teams, so I can just take a wide approach and get everybody in the same net with this.
That's smart.
I need you to tell the players no more of that 5 kills at 20 minutes stuff. I need to see some blood on Summoner's Rift. I need to see some absolute animal instinct. I want to see some gladiator type of combat here. And I'm not talking about one of the parts in Gladiator where it's just one of the talking scenes between the characters to set up the lore and the character development. I'm talking about the unleash hell type of gigantic fighting scene. I need that throughout the entirety of this game, start to finish, nothing else, nothing in between. I just want blood.
I have a very important question for you, Flowers. And that is, was that the one with Joaquin Phoenix where he did the thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yes, Joaquin Phoenix is the Emperor and Russell Crowe is General Maximus. One of my favorite
Would you recommend that movie? Okay, favorite film, so definitely a recommendation.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite films. Absolutely love it. I have been on my own stream before at 2 o'clock in the morning watching clips of it with people. It's just, I love Gladiator. Great movie.
So are you one of the people, because I get this way about the media that I consume. I like look up everything around it, and I'm just like, okay, so this really cool thing where in this scene, it's this one guy from that one season 7 years ago. Have you ever gotten that obsessive about Gladiator, or is it more, that film's great, but it's a film?
I always do like learning things about, whenever I get a chance to learn something about a movie like that and just look into those minor details that really make it or break it. It's always a good time. I'm trying to remember if I have any of those from Gladiator specifically off the top of my head.
If you got other ones, I'll take them. I like fun facts.
You like fun facts? You did you know that in one of the recent Mission Impossible movies, I think it was either 4 or 5, when Tom Cruise was running along a scene at the tops of buildings, and he had to jump between 2 buildings. He actually, you can see it in the movie too. When he lands on the second building, he breaks his ankle. His ankle actually collapses. And that's the scene they use in the movie because it actually ended up so good.
Oh, no.
Yup. It's, Tom Cruise breaks his ankle in one of those Mission Impossible movies. It is not a special effect, and it's actually what happened. So,
That's horrifying. Imagine watching that back as an actor being like, oh yeah, and this is where my ankle broke. Lots of fun.
It all worked out in the end, man. It all worked out in the end. But we're loading onto Summoner's Rift right now. We're taking a look. We got the Ocean Drake roaring to life here. And that means that, of course, we will not see an Ocean Soul this game. Ocean Soul, one of my favorites, because players are so compelled to take it. It always results in a lot of dragon fights, very confrontational early games. Let's see how the teams are setting this up here nice and early. It looks like the old line of scrimmage. Nobody wants to exactly tempt the other side into anything crazy. You know what I think that might be? I think that also might be influenced by the fact that these are sister teams. These are scrim partners. These are teams that know each other's playbook. So if you're going to try some cheesy level 1 invade, try to pack 5 dudes into a brush somewhere and go for an easy kill, the other side's going to be aware of where and when and how you like to make those moves. So honestly, just leave it at home.
Oh yeah, I can tell. Look at the red side of Raptor camps. You see that ward? Iconic.
Yeah.
Iconic every single game that we have watched in this tournament goes for the Raptor steals level 1. And all of Maryville A just pile onto the Raptors and there's like, all right, contest it, I dare you. Hit me! Hit me! And they never do. Nobody ever does. The one time they tried it, they got absolutely blown out. It was Wesleyan. Tried it and their jungler ended up with like 20 HP and no flash. And ever since, horrible. Iconic has just been uncontested. So smart warding, and like you said, because they're sister
teams. That's a go next. Getting stuck at 20
it was
HP
awful.
Level 1.
It was a Nocturne composition too, so like he's behind now on his 6 against the Lilia.
No.
It
Yeah,
hurt.
so he's just gonna get permafarmed. Like Lilia can just take jungle prio at that point, steal away
Yup,
like 2 of his
she
camps.
did.
He'll be delayed. She'll probably hit level 6 when he's 1 camp away from 5 even if he stays behind at that same pace. That's a big oof. All right, yeah, they got to try to avoid situations like that. And looking at the situations right now, you can actually see Kind Jungle not exactly being so kind here. Went for the red start straight into enemy blue. Rek'Sai currently none the wiser, but she is heading into the blue side jungle of her opponent now. So this could just be a case of vertical jungling here. Iconic moving through. Sweeper's going to see the wards. So he now knows that Maryville is aware of his presence. Going to go ahead and back out of this one without taking away the blue buff. But okay, just coming around now. Is it a gank or is it a farm? What's the name of the game here, my friend? Kind Jungle hanging out on the top side. Dinka wants to go. There's your dash. There comes your slash. There's your smash, baby. First blood over to Dinka.
This is so interesting. I was watching the bot lane as well. Beautiful first blood, of course. We knew that was going to come out. Very aggressive top jungle duo. I was watching this, and Julian found the Rek'Sai earlier and then just kind of left. They knew he was almost certainly on that camp, but I guess they didn't feel that they had the better 2v2 into Iconic in case there was the rotate coming out from either the bottom lane of Team A or the mid laner.
Either way, red team feeling pretty strong now about how that happened. You can see that up in the top lane before that gank. Dinka was actually getting his butt kicked there a little bit. A lot of interactive gameplay laning against Gangplank, where he waits to charge up Grasp by auto-attacking a minion and then immediately procs it by just point and click on the Q. Really bad time for a lot of champions, so Dinka now having that kill on his belt, also being the one taking the gold there for the first blood, means he'll hopefully have some more presence here in this lane, get rolling on that Renekton like you expect the pick to be able to do. Iconic still counter jungling here, but honestly, even though it looked like a situation where he might have been able to get a little extra out of the counter jungle because of the fact that, you know, his opponent just went straight red to blue, didn't clear the entire quadrant, it would have been a more efficient clear. Considering his opponent already got a gank off, it really doesn't matter that much at all. Iconic, I want to see him get involved in these lanes.
Yeah, he's not going for it yet. The double gank coming in.
Oh, no.
Good ward out there from Niles. Carry top laner here for Maryville A. Was the carry top laner last year as well for the Maryville team that they fielded. So looking to reclaim that trophy if he's able to. Kind of just camping this out. I love this. This is so cheeky.
This is absolute dedication to Dinka here in the top lane. Dinka going in after Niles. Niles just trying to maintain that distance, get away from that slash if he can there from the slice and dice. Dinka chases him off. Niles going to go ahead. Looks like he's going to go back to base here. Remember, doesn't have the teleport to get back, but considering he has a much larger minion wave, he knows that he's not too worried about having that get shoved into the turret here anytime soon. So easy retreat there from him. Wants to be respecting the fact that Kind Jungle could still be camping him, but Kind Jungle has called an audible, heading now into the bottom lane, looking to maybe set up some love there for Julian and Evan.
I would like to see this come out, especially because we mentioned earlier that this is a super early game oriented jungle and entire team setup, essentially. But Kind has been spotted out. Maybe looking to ward up towards that Cloud Drake. So unfortunately, no scrapping down in the bottom lane just yet. Come on. No more 5 kills at 20 minutes. None of that.
We got 1 kill at 5. I want to see a little bit of action around a Drake pit potentially, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it. I mean, Iconic's on the other end of the map. This should be an easy secure here for Maryville. I love the fact that I don't even have to look at which team is anything. That's normally one thing that I do during my games, is I make sure that I'm not making that error of looking up and accidentally calling the wrong team because they played on the opposite side in the previous match or something. You can just say Maryville no matter what, and you're correct because the only team playing is Maryville.
Yeah, you don't even have to specify A or B. You can even go blue and red because it's all Maryville, baby.
It's all Maryville all the time. Always has been. Iconic and Kind Jungle going to find each other down here in the bottom lane. Let's see some 3v3, baby. I want to see a full-on 3v3. Here's the damage. Kind Jungle giving him the spear. He's over here. Kind Jungle with the kill into Iconic. Solo kill
Shady in trouble.
Easily. Spearax trying to chase down Shady. The dive coming through into the bottom lane underneath the turret. Dink is going in, but now he's going to be JCC taken down. Shady looking to control even more. Evan RL gonna fall now too. That is a response coming out from Maryville Blue, making the plays happen.
Unfortunate there for Evan RL. The 4th shot went onto the tower instead of onto Shady, and as a result, Shady took absolutely no damage, and Evan got taken out by the tower. So a very risky tower dive ends up in a, I believe, 2-for-1 trade overall. 2 for 2 if you include the jungler. It's a long fight, Flowers.
I would include the jungler in that. I would say that the jungler kill is actually what started the fight because that's kind of what got everybody involved and invested down there anyway. So I'll call it a 2 for 2 overall. And honestly, for Maryville and Blue Team, I'll take that. Considering your jungler died in a 1v1 and the enemy jungler was still left with 90% HP and pretty much everything, it's one of those situations where normally you would feel hard-pressed to find something salvageable out of that. But considering they traded off evenly, they actually are up in gold. Gangplank's got a 12 CS advantage. He's also Gangplank, so he's going to be farming up extra money just because of the nature of the passive. Rek'Sai, although 0-1 and 0 compared to the early success of Kind Jungle, still also has a farm advantage. These CS leads in literally every single role across the board are making sure that Maryville is able to stay caught up to the gold of Maryville.
I'll never get tired of hearing you say that. All right. The one thing I will say, though, is that Kind Jungle, it seems to me, is really feeling the pressure, realizing that this is an early game composition, trying to go for those repeated ganks, and it has not been working out necessarily as successfully as you'd like, especially for that Renekton up in the top lane, who's finding a 1v1 now, which is turning into a 2 versus 2. Flowers, they're in trouble.
Oh, here we go. Dinka, hopping the ulti, needs to be tanking up. There's your flash, the engage. Niles knocked up into the air, Niles taken down. Iconic was nearby, but the TP showing up for Maryville means Maryville had no chance to make that one happen. Maryville Blue, of course. I know that. I enjoy doing this to be facetious, but I will try to make it easier for you viewers to follow.
It is so much fun, though. I understand the temptation. Oh no, another engage coming out.
Oh, here it is. Kind Jungle in some trouble, but a nice shuffle backwards will not quite be enough. Spearax tried to save him, but too much burst damage coming out of the blue side here to make sure they were able to pick up that kill, keep this game nice and close.
There's a lot of blood coming out. We're getting the dream to come alive here. Spearax will be able to find a little bit of farm, but has been really getting shoved in this lane, and I think the double buff Orianna is certainly not going to be helping with that.
Bottom lane is so tempting for a fight here. Once Julian hits level 6, well, never mind. Evan RL just ate the pilt over Peacemaker there. I was going to say, considering the Jhin is super low HP, but so is the Nautilus, the Leona would be able to engage on the Nautilus there. Jhin with the ulti would be able to provide a lot of firepower from far away, but since the ulti's on cooldown, not really much of an option to make that one happen. Kind Jungle back on the bottom half of the map here. Remember, they did take that first Drake on the red side. Second one is a mountain, so we're getting either Cloud Soul or we're getting Infernal Soul this game. I know which one I want to see. I sincerely hope we get something that makes the teams want to fight over it. Still a moderate gold lead here for Maryville Blue, but Maryville Red is making sure that they're usually the ones going aggressive first.
Their problem right now is they need to keep this early game from going south. I was going to say keep this early game lead, but they really haven't established one. The top lane has. Dink is doing fantastically, the rookie top laner. But the problem you're running into is this Renekton needs to get going hard in order to be useful until the later stages of the game. My problem with Renekton is he falls off really hard, and if you're in the later stages of the game, you go for that Blade of the Ruined King build, you don't offer as much as something like a set. You no longer have that early game dominance to allow you to sort of pop off for your team. So I want to see them fight over that Rift Herald. That is where you can have Dinka come in, you can have Kind Jungle come in. Don't need to rotate up the bottom lane, keep them busy down south.
Julian walking around the corner, sees Iconic there. But now they got to be careful because Kind Jungle's waiting for him. This 3v3 is about to pop off. Julian misses the ulti there. Flash coming out from Iconic, keeping him safe from that one. Ulti coming through from Kind Jungle, protecting himself from some of the damage coming his way from a long way away. Here comes the Azir with the shuffle on to 2, and now they're through. Value, the double kill coming out now for Evan RL, and now they're looking to make it even more. Wolf gets chased down. A nice Zenith Blade coming out from Julian, but it's only nice if you're on the blue side. Wolf turns around, smacks him down. And that ends up making it at least a response kill after losing multiple players here on the blue side. Red team making these things happen again and again and again. I said it once, I will reiterate. They are the ones going aggressive. They're the ones deciding this is when and where we are going to fight. They're taking the wins when they matter, and Kind Jungle will take that second Drake.
Drake advantage on their side, gold advantage slowly starting to swing their way. Things are looking up for Team B. I really want to shout out Julian. Last game, his Rakan play was absolutely crucial in securing them the finals. Once again, Julian is the person I'm looking to dictate these team fights. Absolutely stellar Leona play. Yes, he did go down in that last team fight, but that's not a mark against him. He's able to find consistent engages, consistent target focus for his team to play around, and as a result, Maryville B look collected and cohesive as a unit.
Yeah, Leona got a little too hypey there at the very end. Julian going for the Zenith Blade, too low on HP, ends up giving away a free kill. But considering he was able to facilitate the rest there for the squad, making the Rek'Sai waste the flash to get away from the Solar Flare, guaranteeing the Azir was able to get 2 there with the knockback on the ulti, really just set everybody up for a colossal success down there. Now we've gone ahead, we've flipped things around a little bit. Evan RL and Julian up here in the top side. Julian immediately finding the CC onto Shady, as we're gonna see 4 players coming in from Maryville A here. Kind Jungle using the disengage. Julian gonna be stuck in a 1 versus 4. Goes golden, tries to flash away, keeping himself alive just for now. Shady going forwards, Niles going in, grabbing the kill. Evan RL gets himself away with a flash coming out from the Jhin, but this time it's Maryville A making the moves. Here comes the TPs. It's Dinka looking to get himself involved all the way in the middle of the mix. There's your gold on Shady. Stasis keeps him alive for only a moment. He goes in with the dredge line. Kind Jungle, wind becomes lightning, and lightning becomes a storm. He grabs the kill, and Spearaxe picks one up onto Iconic as well. It was looking good for the A team, but B team said no.
Spearaxe, my hero of heroes. Dinka comes in with a beautiful flank, but it doesn't look like it's going to turn into anything. And then Spearaxe comes in with the beautiful Shurima shuffle, the AoE damage to just slam home the team fight. And as a result, Maryville B get away with a Rift Herald. They get away with multiple murders up in the top side of the map. They now have a 4K gold lead on top of the 2 dragons. This mid and late game is looking to be further and further away from Maryville A.
If Maryville B keeps playing like this, I'm going to tell you right now, the end of this series is going to look like beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hello, coaching squad? Yeah, we're going to have to reevaluate which roster's at the top and which one's not. Because Maryville B is looking like some Smurfs right about now. These guys are a cohesive unit. They were able to keep cool, keep collected, turn things around there on the top side, even when Maryville A was the ones playing aggressive here for one of the first times that we've seen. 2-0-3 on your Azir. 4-1-3 on Jhin. And the Renekton, you were talking about concerns for him, about the fact that he needed to make sure he was ahead of the curve to scale up and be effective. Well, here you go. They fought around topside 3-1-2. Now up there on the Lizard King, and look at that, nearly a 2,000 gold lead for him over his counterpart.
And this is exactly where you want your Renekton to be. Renekton scaling is something that I often find is overstated by a lot of people, especially in the amateur scene. They're like, oh, Renekton, he's so bad you get into those later stages. Okay, first of all melee champions are. At some point, they get kiteable. But if you get a huge lead on Renekton early, the really cool thing is he's essentially just a very, very large assassin. Later stages of the game. If you find your way onto a Caitlyn, you find your way onto a Squishy, they just die. They blow up. You can maybe no longer one-shot them, but if you're able to lock down an Orianna with your Ruthless Predator, you go into Cull the Meek, you have your Slice and Dice. I'm just naming abilities at this point, but it's because Renekton has a beautiful combo kit. You blow the entire combo on one champion. you need maybe an auto attack from your AD carry at most to blow up their most valuable member. You get into these late stages of the fight, if you're able to find that Renekton onto the Orianna, you're not going to get to the Caitlyn, but if you're going to find it onto the Orianna, suddenly that's playmaking gone for Maryville A, and they know it.
Here comes your playmaking right about now. They're looking to go on to Dinka, but the Rek'Sai into the ulti immediately going to be cut down. Dinka making this 1v2 look easy. Spear Axe shows up to make the fight a little bit more fair. Niles is going down. See you later, my friend. Easy fight there for the side of Maryville B. Dinka knew his limits, he knew how to play the fight, and he knew he was about to get paid. Now it's going to be another 2v2 coming out fresh there. Orianna ulti able to find the damage onto Spear Axe. We're going to make a counter attack now coming back through. CC is true. Spear Axe on a rampage, and Orianna's out of the picture. These men committed murder. They showed up. The cops were there to try to solve the crime, and they immediately turned back around, and they're in the getaway car, and they are out safe in the top lane.
Dinka and Spear Axe are MVPs this game. Oh my god, poor Value's getting abused in the middle lane. Sliver of health remaining.
And here's Julian, and there comes your open up. Oh, the solar flare, praise the sun, baby. Julian secures the kill after Evan RL's ulti is interrupted, and Maryville B can do no wrong.
And now, suddenly, they're contesting the third Drake. It's going to be Infernal Soul. Maryville B are getting away with it. Their game was played on a tightrope in the early game. It looked like they were slipping away slowly, but that play towards the top side of the map has secured them so much control over this game. Look at it now. 3 dragons, 22 minutes. You're going to have Infernal Soul threatened. Maryville A tries to contest. Just take the Baron. Take the game from there. You've got time to work with now that your Azir is ahead.
So the way I like to look at games of League of Legends isn't that this game is over, because obviously it's not over until the Nexus falls, but rather from the perspective of, at this point, it depends on your opponents making a mistake. And I think we've crossed that threshold in this game. I don't think that it matters if the A team plays good now, as long as the B team also plays good. B is too far ahead. When you're at this point, there's just too many resources at your disposal. You've built up this massive 7,000 gold lead. You're 3-0 on the Drake count. They have to mess up. That's the mindset that I want to see A into, is ready to punish mistakes. Make sure you're warding up. Make sure you're looking for the opportunities to punish a mistake, because without a mistake, you're not going to win anyway. That needs to be the focus. Spear Axe grabbing the kill onto Value. He's out of there. Caitlyn down. He even tried to use the heal. You can see the summoner spell counter there on the left side. The cooldown freshly used. As the mid lane dive comes through, Julian has to flash to get himself away. Nearly finding the kill onto Iconic. He did stay alive because of his own flash, so 1-for-1 there on summoner spells. Wolf trying to catch up. Kind Jungle using the ulti, wants to get himself away. Dashes away to a Wolf here. Spear Axe trying to protect his ally on the way out. Gangplank ulti was summoned down. Not going to find a whole lot of value out of that one. Wolf still in hot pursuit. Spear Axe with the dash over the wall, waiting with a blast going there. Both going to take that exit as a team. And the punish cannot be true here for the A squad.
I am loving the way Maryville B are playing this game so far, because the early game was definitely testy, we'll say, for them. They've discovered that if you can just keep pushing, Maryville A don't really have a response. I have yet to see them so shaken in a game, and the constant aggression from Maryville B is not giving them time to recover, not giving them time to recoup, and it's clearly working. You keep getting pick after pick after pick. Spear Axe is building up towards, you've got the 40% CDR on the way, looking for the Luden's Echo maybe, have a ton of damage on him, ton of damage on the Jhin, and these engages time after time from Julian are leaving unanswered, even when they miss.
Yeah, this is really good play coming out from B squad here so far. Julian going a little bit too close to the brush there, ends up getting himself killed before the fight really starts off in earnest, but there it goes. Value taken down. Iconic is out of the picture. Niles going to be next. Kind Jungle fights to the very last breath, and his last breath will not be in vain. A triple kill for Dinka, an ace for Maryville B, and these guys have just got this game locked.
After the last series, I was genuinely unsure how quick of a game Maryville B could play. We had a 40-minute game, a 37-minute game, and then another, long game. I'm not going to say I remember the timer. Suddenly, I have discovered they can play real damn fast, Flowers. 20 minutes in, they've knocked down to the inhib in mid lane. I thought they were rotating on to Baron already. It just spawned. 606, 715, 516 for their carries. Monsters.
That's a first world problem right there when you can't do mid lane inhibitor turret into Baron rotation because Baron's not actually alive yet, so you just have to back instead. Maryville B just having a phenomenal game one here in this HUE Fest final. 10,000 gold lead 20 minutes into the game. Infernal Drake Soul coming up so soon. Still not a single death on their mid laner. Only one death on both AD carry and top laner. This whole squad working together very well. Julian kind of the sacrificial lamb here on Leona, always being the one face checking, but their lead is so big now. I mean, look at the previous fight. Normally, the rate that they killed him, considering the fact that he died before everyone else was able to show up in time, that's a fight that you can't win, that you have to back away from if this game's on even ground. But we've been on such a slope. A Maryville B, like, almost 90-degree angle, just a straight-up wall for this squad for the past 20 minutes, that there's no such thing as a fair fight. Even a non-fair fight is going to look unfair the other way. And Julian and the rest of this squad, look at that. We're watching these guys walk around in the river. All of a sudden, Oriana's crocodile food in the top half of the map.
And now Dinka still has teleport. He can just join this fight if he needs to. But they're not even going to need him. They're diving straight onto value. Teleport's coming out as well. Flowers, it's gone wrong.
Kind Jungle with the audacious charge. Spear Axe again. He's grabbing two people every single time with these Emperor's Divides, just setting up the kills. Fight after fight after fight. Maryville B triumphing over A time and again. And what's that, my friend? I think we got Infernal Drake showing up onto the rift here. They don't even need the whole squad to take care of it. The enemy team's all dead anyway. Evan RL can handle this one, no problem.
Poor Evan left all alone to secure the Infernal Drake. Again, it's first world problems for him. He'll cry it away with the Baron money he's about to receive. But this has been a masterclass from Maryville B, and I have seen this level of stomp exactly one time before, but that was coming out of Maryville A. So I am incredibly surprised to see the dominance coming out of the B team today.
This is honestly just a really impressive show from these guys. When you come into the game with these two squads that have worked super closely together, I was honestly expecting a really close battle just because, you know, you would assume the amount of scrims that they've done, the amount of knowledge they have on each other, that you would have sort of a punch-for-punch type of contest between these teams, excuse me. But this has just been an utter slaughter for the side of Maryville B. I mean, we can look back even to the one time that it looked like Maryville A was in the driver's seat there for a second in the top lane, when they were the ones making the play, when they had the outnumbered fight there at the start, grabbing themselves a couple of kills. They stuck around too long. Maryville B kept their composure. They were able to turn it around, get 4 kills out of it. So it just seemed like we've never really seen a situation for the entirety of this game where Maryville A was actually in charge, where Maryville A was calling the shots. It has been a Maryville B party from start to finish. Spearax going to get hit by Ace in the hole, 25% of his HP, not really a big deal. You can see him already healing up off of that minion wave there. Baron Enchanted buff on all 5 players on Maryville B. Everybody's wearing purple. Everybody's looking damn good doing it. Evan RL getting some damage onto this mid lane turret here. Dinka helping him out. Inhibitor number 1 is gone. And now the focus will be on to the other lane. Shady going for the flash engage there. Wanted to try to get the dredge line onto Spearax, but the Emperor of Shurima cannot be so easily abducted. He sidesteps it with all the grace in the world. Jhin opens up the firing line. Julian going to be taking a little damage there, down to about half HP. Kind Jungle again near the turret. Gangplank ulti coming out. Kind Jungle still here on the front line. Beautiful shockwave on to 3. Niles grabbing the kill on to Kind Jungle, but the gold difference is way too much. Shutdown coming out from the Rek'Sai on the Emperor of Shurima, able to make it a double, but now can they grab the kill on him? Yes, they can. It's not even a question. If that wasn't a 13,000 gold lead, that could have been the comeback there for Maryville A, but Maryville B, they knew what kind of muscles they were flexing. They knew exactly how much power they had to go in and make this one happen, and with Dinka and Evan RL still alive, that will be all she wrote, my friends. Game number 1 in stylish fashion goes over to Maryville B.
Evan RL has just won the first game on his path to the 3P. He is the only player who has won potentially all 3 of the HUE Invitationals thus far. First time he was on Columbia. Second time he came out on the Maryville main squad. Now he's on the B squad. You think that's going to stop him? We have seen that it will not. A 24-minute game. A stomp coming out from Team B. Certainly not the result I was expecting.
And it's so much more fun to win it when you're up against your old squad, too.
Oh,
There's just a little bit there's just a little bit of extra spice gets tossed into the mix there to make sure that you feel like you're the true victor. It wasn't you winning because you had that team. That team won because of you, clearly, at that point. And you've got the facts to back it up. But Maryville B looking really good here, opening up in game number 1. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not LCS rules. This is a best of 3, not a best of 5. So if Maryville A does not pick it up here in the next game, Maryville B will be your champions. We're about to head to a break, but once we're back, we're going to see how the rest of the series shakes out.
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
It has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
Falls into the fight. T-Sam gonna be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Hit on outside of the shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Hello, guys.
This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start! Welcome back, esports fans, to our final here at HUE Fest 2020 between Maryville and Maryville. Jokes aside, Maryville A and Maryville B have proved triumphant throughout this tournament. They have met each other here in the final, and it's a best of 3 to decide which of the two rosters is the real, true, and supreme Maryville. And supreme is the word that I would have to use to describe the performance by Maryville B in our first game. In case you're just now joining us or missed some of the action in game number 1, Maryville B was in charge from start to finish in a game that lasted under 25 minutes. They were constantly on the aggressive. They were the ones making choices. They were the ones making plays, and they never let Maryville A have ground to stand on.
I think we finally discovered how you beat Maryville. First off,
which one?
Maryville. That's your solution. But second, the one thing that I haven't seen anyone try against Maryville A, because they are such a fantastic team, is just unchecked, untempered aggression. They play very carefully, they play very intelligently, but when things start to fall apart, it would seem like they don't know how to get back into the game. And that was really the story of Maryville B's success. You get Dinka popping off in the top lane, and you have these constant dives from the Xin. At a certain point, the macro falls apart, and all that's left is these constant fights. Well, you've just got a gold disadvantage now, and you lose if you take them. If you don't take them, you lose all the objectives. So I think that Maryville B can just run that back again, and if they find a similarly successful early game, that's a quick 2-0.
It's like I think back to Worlds. If we all remember the Worlds Group B that had Gen G and Cloud9 and Vitality in it, and everybody was looking at that, and this is the one where, you know, Gen G doesn't get out. And a lot of people attributed the way that that group went to the fact that Vitality just plays this absolute, like, they played this completely Pepega style of League of Legends where all you do is just fight and you either win or lose the game at level 3 because Galio just deserted his lane and decided to roam. But it made Gen G play a type of League of Legends that they had no idea how to play. Nobody played this kind of stuff. This was absolutely ridiculous. Nobody thought that that's worth doing. And then all of a sudden you're forced into an environment where you have to play more. It's like you're used to driving the speed limit. Posted sign says 55. All of a sudden everybody else on the highway is driving 90 miles an hour, and you got to be driving 90 or you're the one who's going to wreck your damn car. And some teams have a very difficult time driving 90 miles per hour. So it's a lot of fun to watch unless you're the team who's being the one suddenly having to go through this crash course of learning it. We'll see if the A team is able to adapt well here. Let's take a look at how some of these bans are going through. Stop banning Skarner. They also banned out the Xin Zhao. Not want to deal with that one again. 3 jungle bans from Maryville A. So much respect being paid over to Kind Jungle. I will let you guys know because he told me earlier that he would play Skarner in the finals. They are making a liar out of him. I won't hold that against him because it's not his fault. It's Maryville A's fault for banning Skarner. Over on the other side, Maryville B also paying a lot of respect to the jungle here. Nidalee and Lilia, 2 out of 3 bans spent on the jungle here as the last one goes to Twisted Fate.
This doesn't surprise me at all. I know we've seen both of these junglers throughout the past days. I've seen Iconic back in the SGC. He is an incredibly dominant jungler. If you let him get those comfort picks, he will just run over your jungle. We saw it earlier today even. You give Iconic that Lilia, your game's over, man. He takes your Raptors. You go back to your Raptors. They're gone again. You wait for the 3rd spawn. He's there. He's in your bed at night when you go under the covers. You have nowhere to be safe from Iconic. So I get why they're banning it away. Kind Jungle, the rookie, not quite as terrifying, but we've seen him pop off time after time again today. And a Gragas ban as well. They're really pinching in. But now junglers have been picked up. So at the very least, we know it's going to be a Graves versus a Hecarim, unless they want to pull out some spicy Hecarim top nonsense.
Hecarim's one of those champions, very powerful if he's able to hit his spike. Now, for anybody who's not aware of what the spike is, at least in terms of professional play, the time that you aim for is Trinity Force at 14 minutes. That is just buying the Hunter's Talisman at the start, maybe either buying brown boots, or if you have the free boots rune, obviously you don't have to buy them. But just Hunter's Talisman into Trinity Force, the time you want to aim for is 14 minutes to have it completed. That's where the professional Hecarims look to be to make sure they're able to have a power spike and be relevant in the game. If you fall too far behind that, especially because of the fact you're up against something like Graves, who gets a lot of value out of the extremely cost-efficient Warrior enchantment on top of a Skirmisher Saber, giving him that incredibly powerful 1v1 challenging smite, Hecarim can find himself in a really rough spot. So one thing I will be watching a lot this game, how well can Graves track the Hecarim? Hecarim wants to gank. Graves is much better power farming up, going for some counter ganks there. If the Graves tracks him well, it's very, very troublesome.
I was about to ask why you would give Julian his Rakan. We saw in game number 3 of the last series, he absolutely smurfed it out and was unbelievably powerful on it, making play after play after play, defending the jungler, picking up kills for the jungler. Everything was on point from Julian. But now I see Shady's Pike and I get it. Shady is one of the single best pikes I have ever seen, both in competitive and in solo queue. So this is a very dangerous bottom lane for them. However, we just saw Maryville B pop off in a big way, so I'm looking for them to be able to repeat the experience now that they've got these double globals to work with.
Yeah, the Pike very, very capable of snowballing a game super fast there for your squad. Lucian top also for Maryville A. So Shen's going to have a very fun experience of just being used as target practice for most of the laning phase there. We all know how Lucian interacts with most melee matchups. Just not a good time for the dude on the other end of the lane of that one. So we'll see how well the Shen is able to stabilize that lane, staunch the bleeding, and affect the rest of the map, looking to make plays there with that Stand United. Stand United plus Arrow put together, plenty of global power here for the red side composition this time around. No globals aside from the True Shot Barrage over on the A team, but Pike can also go incredibly fast, so I will be interested to see how much roaming he can get done on this Pike, how well he can affect the other lanes, move around with his jungler there too. I talked about Graves tracking Hecarim. Well, what looks like a good fight where you just pump a couple of shells into the horse real fast, all of a sudden isn't so appealing if Pike happens to be there waiting in the brushes.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that I want to be happy about if I'm Maryville A this game is their draft has really countered the successful points of Maryville B in the last game. What happened was top jungle had fantastic synergy, popped off, moved that towards the rest of the map. You've put him on a Shen. You've now guaranteed the counter pick with the Lucian. It's going to be punishing that Shen. The Graves is not going to be able to really help you all that much going into the early stages of the game. And now going late, Dinka's not really going to be able to pop off the same way he was game 1. It's going to all be up to the mid lane. Spirax is who I'm looking for to be able to carry this. Evan RL's Ashe is fantastic, but Spirax we have seen time and time again be the linchpin to decide whether a comp is successful or unsuccessful.
It was Spirax the one making sure that all those fights in the previous game had such a high body count, right? This is the guy who was able to turn a single target pick into a 3-man killing spree just because of the fact that over and over and over again, he found either 2 or 3 targets with the Emperor's Divide, always making sure he had the correct angle and the right positioning to guarantee that his team was going to get more kills. So if you're looking at anybody, I agree, man. This is the type of guy who can set up all sorts of plays for you. Yes, you don't have that same big, I'm going to go through the entire team here with the Azir ulti. But having a Syndra, and we've all seen what Syndra can do in the past. Some really nice scat of the weeks can set up the team just absolutely beautifully. But the one thing we also got to look at is aside from that Shen being able to stand united somebody, maybe Rakan with a defensive ulti, you've got a Hecarim and a Pike that can both dive into 2 immobile carries in the Ashe and the Syndra. Positioning here will be key.
And I think this is where Julian's going to shine. During game number 3, we saw his Rakan very clearly able to understand positioning to an incredible degree. Julian, even last game, was incredible on this point. Maybe dove too far in once or twice, but I'm not going to resent him for that. He was a 700 LP mid main before he transitioned to the support role, so he understands a lot about these fights. He understands a lot about those damage thresholds where you have to keep people in their health bars. Giving him a playmaking support like Rakan that can move in and out of team fights incredibly rapidly and make plays is a dangerous bet for Maryville A to make, because Maryville B can sure as hell capitalize on it.
And I want to talk about something that you just mentioned there because I think it's a very interesting conversation. I know a lot of players watching this right now are involved in the collegiate scene and the amateur scene somehow. But a lot of props to Julian for making that switch from mid lane to support. For a lot of players that are looking at League of Legends as something that's a big part of their life and going through the amateur scene and trying to get into the semi-pro scene and eventually into the pro scene, one of the best pieces of advice that I know that is offered to a lot of them is play support. Because support is one of the roles when you look at the teams and you look at how imports are done and what roles are prioritized. Support is not prioritized for imports. There are not a lot of resident supports that are super big standouts from the crowd. Support is one of the best opportunities for players who are at that upper echelon and trying to break into higher levels of play to be able to actually break through, because you're not going to be competing against these import slots pulled from all over the world. Everybody wants to import a mid laner if they can find a mid laner who's the best guy in the world. People aren't as willing to commit the same resources to the support role. Support is one of the best ways for these players who are at that point where they're trying to make that push from this level into the next one to really have a better chance and more ground to stand on. So I wanted to specifically compliment Julian's choice in doing that. I think it's a very smart choice. I think it's a way that a lot of players do have a chance to go further than they otherwise would.
And I think it's also an important discussion to have for these players when you are at that level of play. I have found, now I'm not competitive in League of Legends. I suck at the game, and I'm okay with that. I much prefer watching the people who are actually.
Hey man, I'm a Skarner one trick. We're vibing here.
You and I, we get it. You know, neither of us are like fantastic players, but one of the things that I have found incredibly helpful in my play, both in here and games I'm actually good at, is getting the perspective of other roles that you play with. If you're used to playing AD carry, maybe try a few games of support, figure out how that lane feels from the other end, make a smurf for it. And that tends to increase your perspective in a way that just watching the games will not. Some people have incredibly deep understanding of the game, most people think they do and really don't. So if you get that extra perspective from playing the roles you play with, it can give you that extra edge in your own role.
It's one of the things that I've heard brought up in conversation a lot, comparing solo queue on different servers, because you know that everybody looks at North America solo queue as like the pits, it's the trench, it's garbage. And one of the big differences that I remember being called out in the past between like North America and Korean solo queue is North America solo queue is full of people who, if you're not a one trick, you're a roll one trick. Like if I'm not on jungle, I'm not going to be able to play a lane well enough to represent my rank accurately and actually be a valuable addition to my team. I'm going to sit underneath the turret, get my ass kicked, and try to farm. That's what I'll be doing. And there's a lot of players in the North American server that are like that. But if you look over to the Korean server, a lot of the top players can play everything. Yeah, they have a role that they're going to be better at. They might have two roles that they're going to be better at. But if the guy gets filled to support or to AD carry or whatever, he's not going to be dead weight where everybody else in the lobby is thinking, how long ago did I dodge? Can I afford to just lose the 3 LP on this one? Which is the case in a lot of games in North America. It's literally like, okay, we got 3 AD carry mains. We have to dodge because none of these guys has any idea how to jungle. And I think that is a really good piece of advice, is look at the game. If you're trying to make sure you can climb, play every role to at least a respectable degree for your rank. A lot of the Korean solo queue like adepts do it, and it pays off a lot for them.
Yeah, I know. I do like OPGG. I'm going to call it light stalking, but in a professional manner.
Light stalking?
Yeah, of like one tricks and stuff. There's this one guy who reached rank 75 on the Korean server only playing Nunu mid. It was fantastic. I love him. But there are these other players, and I think it was SKT Wolf that I first noticed this trend with. He never played solo queue as support. He would have like 1 out of 10 games be support. Every other game was jungle.
Yeah, he just plays other stuff.
Dude won Worlds. Like, I'm not saying that the formula is, hey, if you're playing support, play jungle instead. That's not what I'm saying. But having that extra perspective, a good player is a good player. There are other ways to improve your play other than just being the sickest mechanical god. Learn some more perspective. Maybe you'll figure out how to beat your sister team.
Well, here we go. On to the Rift yet again. This could be the very final game of the entire tournament if Maryville B takes the win. It's a best of 3 here in the final, not a best of 5. Here comes the Ocean Drake yet again. We got to see him roar last game. He's going to be doing it here a second time now. Lots of Ocean Drakes first time around here for the teams to fight for. Nice little bit of bonus in your laning if your jungler can get it nice and early. Teams are once again going to be on the same sides. No side swap. Kind jungle here on the Graves. Last time he was the one on the Xin Zhao making all those plays happen. Iconic over on the Hecarim. Worth pointing out here, Conqueror on the Hecarim. This is actually not the meta choice these days. Most Hecarims that you'll see in competitive play will go for Phase Rush because it allows him to have more of a dive-in, get-out play style, allows him to make the engage while still being able to exit without being fully committed to either everyone dies or I die. Conqueror, however, will provide better damage in smaller skirmishes, but he will need to make sure that he's kept alive well enough to do it. I will expect to see Orianna Shield, Shockwaves attached to this Hecarim to make sure he's able to stay in a fight and stay alive longer.
If he's going in, he ain't making it out. Unless everyone else is dead. That's the only way this hacker room gets to survive.
Wait, apparently the Twitch chat is saying that is a mountain drake. It showed an ocean drake on my screen. I will have you guys know. He was blue. I saw him. So, if that's what happened and it's actually a mountain... If that's actually a mountain drake, I apologize. My eyes are broken. It's a side effect of watching CLG for all of Summer Split. I will try to get better in the future. I'm sorry, I had to. It was.
It hurts. I'm not even a CLG fan, but it hurts.
If you're a CLG fan out there, I apologize for that one, but I had to find something else to blame it on, so we just go for the easy shot there. But let's go ahead. Let's take a look at how the game's played out here. Kind Jungle. Once again, man, he started at the enemy red this time around. Went enemy reds, enemy raptors. Now he's on to the Hecarim. Remember what I told you guys about Hecarim not wanting to have anything to do with this fight in a fair fight. Kind Jungle recognizing the fact that Wolf will be able to arrive at the fight sooner than Spearaxe will. Doesn't want to find himself in a 1v2. Dashes back over the wall.
I love that so much. Just like, yeah, what's up? What's up? You want to scrap? Oh, you want to scrap? Okay, I'm out. See ya. Bye. I apologize. This is your house, not mine. I got it mixed up. I'm gonna go back home now. Let me. How are the kids?
Yeah, he's letting them know that he coulda. That's all that was. I
remember that I didn't.
Done this.
When you're ganking my bot lane, remember that I didn't steal this blue buff.
I'll see you later. Yeah, man, that's too good. That's too good. Top side, the CS is looking about what you would expect. It's called Lucian Farms, and Shen hates the fact that he has to do this lane here again. Whenever Lucian
had to go fleet footwork.
Yeah, whenever Lucian top is meta, anybody I know who plays top lane, they're not having a good time. It's a pretty miserable thing. Well, that was the shortest pause in all of eternity, and I am so thankful for that. Whenever there's a
longest pause you've had, Flowers?
Over an hour. I've done them before. I think I had one that lasted an hour and 20 minutes once. Of course, we would only do, on the casting desk, we would only cover about the first, I think, we got a message from production, got in our ear, said, okay, expectation is 5 minutes. This was still back in the studio. This is before we went over into into COVID world home productions. They were like, okay, it's going to be 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, they're like, okay, it's going to be another 10 minutes probably. And it's like, okay, we think it's going to be another 10 minutes, and then we should be good. Just cover a little bit longer. And then after that, when they're like, throw it back to Dash, we have no idea. Because it was an increasing tech problem that it kept getting worse as it went, and nothing that was supposed to fix it fixed it. And it lasted over an hour. And I just remember sitting there thinking, man, I got to use the restroom. This is terrible. I'm stuck here. I don't know how long this is going to take. But that was the worst pause. Whenever I see a pause after that, my heart always sinks a little bit.
Yeah, it's
saying,
flashbacks,
please not another one of those. Please not another one of those.
We had, in China, the way it works is there's home stadiums. So they had, oh gosh, it was Vici, and they were running, it was like Vici versus, like, Rogue Warriors or LGD. I don't remember which. I'm probably wrong about both, because that was not the focus of that day. I'm going to be honest. Vici picked Quinn, which I was excited about, because that was my one trick while I was in China.
Okay.
Hold on. Spearaxe just live for a second. Here. I'm talking about solo queue. All right.
Spearaxe goes back in, but there's no kill potential. It's fine.
All right, cool. We're good. So what would happen was if there was a tech issue in one of the stadiums, they had to resolve that separately. They weren't all in one spot, so tech issues could take a while. Okay. And one of the stadiums lost power.
Oh.
And everything broke. I don't mean like, oh, they lost power, it'll be back up in 5 minutes and everything's fine. Everything was just unbelievably gone. The pause lasted, and I can't believe I'm calling it a pause because I still can't believe this wasn't a fever dream. 3 hours.
What?
3 hours. LPL fans will remember this because most of them probably had to go to bed in the middle of this series. I luckily wasn't on it. It was...
What?
It was hysterics and Preacher.
It lasted 3
So they
hours.
were... Oh yeah. Clement came downstairs from upstairs because he was working in the office still. Raz and I were at home and we were just watching this like, what? It's still going? We were messaging frantically on WeChat. We were talking to production, trying to give them updates. And we were like, yeah, it's still going. Are you okay? And they filled. Raz ended up leaving his house. I was considering doing it, but I was like, they've got it. And then Raz shows up on air. Just grabbed a suit from right next door, and he was like, don't worry, I'm here. and he filled for another like 40 minutes. So it was just like 4 people on the desk. I'm sitting from home running. I was like tweeting from the official account updates and stuff as I could. So it was like a 4-hour pause that involved 4 people. What a first blood!
Waves. Oh man, Silas makes stuff like that fun to watch. It was a shockwave back and forth, the battle of the ultis there from the Orianna. Top lane might turn into a dive. Iconic trying to make it work. Dinka with the flash. Trying to stay alive a little bit longer. The auto attacks will not finish him. Dinka lives with under 100 HP. Spirax shows up to help him, but both of these guys are not healthy, my friend. Iconic and Niles, however, are hurt enough. They weren't able to find their successes. They back away.
If they knew how low Dinka was, they would have kept going, man. Like, oh, cool, we get 2 kills. Sure, I'm in. Not quite level 6, though.
But back to that mid lane, though. That was some nice moves coming out there from Spirax, getting aggressive. Wolf trying to turn it around with his own shockwave after the fact, but considering Kind Jungle was there to show up with the Graves, with the extra damage, you can just immediately dash in, grab the burst into the line. Means first blood goes over to that carry jungler on the side of Maryville University B. However, even though they have that first blood with assist money, which is 600 gold worth of value, they're still down 600 gold themselves against Maryville A. And a lot of that, when we look down here at the scoreboard, thank you very much for the gold toggle observers, that's all on that top lane. Lucian over Shen. Just the farm advantage of being Lucian against a champion that's a melee champion is going to afford you these kinds of bonuses. So much extra economy on that Lucian early on. And how you said in the last game, you wanted to see Maryville B play around the top side with the Renekton. I want to see A doing the same thing here in this game. Play around that Lucian. If you're taking a fight, get him involved. It also puts you at the point of the map where you can attack the Shen and not have him teleporting in to save somebody else.
Yeah, Niles is the carry player. If you're talking about Maryville A, you're usually talking about Niles as their carry. He's been the top lane carry consistently through both amateur, collegiate, and the SGC even. They've relied on him to carry game after game after game. So putting him early on to call by to start it off, still keeping the CS lead, that's a great start for them. I just feel for Dinka right now because there's nothing he can do. It's not like he's playing it poorly. He just doesn't have options into this Lucian until he has help.
No, he's got himself the Bramble Vest, which of course will help negate some of the healing that Niles is going to be getting. But Niles already having the Vampire Scepter in inventory, also has the overheal in his runes, so the extra shield will make it that much harder for him to receive any sort of punishment whatsoever for playing aggro. Lucian, of course, wanting to be as aggro as possible to take advantage of the lane matchup. Because Iconic is hanging around the top half of the map, it does grant him that green light to be able to play as aggressively as need be, because he knows if nothing else, they'll get a 2v2 if the enemy jungle shows up. Meanwhile, here in the mid lane, Kind Jungle dropping down the smoke screen. Wolf walks himself away after using the shockwave defensively. Spirax threatening the kill there with the X marks the spot, makes Wolf expend the flash just to barely hobble away.
So unbelievably close, but it is so tough to position those ultimates, especially on a moving target. Uh-oh. Maybe a dive coming out in the top lane. Dinka outplayed it once before, but no flash left this time.
Onslaught of Shadows is ready to go. Iconic has both the challenging smite and the ulti ready here. Dinka tries to get out. Iconic going after him for a little bit of damage here. Spirit's Refuge already used. Oh, nicely done by Dinka, trying to dash out of the way of the fear. However, it still caught him there on the very edge. Means Dinka falls down, and so does the first turret there in the top lane. Lots of money here from Maryville A, making short work of that top lane tier 1 turret. Nearly a 2,500 gold advantage here for MUA 10 minutes into the game.
And the terrifying thing here for B team is that how do you shut down this Lucian? You have tools to win team fights, sure, but you don't have a lot of ways to just say, hey, Lucian, stop it. Quit it. Maybe you can go into the arrow, into some knockups, but Lucian's an incredibly mobile champion. He still has the flash available. He's about to finish the call, so he's going to have, like, Blade of the Ruin King first back almost at this point. And that is a terrifying thing to have to deal with for this team.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King already done. I mean, when the lane looks like this, when Lucian has a Vamp Scepter, a sword, and a cull, and then to evolve that into Blade of the Ruin King, it's just unplayable. If you're the Shen, you're just sitting there thinking, back on every single decision that you've made throughout your life that brought you to this point and having to play this game of League of Legends because it is that miserable laning against Lucian like this when he has this level of an advantage. And there you go. Blade of the Ruined King in the inventory. The Ruby Crystal also picked up, letting you know he's probably heading towards that Black Cleaver, the powerful, bruiserish Lucian build that just makes him so incredibly difficult to deal with in any sort of a skirmish situation. As bottom side, everybody's still just farming it out. Almost even CS here between these two. First Drake of the game, that Mountain Drake, not Ocean Drake, I got to correct this time, was taken by the B squad from Maryville. So maybe they'll be able to get the second one. Keep that soul stacking. Maybe that could be a win condition here. But man, things are looking real good for A early on.
Absolutely, but the thing that is so, I'm going to say, disorienting about this game is if you look solely at the gold lead, it looks like A are just absolutely stomping every lane, but that's definitely not the case. Maryville B have been doing well across the map. It's just that top lane that is so dominantly ahead from Niles that has created this gold differential. It's 4K, and almost all of it is on Niles at this point. So if they're not able to play through him, if you make plays across the rest of the map, suddenly that gold lead is sort of in your favor for the B team.
All right, B team. Let's see if they can bring it back here and end up getting themselves a clean sweep in this final, or if we will get to see the we do Silver Scrapes in the best of 3 for Maryville versus Maryville. Make that happen.
I'd like
to. Something like that, producers. Maybe some Silver
Producer
Scrapes
Griffin,
if we end up getting the ultimate showdown of all Maryville kind. But top lane Dinka will just continue living this life, man. It's about all he's got. You can see a little bit more defensive options coming in here through the itemization. Got a Ruby Crystal, got a Cloth Armor, but that's just a rock and a shirt. That's not a lot going up against a Lucian that's got all these bullets with all these items behind him. Value in the bottom lane, finding himself here in a 1 versus 3. Spear Axe approaching from the side, using the Super Soaker to start it off there. Flash going to be followed by Flash. There they go, a little bit more damage will do it, and Spear Axe grabs his first kill of the game. Ties the game up in kills at 3-3. Still a lot of gold to be gathered, though, by Maryville B.
Meanwhile, Kind Jungle looking for the 1v1 will not find it. Probably for the best for him.
Damage,
he was not doing well on that.
Yeah, he just dipped away. I mean, he can easily heal back up against the red buff here, unless Shady has something to say about it. Kind Jungle, no smite ready, but does manage to secure himself the red buff anyway. They're using the ulti. Iconic shows up, but considering the horse does not have the onslaught of shadows, it's not like he's going to have a chance to really catch up to them here. So good job there from Kind Jungle, stealing that buff away.
So we're reaching almost that 14-minute mark, and to be fair to Iconic, that Trinity Force is almost completed, which means that will be a very, very scary horse in a second. Julian rotating up towards the top lane with Spear Axe. We may be looking at 2 fights for this.
Nice shot. Kind Jungle going in there too, but now he will die in response. Turns into a 1-for-1. Top lane Niles. Let's see if you can get away from this one, buddy. Julian and Spear Axe going in, trying to find the CC, but a good flash from Niles going to turn things around. Responding now with the culling on the back end of the fight to make sure that it's Maryville B health bars. The walk away worse for wear. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on the fact that Evan RL got dropped here in the bottom side river while we were watching the top lane. Oof.
This is just really rough. That counter matchup is so difficult there for Dinka, and there's not an easy way to recover from this point. You were looking, they sent 3 people up into the top lane, and Niles still escaped.
Spear Axe, can he escape? Ooh, Axe marks the no. Spear Axe gets himself away, still has that Pike ulti stolen for himself. Julian tries to go in for a bit of a counterattack, but considering he's so low HP, there's not much else going to come out of this one. Maryville B, not in the driver's seat the same way they were back in game number 1, but here goes Spear Axe follow-up coming in from Julian to make sure they get themselves the kill. Shady does not have his own ulti anymore, it means Julian is not under any pressure there. Really like Spear Axe using the ulti, not for the kill, but just to make the entry, close the gap, and then set up the rest with the part of Silas's kit that's actually his.
I've been really impressed with Shady's Pike so far, especially in these team fights. You can tell he's put a lot of time into the champion, not only the bone skewers clean, but the ultimates as well. And I really, really love seeing good Pikes, especially in competitive play. And it's been so punishing so far. Julian, Evan, and Spirix have had to play incredibly carefully in these fights around that Pike as a result. They know their teammate. They know that he is an absolute monster Pike. And like you said during the draft, the immobile carries are suffering the most for it. Evan in the bottom lane has fallen down at least once. Hasn't been the second time just yet. He made it out. And as a result, I'm really worried for them coming into the later stages of the game. I thought maybe Dinka could get out ahead. Well, not ahead, but alive. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
He's stumbling.
Alive. He's not going to be ahead at any point now.
I wanted him to not have a 60 CS deficit. That was all I was expecting.
I'm sure he wanted
that didn't
the same.
happen. He's having a real rough time, and as a result, it's really up to the 4v4 at this point. And it's struggling because Shady has been so proactive with this Pyke in those team fights, with those roams, and he's been doing an incredible job.
Now, blue team here, Maryville A, need to win this game to take us to a game 3. Maryville B win this one. We're all done. It's all set. It's all over. They get to raise the trophy. Everything's fantastic. Now, A also needs to be concerned with the Drake stacking. We are already at the point of 2 Drakes for the B squad. Remember, they got 4-0 in the previous game. Granted, they had complete control over the Rift. You would expect them to. But Maryville A does need to start being concerned about these Drakes moving forward here. They don't want to allow their opponents to reach Soul Point and pose that sort of a threat here again, because it is Infernal Soul. The extra burst damage of having that could be a difference maker in them being able to come back into this game. Playing the good old-fashioned in ARAM now, as Spearaxe has the Hecarim ulti stolen, uses it to buffer out the CC of the pullback on the Orianna Shockwave. And now you can see the A team moving down onto the Infernal Drake. Considering the B squad only has the Rakan initiation there for that big hardy engage, and he's down to 25% HP, not really a fight they can take. Good job stopping the Drake stack.
Maryville A looking really dominant here. It is no longer just the Niles show. The rest of the team has kind of caught up with the program. Iconic especially is incredibly threatening on this Hecarim. You see the Trinity Force and the Skirmisher Saber already completed. That is a dangerous pony, and B team need to get out of there real quick if they don't want to find out why.
Yeah, the Hecarim hitting that that point that I talked about, wanting to make sure that you have the Trinity Force up right around 14 minutes, now trying to move towards the rest of the itemization here so he can continue to be effective in this game. 3-0-0. Iconic got his butt kicked in game number 1. He got out-ganked by his opponent. He died in a 1v1 to his opponent. Kind Jungle just jungle diffed all of the first game. But this time around, it's Iconic who's showing up and saying, all right, game 1 was a bit of a fluke. We're going to show up here a little bit better, make sure that this pops off. 3-0-0 on the horse. Of course, Kind Jungle, 3-1-0. Not having a bad game on the Graves either. And now Julian dashing in, going for the damage onto Niles here. Cullen coming out over the wall. It is stolen, and Julian is gone. Arrow comes through, but it won't find any sort of a mark here yet. Flies wide as Maryville A is able to disengage. They get Niles out, and they get a kill for the trouble.
Niles is too big. He's too big to fail. He's an American bank, Flowers. There's no way to take this man down. You throw everything at him, and he just kills you with it. Sure, you can culling me in the face. I don't care. Watch. Julian's dead now. Congratulations. Are you happy about stealing that ultimate? No. Of course not. Niles is still alive.
Not even a little bit. Spearaxe on the Silas, continuing to try to scale up a little bit here. Needs to get some more damage in his pocket. The Super Soaker is nice. However, it is not the highest type of damage item in the game. We need to see this guy being able to burst people down and take them out, because that gold lead only continues to grow, my friend. 4,000 now, 19.5 minutes into the game. Also, with that Infernal Drake they collected, boosting that damage a little bit more. Maryville A is very, very scary here in game number 2.
Denying the soul point was super crucial there for Maryville A. That would have been one way for Maryville B to find their way back into the game. If you're able to achieve that soul point, you're able to threaten the decision-making between Baron, between forcing away the Dragon Soul from B team. You can sort of find a lead back off that. Now that it's 2 dragons to 1, Maryville B don't have much of a way back into this game, except if you can find Niles outplaying or find a fight that doesn't involve him whatsoever. When his TP and Flash are up, though, it's going to be hard.
Nice engage there from Dinka, landing the CC down onto Niles. Julian coming in, but there's nobody on the team here that actually does damage. Dinka's got 2 different vests. How you wear 2 vests at once? Rakan is a support. Nice damage coming through. Evan Orrell setting it up. Shane CC coming down. Niles with the flash away. A little bit more damage may need to be done, but Julian cannot do it. Niles is a smooth criminal, man. You just can't kill him.
The problem isn't even that Niles is, like, doing fantastically in these fights. He's just sitting there, and you're throwing the entirety of Maryville B at him one by one. Of course he's not dying. You have no damage. You're a Rakan and a Shen. How are you going to burst down a level 13 Black Cleaver Lucian?
With what damage?
Not gonna do it. I mean, you've got
Not happening, bro.
One of your vests hurts him for 10 whenever he shoots you, so you got that. We got Sunfire Cape now, so Dinka does a little bit of extra damage. Funny enough, if Dinka would have had a Sunfire Cape in that fight, I think the extra damage would have been enough to actually kill him. Like, despite the fact that I'm memeing the item, he was such low health that I think that would have been a difference maker. But, hey, shoulda, woulda, coulda, doesn't matter. It didn't happen. Maryville B, 5,000 gold behind. Kind Jungle finds himself Shockwave. Wolf looking for the solo kill here. But Julian is nearby. Kind Jungle gets himself away. Ooh, the true shot barrage shot off there. Kind Jungle with a nice sidestep, keeping away from that one. I don't currently have the Dragon Timer myself because of a UI element in the way. So let me bring up the stream here on my second monitor.
Or 30 seconds from
Okay, I was going to say 30 minutes. That's a damn long
Yeah, no,
time
that
for
was...
this Dragon to spawn.
That's Elder number 4 in 30 minutes.
That's a little bit of a unlucky one there, but 30 seconds till Drake. Kind Jungle using the opportunity to get back to base. Needs to make sure he's full HP. Umbral Glaive picked up second. Love to see this itemization choice on Graves players. Means they have extra burst potential on the squishy targets, and the item is just incredible for vision control in League of Legends. If you're not building Umbral Glaive when you're a champion that succeeds with Umbral Glaive, I actually think it's a mistake almost every time.
Well, especially for Graves, who otherwise just struggles to clear control wards at all.
Oh, yeah, it's awful. It's
the
awful.
most painful. It's the reason I don't play
gun.
Graves ever.
Oh,
I just hate clearing wards. It hurts. Just like auto, E, auto. All right, I gotta sit here for another. All right, I reloaded. Fine, kill the ward. See if I care.
Oh man, Julian with the quickness getting away from Value and Shady here, but my friend, that is a pretty valuable ultimate expended, and that's going to be another couple of minutes before we get to see Maryville B try to really do much of anything. Gold lead has at least been leveled out a little bit. We're not seeing it balloon any further up than 5,000 gold, but 5,000 is still quite a hill to climb 23 minutes into the game. Drake count now also tied at 2-2. Iconic, looking for Kind Jungle here. The horse is a horse, of course, and the horse is now a higher level than Graves. Level 12 versus level 13. Here for Iconic, working towards that Death's Dance. Went ahead and completed Skirmisher's Saber, but not the entirety of a jungle enchantment. Just going straight up for that power of the lifesteal and extra tank ability. Between a Death's Dance passive and his own W, Hecarim is incredibly tanky, even in the middle of 5 opponents.
So I've developed a new theory, Flowers.
What do you got, my
what's
friend?
up with Maryville?
Okay. Hit me.
I think they just can't play from behind, either team.
Okay, so all you have to do is get the lead early, and then they just fall apart.
Well, yeah, if you're such a winning team, as both these Maryville teams are, you probably aren't used to playing from behind as much. So when you get into a situation you're unfamiliar with, generally a lot of teams struggle. We saw this happen even with like Cloud9 in the LCS. The first time they were behind, they looked lost completely. If you find a team that can finally try and challenge you, suddenly you don't know how to deal with it. And I think that's what happened game number 1 for Maryville A, and what's happening for Maryville B right now. We even saw it in the SGC. Maryville A, fantastic team, but as soon as they got behind, they didn't really know how to get back into the game. So I'm suspecting it's a little bit of that again.
Uncharted territory, dangerous lands, Kind Jungle. 2 shots under the control ward, that thing is gone. Niles getting himself away, now finding the chance to go right back in here with the culling. Kind Jungle dashing away, keeping himself safe there. Spearaxe wants to engage. Here comes some CC. There's your follow-up. Neither one's going to hit, but Dinka makes sure he gets in there, and Iconic's in some serious trouble. Nice shutdown coming out from Maryville B. Now the arrow. Here comes nothing. Nice shift away from Value just at the last possible second, getting himself away from that one, preventing a second kill.
Value trying to give us a heart attack with that one. Damn. Huh. All right, now that I've recovered from that, Julian, still going to shout him out. Fantastic Recon player. Has just been biting off way more than he can chew. Again, keeps playing like he's ahead. However, in that fight, it worked out. Spearaxe went for the engage, said, we have something here. I'm going to take the Onslaught of Shadows in, see if we can find anything. Julian was right there to back him up. Got the pick onto Iconic. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert it into anything. A kill's a kill, and that's worth 300 gold. They're only down 5k at the moment, so it's not do or die, but they need to be able to find something tangible off of those picks, or they may as well not have happened.
Right. It's all about not just the kill, what happens after the kill. one dude when there's no Drake up nearby, no turrets up nearby, unfortunately does not equal enough to put this game back in the court of Maryville B. Now, with the next Drake still being a little ways away, we've got under a couple minutes here before that one spawns. I want to see how well they're able to try to contest this one, because for the past couple of Drakes, the topic of conversation has been, well, A needs to prevent B from getting to Soul Point. Now, either side's going to Soul Point, depending on who gets this next one. And considering if A reaches Soul, it's an Infernal Soul with 4 Infernal Drakes. That is so much damage.
That's game over, but frankly, if the game lasts that long, it will be a testament to the strength of Maryville B at this point. I think this kind of decides the game. Whoever gets this Infernal should be able to find Baron as well, because neither team has control over it, and if you're able to establish control over the Dragon, should be able to keep that lead into Baron.
Julian over the wall, goes for the knock-up onto Iconic, won't find anything. I like the fact that he's always fishing for these, especially with his ally nearby. He knows if he goes for a grand entrance and it's bad, and all of a sudden there's 2 or 3 people there, you can immediately just dash back out to the grave to be perfectly safe. Kind Jungle and Iconic could get into a smite fight over this blue. Let's see who takes it. Iconic's got it down to about a third of its HP. Nice smite from Kind Jungle, stopping Iconic from getting away with it. Spearaxe maybe going in here. Julian, beautiful 3-man knock-up into the chain CC. Will they be able to have enough to do it? That's 2 already down. Shockwave's going to miss. Wolf on the run. Julian looking to get himself away. MNRL going to be called down. Damage coming through from Shady X marks the spot. Is it going to be 2? No, it's not. Shady now going to be taken out. More damage being piled on to Niles. Good golly, Miss Molly. That's what they needed.
Beautiful, beautiful team fight from Maryville B. I knew my boy Julian had it in him. The beautiful engage with the quickness to find the entire back line locked up. Spearaxe to follow it up with the onslaught of shadows was exactly what Maryville B have been waiting for this entire game. They've now established themselves at Soul Point. They're looking to find some vision up towards that Baron pit, I suspect.
It's just what you were talking about earlier, Niberia. It's the fact that they were not only able to win the fight, it's the fact that they get the Drake after it. It had real tangible value and real horrific consequences for the A squad. Beautifully done engage with an awesome follow-up. You could see, as soon as Spearaxe was able to steal the Hecarim ultimate, you could practically hear the comms in your head of Rakan recognizing, hey, it's time to go. And he knew he had that follow-up. He knew he would have his allies behind him. And that engage set everything up to make sure their opponents melted. Hecarim still does not have Death's Dance. He melts incredibly quickly. When you look at his build, Trinity Force is a damage item. The hammer is a damage item. Okay, now we've got the Death's Dance, so he'll be able to survive a little bit longer. But when they focus fire him down, and B is doing a really good job of that, he just melts away. This game is now tied up in kills 10-10. It is still a 5,000 gold deficit, despite these couple of small victories that we've seen from the B squad. A still continues to keep the game at that point. And I also got to point out, Spearaxe is feeling the comeback. He's got the Medjai Soul Stealer.
Oh boy, Spearaxe. You're going to break my heart with that item. It's so dangerous. But I got to give him credit. That is one hell of a way to get back into the game. If he's able to stack that one up, it makes up for the deficit that his team has been at for the past 20 minutes. Like, I understand the legitimacy of that item, but you are playing on a tightrope, and if you die one time, it's no longer worth it.
Oh, man, this game is interesting. This is so good now. Even though it looks like it's been A in control for the entirety of the game, B just has that tenacity that you know they're not going to go down without a fight. Now, they do have a couple players here in the bottom lane. Of course, one of them is your top laner who has both Stand United and Teleport, so can easily go across the map if he needs to. Looks like Spearaxe will now be the one set to deal with this Lucian in the side lane in this 1v1 here. Spearaxe level 16, Niles level 16. Niles, however, look at the build, man. 40% CDR already. Still has that Blade of the Ruined King like we pointed out very early on in the game. QSS, too. Means that any big CC that finds him from the Rakan, from the Ashe, even the taunt from the Shen, he will be able to get away from it. Look at how that fight went. Niles is just absolutely destroying Spearaxe there in the 1v1, but now Dinka has to try to get away. He tries to save his buddy. He's going to be cut down. There's another kill. It's a 2-for-0. Maryville A pops off in the bottom lane, finding themselves 2 freebies. This is easily a Baron. Shady goes in, looking to maybe make something happen there with the ulti. Everybody else from Maryville A gonna walk themselves over to the pit and dare Maryville B to come anywhere near.
Niles is too dangerous, man. Why are you trying to fight him? He's 100 CS up on Dinka. Flame Horizon and a half almost at this point. Spirax, you're not going to be able to find that 1v1. You have no healing reduction. You barely have any burst. You have a 4-stack Medjais. You're not going to find that one. Now Julian in trouble.
Oh, man, this is so scary. B team just has to get the hell out of town, man. There's nothing you're going to do here. There's no contest potential. How is Kind Jungle going to get anywhere near it? Pyke is just swimming around there waiting, wishing that you would. And now things have gone from bad to worse. It's a 9,000 gold deficit. You remember last game when I talked about the threshold where the game now requires a mistake from your opponents instead of just good play from you? We crossed it. A team has to make a mistake here.
Feel like we may have been there for like a good 2 minutes, but that 1v1 in the bottom lane kind of secured it. Because Spirax, to be fair, with that purchase of the affectionately referred to BM book, if you're able to pick up like 2 or 3 kills off of that, it becomes worth it. But now that you died in the 1v1 against Niles, the most fed member on the team, you're dealing with the punishment from that. The Baron on top of it, you don't have enough wave clear to contest this. It's really just riding the struggle bus.
This situation is horrific here for B. I honestly, now remember, B won the first game in 25 minutes. Considering A now has a 9,000 gold lead, I want to see them make a big push with this. I think it'll be very telling of A's strength as a team, how much they can get out of this Baron push. This should not be a take the remaining 2 second-tier turrets and then hope for next Baron to break the base. This shouldn't be one of those kinds of situations. I need to see at least 1 inhibitor or 2 inhibitor turrets without an inhibitor taken to think that blue team made the most out of this. I need to see results because they have the lead to do it. They have the Baron buff. This team should feel confident in their movements and in their fights. Now we have that Drake spawn. If this goes over to B by some miracle, it will be the Infernal Soul. Julian going in. Arrow fired off. Not going to find much of anything. Kind Jungle already down. Julian going to be taken nearly low, nearly killed off. Niles taken out of the fight. Now it's still going to be a 3 versus 4, but Shady's coming in with a dunk. Everybody's dead on the side of the B team. Dig the graves. Write the obituaries. These boys are not long for this world. The damage coming out from the A squad has proved more than enough. Spirax trying to 1v2 here, buy himself a little bit of extra time. He tries to go in, but X marks the spot. Easy pick up there from Maryville A. They will grab their own 3rd Drake of the game. They will build this gold lead up to 12,000. Stop the knocking. Break out that big old battering ram thing that SWAT teams have and kick this door in. There is no reason this team should not just be going straight for the next.
I'm pretty sure Shady just got his team legitimately like 3K worth of gold in that fight alone.
Oh, it's so much.
The triple execute?
It's
ludicrous.
I'm always surprised when I look at the tooltip of a Pyke player's ulti and see the sheer amount of money a stupid thing gives. Like, I have no idea why it generates that much cash.
It's ridiculous. Total gold shared with allies, 1,800! Flowers!
That's a lot of money, buddy. That's 6 extra kills. So pretty much just imagine this game says 23-12 instead of 17-12. Thank you very much. Man, the observers this game, I'm going to give some big props to the observers. Can I get some poggers in the chat for the observers, please? Because they've been doing some real good work here today, and I always got to make sure that the people behind the scenes are getting the credit they deserve, and they're making sure that this is absolutely the kind of show we need it to be. So, Julian's at 20 HP, by the way.
Skarner fans as well, we found
I
out.
know, which I consider part of doing a really good job. It's very important.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Now,
Nobody likes Shaco, though, so I never get to say that about my main, but you know what? I've accepted it. Look,
hey, man,
I
work with Kobe. Kobe's a Shaco player, too.
Really?
Yeah. Kobe's, some of Kobe's, oldest mains are Shaco, Udyr, and Bai.
Fantastic. I love that.
Yeah,
man.
Kobe loves Shaco. Don't worry, man. You're not alone.
So he's the only other non-toxic Shaco main, because the one problem I have is, no, it's awful. Like, I look for good streamers to watch, and all of them are like, oh man, GG, jungler diff. Jungler diff so hard this game and still lost FF. Alt F4. I'm like, dude!
Giving y'all a bad name, man. Giving y'all a bad name.
It's awful. Like, I'm not naming names because it's literally all of them for one, but it's so frustrating because like Skarner Maze, they've got you, man. They've got a good face for the community. We've got just a bunch of toxic jerks who are just like, yeah, you guys suck. I'm better than you.
You know, I had a
something
buddy.
about the champion, man.
I have
It attracts
buddy who used
me
to
and a
work
bunch
at
of
Riot,
jerks. I don't know.
and he plays Shaco. And when I first moved out here and became friends with him, I was like, because you know, people ask me, oh, so you know, do you want to play? Like, what rank are you in, and everything like that. I was like, oh, well, I'm like mid diamond, and my friend was like, oh, only mid diamond, huh? He's like, that's cool. We should play sometime. I'm a diamond 1 Shaco 1 trick. I was like, oh, no kidding. I was like, that's super sick. Last season I was in diamond 1 too, so we're pretty close elo. He had me believe in this for 6 months until one day I actually OP.GG'd him.
Silver 4.
I was like, how is this diamond 1? He was like, well, I told you the half truth because I am a Shaco 1 trick. But yeah, I ain't diamond 1. I'm in silver 4. I was like,
we're doing fractional truths now.
Like, man, this ain't good enough. Half don't round up to a whole in this case. Iconic has to get himself away there. Walks into 3 players from the B squad. Maryville A seems to be pretty content just waiting this one out for the second Baron, then using that to push into the base. So we'll see if they can make that happen. Julian, looking for something on to Shady here. How are you going to catch Pike? Spoiler alert, you're not. He runs away. He's got the Ghost Blade. He's good to go. Arrow fired off. Man, I literally just... The one thing I thought I couldn't cast or curse was that champion dying, and apparently it worked even on that. Pike is out of the picture. Shady is down. It's 5v4 on the map. But what can the B team do with it?
Oh, they're looking for Niles here. I don't think that's the right decision.
No, not with Shen and... you talked about this earlier, my friend.
It's Julian again.
Shen and Rakan together versus Lucian.
They have to run into the fountain against the Lucian.
Oh,
Flowers, you've been around long enough to remember this. Do you remember that ancient Saint Vicious tweet that was like, that feel when the enemy team flanks with Maokai and your team flanks with Lucian? I'm feeling that unironically right now. Like, Niles is the terrifying Lucian that makes that flank make sense.
Oh, man, the old school days. Okay, we got a Drake coming up in like 15 seconds here, and it's got to be the Soul. It has been on pause for the last 20 minutes, but now this is the guaranteed final elemental Drake of the game. Who's going to get it if it's the B team? That's a tragedy of all mankind, because A has no business giving up any objectives at this point in the game. B has decided they're going to go after the Baron. Wolf's grabbing the kill onto Spearaxe here at the start. Can't see the screen just yet. Julian looking to run himself away. Unstoppable is Iconic as he dives in, looking to make more happen. Evan RL is the target. Kind Jungle kiting himself away. Niles looking to find some more damage. Colling's going to go wide right. Dinka in the middle of 4, not where he wants to be. Wolf grabs another kill. Toss him the ball. He won't be tossing it back. Now you've got Kind Jungle here in the top lane. Iconic and Shady coming around from the side. Kind wants to get himself out. It was a Baron going over to the B squad, but the purple will be wiped from the map. It will not matter. The ace for the Hecarim, the ace for the A team, and the push for the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, esports fans of all ages,
We're going to game 3.
Game 3 of Maryville versus Maryville. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. The school admins are real happy about the namespaces they're getting for this one. Maryville A brings it all the way to our final game of the night off the back of turning around 4 Drakes and a Baron. They really wanted to make sure they won that one, Flowers. They were like, all right, we got the Baron. You want to do anything with it?
No.
no, absolutely not.
I need
But hey,
soul.
And everyone was like, okay, Niles, that's fine. That's fine. You're the only reason we're in this initially, so we'll just let you vibe, man. Do
B
your thing.
team stomped game 1. A team was in control from start to finish pretty much of game number 2. Their game wasn't as fast. It wasn't as cutthroat as the B team was when they were in the lead. A played it very slow, very steady, very much the tortoise and the hare, the approaches of the two teams here in the games that they were leading. But now it's all coming down to game number 3. It's all coming down to this. One more game to determine which Maryville is the true Maryville that will reign supreme and take the victory, take the trophy here at HUE Fest 2020. We're going to be heading to a break here in just a second, but once we're back, we'll have all the action and the dramatic conclusion of this tournament. We'll see you there.
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
It has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
I'm going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own fountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Hit on outside of his shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Hello, guys.
This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, esports fans of all ages, welcome back to our guaranteed final game of the day here. Maryville versus Maryville. You heard it right. Maryville A and Maryville B have triumphed over every other team here at HUE Fest 2020, and now all that's left is to prove themselves the greater Maryville among the two. Now, both teams have managed to secure a single win so far. This is a best of 3, not a best of 5. Maryville B won the first game in under 25 minutes with a very dominant showing, but in game number 2, Maryville A bounced back. While the victory was not quite as swift as it was for B in game number 1, they made sure they played it slow, tried to avoid as many mistakes as possible, and played around an absolutely smashing matchup that they drafted with a Lucian versus a Shen in the top lane that allowed them to take control over the entirety of Summoner's Rift. And now, here we arrive onto game 3 to see how things are going to shake out between them in this very last showdown.
Man, get my boy Dinka out of Shen prison. What the hell was that game? I was so proud of him game number 1. I was like, hell yeah, B team taking down the A team. Underdog story. Love to see it. And then they were just like, what if we draft our carry player on Shen?
What if we have him play Shen into Lucian?
Don't work great. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Oh,
not a hot
man.
matchup. So, I mean, that wasn't the only problem with that game, but it really was precipitated by the fact that the early game just didn't exist for Team B as a result of their Shen not having a lane. He was down 40 CS at that point, and while you could argue, well, maybe he could eke out some more CS here and there, that's really not the problem. The problem is that you set up one of your carry players that really initiated a lot of the plays, a lot of the team fights in game number 1 on a champion that can't really do that as well, especially from behind. Shen from ahead, fantastic initiator. Shen from behind, paperweight with a taunt.
Yeah, and we're looking for this third game here to be pretty high energy. And you know what, Twitch chat? If you want to have a high energy, I highly recommend a delicious Red Bull. That's right. They not only sponsor this event, they sponsor my other job too, down at the LCS, which is why they hooked us up with all these super awesome limited edition League of Legends Red Bull cans. That's right. It's Yasuo right on the Red Bull can. Now I can go 0 and 10 IRL just like I do in the game. And don't be afraid to check out Red Bull's newest hotness as well at redbull.com/soloqueue. Make sure you give that one a look-see, get involved with that, and make sure that you keep your energy topped off. It gives you wings and LP.
I need to give me some Red Bull then. Could use some of that ladder. Don't eat wings right now, usually not falling from large heights, but LP can always use some more of that.
Oh yeah, everybody needs a little bit of extra LP in their lives. And let's go ahead and jump into the draft, see what else these guys are going to be having in their lives here as we see the champions shake out for the final. Sorry, I was really hoping.
Deep breath. Deep breath.
The third and final game, I would have got to see it. I was hoping they would have stopped. I was hoping they were going to be cool. They chose not to be cool.
No,
I am
competitive League of Legends only, no coolness allowed.
I am
cool
not.
Dudes, very illegal. Clayton, get off the broadcast.
I am not happy with these bans and the way this has been shaken out. But once again, it's a lot of jungle priority. We're seeing the same kind of bans we saw last time. By the way, switching sides for the first time this series. It's going to be B on blue team, A on red team. The bans are exactly the same as they were in the previous game for B. Let's see if A goes ahead and bans out a jungler here yet again. No. Not triple jungle bans. Instead, they're banning out the Lucian. They don't want to play against that again. Xin Zhao. That's the one they gave up. Remember, that's the one that was used with great success by Kind Jungle in game number 1. They banned it out in game number 2 against him. Now here in game number 3, it's back and it's locked in.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I mean, I think it can work outside of those super early game compositions as well. We haven't seen Xin in a long time. But he's a really great facilitator for early lanes, really great at getting you ahead early because he just has so much raw scrapping power. You find him in a lane, you just send him at an opponent and say, go. And he'll take care of it. Come late game,
he'll get it
kind of
done.
useless, but till then, I really like him.
They'll get it done for sure. It's going to be Xin Zhao versus Graves here this time around. Last game, we managed to see Kind Jungle have a good performance on the Graves, but not good enough to outshine his opponent in the Hecarim. Now, that same opponent will be piloting his champion from game number 2. We'll see who comes out on top, but we got some extra spice thrown into the ramen pot here on this one. I say it because one of her emotes, I don't remember which one it is, actually eats the ramen bowl, and I always really liked that one. It's Akali locked in for the A squad.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this Akali. It's been banned out against pretty much every single team I've seen today. So seeing that being picked up by Wolfie is interesting for me, especially because from what I had seen, it's not one of his most common champions. So coming out with a little bit of a style pick, trying to style on the B team, but the Galio instant response comes out.
Oh, if they lock in this Camille, I love this if they lock Camille. Come on.
Come on, give it to us.
Lock it in.
Cannonball on a rope. Let's go.
Okay, there we go. There we go. The dunk bucket is ready to go. Camille gets you stuck. Galio says you're out of luck. That's such a good combo. It's so good. It's like the Jarvan one, but you can't flash out of it instead. I love seeing champions like this that facilitate Galio, allowing him to use the ultimate offensively to set up a powerful teamfight environment for a squad. Maryville B drafting that along with the Xinjiao. Maryville A picking a champion that is rather difficult to stick to. Camille practically going to need the Hextech ultimatum to do it. The Ezreal locked in for the A squad.
This team currently can only go in, and I'm all for it, especially considering how successful that was game number 1. Look, we saw that Maryville A have trouble closing out games. I'm going to say that now. They were really taking their time. They're like, okay, we got to dot the I's, but it's got to be precisely 8 pixels apiece, crossing the T's at a 42-degree angle, and it took them a while. If you can get Maryville B on that game number 1 aggression, that go, let's go to the Nexus, no brakes on this train, I think that's where we're going to see them find success again.
All right, bans are done for the final game of the day. It's Renekton and Thresh banned out by the B squad. Caitlyn and Kaisa banned out by the A team. Ooh, what is this? We've been getting a little Pantheon spice here in the game. Now, Pantheon, of course, is a flex pick, but there's no point in talking about him if they're not going to pick him anyway. Orianna, the pick instead, here for the A squad as their 4th pick of this draft.
Dude, I hate being baited like that. They always hover something cool, and then they're like, oh, it's Orianna.
It's the most staple champion of all of competitive play.
Orianna. Haven't seen one of those in, oh God, 40 minutes.
At least an hour.
Yeah. Jeez, it's time for my hourly Orianna checkup. Wow, she sure still does throw clocks.
Well, hey, we got Callista on the other side. So Callista can be very interesting depending on what support she is paired with. Now, the thing that we also have to remember here is the A squad actually left their support pick as the very final pick of the draft on Red's side, which means if they use this to pick some boring support champion that could have been picked in round 1, round 2, round 3, or even round 4, I'm going to tilt. I'm going to tilt off the face of the earth. So they need to pick a champion that has a hard impact on the lane and provides a good laning opportunity, or seriously synergizes and facilitates the rest of the team in the late game stages. Because Callista, with a support Pantheon, can do a lot of work.
Don't.
They picked Tom Kench.
They picked Tom Kench. We built it up. We were excited for it. I know you were. I was excited for it. I know you were. And then they picked Tom Kench on us. And I'm less excited. I'm going to be honest. I'm excited for the matchup still. I'm excited for the match. Maryville A versus Maryville B. Very exciting. Tom Kench, less exciting. Come on, guys. Last game. Spice it up.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
Because I remember one thing that Jat used to talk about on desk, back before his bringing Team Liquid to Worlds days. He would talk about how he doesn't hate Tom Kench as much as he used to, because after they had to nerf a lot of the utility of the champion by reducing the range of the ulti and making it so the Devour didn't give him a haste anymore and actually slowed him down, and just reducing all these defensive powers of him, they buffed his offensive capabilities. And into other melee supports, Tom Kench can actually be pretty powerful in 2v2 trades. Stuck in melee range with him where he can just apply the lick over and over again and get a really easy offensive Devour, he does a surprising amount of damage. Now, whether that's enough damage to skew the matchup when he has an Ezreal as his partner, I don't know. I would be lying to you if I said I was familiar with this 2v2 of Callista Pantheon versus Ezreal Tom Kench. I don't see this one very often. It's not super common to me. It's not something that I'm well versed in. So if the Tom Kench gets to play aggro and finds out how many licks to the center of a Pantheon pop, yeah, it'll be fun to watch. But if this is just a Tom Kench and Ezreal sit underneath the turret and wait, and Tom Kench tries to devour him and save him from anything that might hurt him, this is a waste of a round 5 pick on red side. We'll see. We'll see.
If this isn't the tongue slappingest, man-eatingest, punch towerist Tom Kench I've ever seen coming out from Shady, I am going to be so upset. So
I didn't see
angry.
it.
You wasted.
He played Pike last game, bro.
5 on Tom Kench. Otherwise,
he played Pike last game too. That's the thing.
I
Right?
know it's still open. It's right there. Come on, showmanship.
Oh man. All right. Well, I will reserve
right.
judgment. I will reserve judgment until we actually see the outcome. But
so let's see what we got then.
Okay.
I like B's composition.
I do
digging
too.
it.
Yeah, you have two different champions. The Galio can easily go in and support with his ultimate. Either Xin Zhao, if he's the one who has to dive in first and needs that extra support to stay alive, boom, Galio can go in. If you want strict offensive capability, it's very easy for him to jump in on top of Camille, make sure that they have that dunk bucket combo I'm talking about. Galio and Camille is one huge initiation. Callista and Pantheon together is an initiation. Not only does Galio provide protection for whoever he's ulting, but Pantheon can jump in, CC, immediately use the E to prevent extra damage from following up and making it so that engage is strong. I like the tools they have here. My other big issue with the A squad draft this time around, Graves initiation? Akali? Nope. Ezreal? 0. Tom Kench? Post level 11 only when he has real range on the ulti. Orianna requires setup. Let's go back to when we talked earlier about drafts and talked about the trigger pull and how easy it is to say we're fighting here. It's not easy for the A team to do that. It's much easier for B.
Gotta kite back if you're gonna find it. I'm rooting for B. I'm showing caster bias. I know that everyone hates that, but listen. Hear me out.
You're gonna get a Reddit thread, bro. I've been
Dude,
there.
I'm gonna get
Don't do
Reddited.
that.
Oh no!
You're
It's
gonna get
almost like
Reddit
they
threaded.
already told everyone they hate the LPL casters. I don't care, Reddit. I don't care. None of us do it for you. We do it for the love of esports and League of Legends. And you know what I love, Flowers?
What do you love, bro?
I love the three-peats. Evan RL,
Okay.
he's got a three-peat lined up. He just needs to win this game, and he has won every single HUE Invitational held thus far, and I want to see that happen when we get into Game 3. I'm thirsting for it. I'm hungry for some victory for this man.
See, I went to the first, the HUE Invitational back in 2018. I did that one. It was really fun, big live event. Me and Wild Turtle and Moon and Exogen all went there. And those three guys, they did the analyst desk for it. I was doing the cast. And we flew out there. It was a really cool thing, just seeing everything and being a part of the whole scene there. And then in 2019, I couldn't because my schedule was too tightly packed leading up to Worlds. And now this year, we're back doing it again, of course, in just a slightly, different environment.
Yeah,
as opposed
less
to
fortunate scenario.
the live setting. So I was there to see his first victory, and it is really cool that he could come back and maybe go 3 in a row here. But it would be fun for the other team to be able to knock him out and deny him that as well. Just to make sure that.
All right, I'm gonna make the argument here. I'm trying to get you on my side.
All right,
and
okay,
hopefully
compel
everyone
me.
else as well.
Compel
All
me.
right, so here's the thing. If A wins, they're only getting a 2-peat for those players that were on Maryville last time. 2-peat's boring.
I was
it
gonna say,
doesn't
that's not
rhyme.
even
The
wordplay.
syllables don't have any rhyme scheme.
It's not wordplay.
3-peat. Oh, you got that double. That's called assonance when they share the same vowel. I taught you something, Twitch chat. It's a collegiate event.
Yeah,
You
there
better
you go,
be
boys.
studying.
There you go,
Anyways,
boys.
assonance. It's a great word. Means the vowels rhyme, essentially.
Yeah, I like
3-peat.
that. There you go.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of
It's good
extra
stuff.
knowledge.
I know way too much about words. This is a linguistics major.
That's honestly a really good thing to have excessive knowledge about in this line of work, though, my friend. I would
Yeah,
argue that there's no such
it really
thing.
has helped a little bit.
I'd say of all the random stuff you could know too much about, this is way more useful than like ancient civilization pottery or types of different birds that exist in Canada. There's a lot more useless
But those
information
are
you could
also
have as a
sick
caster.
things I would love to learn more about, Clayton. You telling me if I whipped out some nasty-ass bird facts on air right now, you wouldn't be thrilled?
Oh my
The
god. All right.
Canadian goose is native to Canada. This is where I stop.
You want
and
some-
they're
you want some fun
angry, and I
facts?
hate them.
I got I got some fun facts, not about birds, because I don't know nothing about birds, but I know a lot about scorpions, believe it or not.
All right, lay it on me.
Did you know that, so a lot of people are surprised, because people always call Skarner a bug. He's not a bug, he's an arachnid, because scorpions are very closely related to spiders. Now, people look at a scorpion and they go, well, what do you mean it has 8 legs? It's got the 2 big claws. Does the claws count as a leg or no? And the thing is, the claws aren't arms. They aren't one of the legs that the scorpion has. It's 8. The claws on a scorpion are actually pedipalps. So same things that happen on a tarantula, you know, those big fang things that stick out of their mouth on the sides. Scorpions just evolved differently, and their pedipalps are huge because they're used for hunting stuff. So a scorpion's claws are actually a part of its mouth. There's your fun fact about scorpions for the day, and we're ready.
Skarner looks weird now, Clayton. You've ruined it. We have a game 3. Let's go. Maryville A versus Maryville B for the title. The 3-peat up for grabs for Evan RL. Let's see if he can find it, or if Maryville A shut him down.
Let's do it, man. B versus A, the contest of the Maryvilles, the grand finale of HUE Fest 2020. Please give me a match to remember. I want to see this one go the distance. Both of them so far have been pretty one-sided. I want a slugfest here this time around in this final game. Let's go ahead and take a look here. I was informed by our producers between these games, by the way, that the UI element that was previously blocking my view of the Dragon Timer is actually something I could control on my end. So I have the Dragon Timer exactly now and no longer have to guess based on a delayed stream. I'm pretty excited about that since I was able to move my own face out of the way. And let's see how everybody's shaking out this game. Kind Jungle with the Hail of Blades here on the Xin Zhao gives him extra speedy capabilities for getting that 3-hit knock-up off. That ability is just so useful on these champions that want to get that quick burst of auto attacks down. You often see it. Rek'Sai's can run it for really strong early games. Xin Zhao can run it for a very powerful early game. Spearaxe with the Predator on the Galio shows me he's going to be looking to do a lot of roaming here in this game. PTA Pantheon, very normal. Hail of Blades on Callista. Callista, extra attack speed is even more valuable since it's going to make her hops that much faster too. Allows the trades to not only be aggressive, but extra safe and have more outplay potential since he can hop away more quickly.
I love this. I love this draft. I love the way this early game is going to go.
Oh, man. Okay, we're already getting some action here into the bottom lane. Shady's in some trouble, has to flash away. Tom Kench, red side, pick 5. All I'm going to say.
To be fair, though, I think Pyke would have died there.
Pyke could have dashed away. Pyke would have died there if he early leveled his Q, and that's all he had. But if Pyke saves the skill point and waits till till there's actually a reason to cast a spell and dashes away, easy. Doesn't even have to flash.
All right, I was trying to justify it. It clearly didn't work. All right, I'm also upset about it. I'm just upset about the Tom Kench again. I was trying not to remember, and then you're like, hey, remember that Tom Kench was the final pick instead of Pyke?
Well, here they go. Red side did hit level 2 first, so they wanted to try to get a little aggro there, but Evan RL immediately returning fire there, showing you exactly what the Hail of Blades is able to do. Callista looks really silly in the first couple of levels if you don't have Hail of Blades when she's trying to trade with the champion. Like, look at how she auto-attacks the minions here. It looks like she's in some slow-mo 80s action movie where she hops through the air while the camera's slowed down, just because the champion needs attack speed to feel smooth and responsive. So Hail of Blades guaranteeing that she'll be able to do that here throughout these lane trades and they move forward.
She's just in the Matrix. There is no spear.
Yeah, it's all in her imagination. Shady is in some trouble here once again. Level 2 versus level 2. Shady in some trouble. First blood going over to Evan RL. It's a 1-for-1 as Iconic has found his way into the bottom lane. Evan RL still with a flash, ready to go, looking to get away, won't be able to do it. The turret will not be enough to finish him off. It is a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Maryville A. Now playing from the red side. Neither AD carry taken teleport this game, which means as value cleans up these minions, that's going to be an entire wave of EXP and gold lost to the turret.
That's so rough. Their entire game is built around getting that early lead, snowballing it into mid, and just slamming home the victory. Now they may be able to find it in the mid, though.
Oh, mid lane, nice move. Spearaxe and Kind Jungle. They saw that the enemy jungler got involved in the bottom lane. They immediately make a play here in the mid lane. Kind Jungle, not one to be asleep at the wheel and just allow his opponent to get the better of him in the early jungle play. Now he has invaded here with Julian. You'll see the Tom Kench. A little bit unfortunate there, that timing for the side of Maryville B. If they would have been just a second later stepping out of the bush, they could have potentially set up a kill there onto the Tom Kench, but they didn't know he was rounding the corner. Now, considering there's a lot of players still hanging out around here from Maryville A, B has to be careful about tempting this any further. Julian's still only level 2 on this Pantheon, means he needs to get one more ability point to get that third ability.
Yeah, it's really rough when you're like, yeah, Julian, this is real great invade with the jungle support duo, but buddy, you only got 2 skills. You really need to catch up.
We need to get that level 3 up and running here. Bottom
There
right,
we
see Evan RL. Evan RL level 4 already here on the Callista. Going to continue shoving up. Value, he appears to be behind in CS right now, but just look at this treasure trove of minions available to the man underneath this tier 1 turret. Value has everything right for the picking here. Depending on how well he's able to farm this up, he'll be just fine. Already caught up to the Callista now. There you go. Tom Kench helping him prime the wave. Shady, you got to lick those. All right, there we go. There we go. Value with a 35 to 31 CS lead. And honestly, considering there were about 7 or 8 minions lost to the turret by Evan after he died, having a 4 CS deficit, not too bad.
Yeah, it's a good recovery. They may be looking for this mid gank again. I really love the idea of chain ganking Wolfie, just because, I'm going to be honest, I think one of the most underrated things in competitive settings is player tilt. We've seen, I'm sure you remember, it's so nice getting to cast with you because I know you're also old like me and therefore have been there since like the beginning of LCS.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
No, not like old, but like the kind that like 16-year-olds would say. They'd call us boomers.
You started
I'm
off
24,
by
I
saying,
get called
"Man,
a
I like
boomer
to
by
cast with
16-year-olds. You have to suffer like I have, Clayton.
I like to cast with you because you're old. Like that was they had us in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Man, what the hell?
Look, we're both esports boomers. We've gotta live through it and be proud of it. It's what I've learned, because apparently I never get to be called relatively young in anything ever again, because I've reached 24. Well, like you remember Dyrus, season, was it season 3 versus LMQ or season 4? Where he finally got undyrused and just like freaked out on stage and was like shouting in his seat.
Let's sleep and go.
Yeah, get out of my lane.
Yeah, the hype.
The classic. See, I knew you'd get it. You've been here since the beginning. That's how I should have phrased it. I apologize.
Exactly what clip you're talking about. Oh yeah, I got the UFO Corky skin and everything. I've been playing this game for 10 years.
You got
man.
UFO Corky. So I like probably my account technically qualifies, but I don't remember what email I registered it under.
Oh no! Oh, topside. Didn't get going for the kill onto Niles here. He issues the Hextech ultimatum, but Niles is able to get himself away using the ulti defensively there with the Akali to guarantee the escape. I like the fact that Dinka was going for this. Iconic manages to clear his red buff just in time before the invade was coming through from Kind Jungle and Spear Axe. Kind Jungle will see Iconic here. Now, considering that's a level 5 Xin Zhao against a level 6 Graves with red, Iconic immediately knows, okay, this guy's not alone. There's no world where he jumps on me and takes that 1v1 if he is, because it's a complete int. So he has to back away. He has to respect the fact that the B team is rolling in guns blazing this topside jump.
Nah, he's just that aggressive. I believe him. I'd be scared anyway.
That's so terrible, dude.
Be like, what kind of guy goes in for a 1v1 at level 5 versus a level 6 Graves? He knows something I don't. I'm getting out.
No, dude, as soon as somebody does that, I'm like, all right, free 300 gold. Get over here, Zincha. I'm going to give you exactly what you came for.
No. It's like a horror movie when you see 2 little girls alone in a hallway. You just start running the opposite direction.
Oh, are you describing a level 5 Xin Zhao with no buffs as like the girl from The Ring? She shows up and crawls out of the TV, and even though it's just a girl, you gotta run away.
Yeah, because you're like you're relatively sure it's just a little girl, but she looks kind of creepy, and she might just kill me. I should run.
See, you'd be one of those dudes that you look at everything from the perspective of, hey, this might be messed up. You would last a long time in a horror movie. I feel like you would probably be one of the last guys, if not the guy who actually survived it. Me, I'd be second guy dead. Because I'd be normal until the monster showed up, and then I would try to fight it. I'd be dead 30 minutes into the movie, and you'd be the guy who walks away and learns the lesson and is like, oh man, hope that never happens again, and sets him up for the sequel. You're imperative to the entire franchise. I'm just there because I'll have one zippy one-liner at the beginning of the movie that people remember, and after that they'll be like, man, this guy is dumb, why did he die?
Yeah, but you get the zippy one-liner. That's all the fun.
I know, that's what I signed up for. We're here for a good time, not for a long time. That's my horror movie motto. Now, here in the mid
lane... Seems to be
lane...
Julian's motto this game, too.
Yeah.
He's really just... Yeah, level 5, sure, I'll gank.
Oh, man, Julian coming around. Not going to find a whole lot. Do the commentators not have the game on? Hey, guy in Twitch chat, I'm sorry I can't tell you about Pantheon walking through the bushes. I know that that's very important information. Don't you worry. We'll make sure to keep you up to date with everything that's super... Pantheon, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, stepping through the river. Just stepped on top of a crack. Evan is able to take down the crab. And now he's going to throw 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears, 4 spears, 5 spears, 6 spears, 7 spears, 8 spears, 9 spears, 10... Okay, nice.
Didn't make it to 10.
Good
It's
job.
important.
Yeah, kept it in the single digits. That's efficiency.
Now, I've heard, Captain Flowers, that because Julian stepped on a crack in the middle of that, I'm reporting from my sources, he broke his mother's back?
Oh, no. The classic nursery rhyme curse. You hate to see it. Top lane. It's Kind Jungle and Julian coming in, looking to make the play. Here comes your chain damage. The CC as well. Niles kept alive with the power of the smoke screen. The forces of K-pop align to keep Akali in the game. As Graves disconnects, look at the position of the players on your screen. This is a horrible time to disconnect. This is one of those moments that you look at from a movie. It's like,
yes, the 90s parody movie.
This is the yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation, and let me tell you, it's a wild story. This poor guy.
I'll be there for you.
Okay, so we got a break right now. I don't know what's going on. We'll get an update for you guys if we're able to get one. But other than that, we're just kind of going to chill, wait until we can get back into the game here. We do have a pretty exciting one going on. Both teams getting some blood on the Rift here nice and early on. And that's what I wanted to see from a Game 3. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, I just want to see Julian continuing to do Julian things and go for these crazy engages, these crazy roams. And that's exactly what he's been giving us. And I've been really appreciating that. Like, hell yeah, Julian. Live your best life. I'm proud of you. Like, if you want to roam as a level 5 Pantheon while your AD carry's been level 6 for like 3 minutes, that's cool, dude. It seems to be working, and I'm going to be honest, from an analytical standpoint, first of all, I don't care because it's working. But second of all, like, if you're going to get leads everywhere else, sure. That's a better use of your time than hanging around in the bot lane. I'm all for it, man.
As long as your AD carry isn't forced into a situation where he's running it down because you're roaming so much,
yeah,
you're good to go, right? It's one of those things where you see it happen a lot in solo queue. Like I have a couple friends who play support, and they like to roam a lot, but because they're like lower elo, they're like silver or gold or whatever, they always get tilted. They're like, bro, how can I play my style of League of Legends and actually roam like I see at LCS games when my stupid AD carry just kills himself over and over and over again as soon as I leave lane? I was like, well, you're in silver 1, and the guy doesn't know what to do because he wants to keep playing like normal instead of sitting underneath the turret, and he's going to get killed over and over again. But this isn't silver 1. This is collegiate. These are organized teams. Yeah. As long as the AD carry knows to just hang back, give up 10 CS if you have to give up 10 CS, and Pantheon's going to get you 2 kills across the map, go for it, man. 2 thumbs way up.
All right. So now that we have some time away from the game, and I had a question. You know that I like to talk about one tricks and like to talk to one tricks. So I think I'm going to ask you the most relevant question that you can ask any one trick. How do you think Skarner would be as a roommate? And I want you to like give why and why not. Like think it through, because I've thought it through, and I want to see if you come to the same conclusion I did, because you know more about Skarner than I do.
Do you know the Skarner lore?
I do, vaguely, but not as well as you do.
So a quick rundown of the Skarner lore is pretty much Skarner's a thing called a Brackhern, which is a big crystal scorpion. They're ancient creatures that have crystals in them, and when they die, their spirit goes into the crystal, and the other scorpions bury it in the desert. And then when the new scorpions are born, they aren't born with the crystals. They dig up one that resonates to them and like talks to their soul from the desert. And then it's sort of a pseudo reincarnation thing where they take all the memories and experiences of the other scorpion and it fuses into them. Anyway, bad shit happened in the world. Everything's getting polluted. All the companies won't sign anything to stop doing it. So all the scorpions got to go to sleep or they're going to die. So they tunnel under the ground and they all go to sleep. But then the evil archaeologists and Wall Street bankers come from Piltover, and they start saying, hey, man, these scorpions are free technology. This is money. So they dig up all the scorpions, and they start murdering them and stealing their crystals because it's like free energy. So anyway, there's one really big scorpion that's also really mean, and he wakes up, and that's what Skarner is. Skarner pretty much hears all the crystals being popped and ripped out of the other scorpions are like a cacophony inside his head, and he can't deal with it. And so he wakes up, and he pretty much goes full Silent Hill on all these archaeologists. He's just this massive monster from under the sand that tears them apart. Skarner is not the same size in the lore that he is in the game. He's like bigger than a house. So he just shows up and starts tearing all these guys limb from limb and just rips the blood out of their veins. It's heavy metal. And then after that, Skarner pretty much goes on a journey. He stays woken up. He stays wandering around because his brain is haunted by the phantom screams of all his murdered fellow scorpions. So Skarner's entire mission of playing League of Legends is to find a way to both get revenge for his murdered scorpions and find some sort of peace in his own mind. So I think Skarner would be a terrible roommate because all the time he's going to be angry and he's going to have a headache nonstop. And that means anything you do that might be a slight inconvenience, Skarner's going to be like, bro. Skarner's a loner by nature. He misses his kind, and until that kind is back, Skarner is not going to be a happy dude. Not a happy dude, not a happy roommate.
So, like, that's totally the opposite conclusion I came to, because I was thinking, like, I knew half the lore. I knew that, like, Brackerns were sleepy boys that, like, didn't wake up. And I was just like, okay, so he'll nap on the couch a bunch. That's a positive. Sure, the spires take up a lot of real estate, and especially in LA, real estate's hard to come by, but he'd probably pay his rent on time. Like, he seems like a responsible giant scorpion monster. And if he wants to sleep all the time, that means he probably doesn't eat much. So, like,
but
my idea was, like, Skarner would be kind of like having, like, just a chill roommate that sleeps a lot. So, I guess I'm glad I didn't let him into the house and sign the rent application with him, because damn.
Yeah, if you had any buddies that worked in Piltover, you'd murder them. And that's not
That's not cool. You have,
society.
you know, friendly get-togethers post-COVID, or during COVID, socially distant get-togethers in the backyard or something. I don't know what people do when they actually see other people. I haven't seen people in 4 months. God bless COVID. It's awful.
Oh, speaking of... God bless the Rift Herald, bringing the plates into the pockets here of the blue team. Maryville B grabbing some extra money off of that summoning. They are at a 500 gold lead. Niberia, this game is nice and close. This is what I love to see. We have ourselves a very evenly matched match as Maryville B have acquired the first break. They'll acquire the second. Are we going to get 3 Infernal Souls in a row? Zoom in on that wall, please, Mr. Observer. I got to see it. Oh, we didn't get the Infernal three games in a row. I was kind of hoping for it. It would have been pretty climactic, but Mountain Soul still not a bad one. Will provide extra defensive capability with that bonus shielding. Oh, nice. We even have the full camera turnaround to really showcase it there on the wall. Oh, that is beautiful.
We had our observer flip the map upside down for us earlier. It was very disorienting. I didn't like it, but I appreciated the effort. I was like, hey, we have like a good 45 to 60 seconds where nothing is happening.
I feel
What's
like
the map look like upside down?
I want to do a team fight upside down now one day to see if I would actually be able to follow it.
Dude, I'm so in.
That seems like a very apt test of skill to learn advanced team fighting. As Spearaxe learns advanced, how did that hitbox actually reach him taunting, catches Wolf there on the very edge.
Yeah, what
finds
the hell?
Some nice damage. That did not look like it hit.
I'm gonna guess that's like a weird spectator thing, because the hitboxes aren't like 100%. So, that was wild.
Yeah,
that was just wild.
That had to have been a spectator bug, because that did not look like he was actually within the range of the taunt. So, either way, still things going well here in the mid lane. Remember, Spearaxe has been given some attention from Kind Jungle so far, facilitated him getting that first kill that he got earlier on. My man has his Proto Belt, he has his Sorcerer's Shoes with his Predator. So Galio's at a pretty strong point right now. I want to see them try to force some kind of a fight, go back to some of that trusty aggro that we saw in game number 1 to really make their opponents play on their terms. Use this Galio, play aggressively with either Camille or Xin Zhao. Hell, you can do it with anybody else on the team, actually. Xin Zhao, Camille, or even just have Evan RL throw Pantheon in there, throw the bowling ball right down the lane to start off the team fight, put Galio right in on top of him.
Yeah, also, we were talking about this during the break and even before it, but Julian only just hit level 6 like a minute ago. Dude's been hardcore roaming, and it worked out so well. I'm genuinely so impressed. Oh, do not fight value. You will die.
Yeah, that's not a good choice. Nice amount of damage blocked there. Using the E to make sure that all of that extra follow-up. The W, the Q proccing the W, and the auto attack afterwards, none of those going to have any value whatsoever onto that Pantheon. Good use of the ability to make sure he's able to step away. And now Kind Jungle will just keep farming up. This is what I was expecting to see, though, from a Graves versus Xin Zhao matchup. Graves has 2 levels up in the Xin Zhao. Xin just cannot farm at the same speed Graves can. A champion that doesn't have the natural AoE clearing power that a Graves does will not be able to match him in a farm-for-farm type of game. And unfortunately for Kind Jungle, not only is he down in the farm, he's down in kill participation as well. He's only been responsible for that single kill. Meanwhile, Iconic was able to facilitate 2 in the bottom lane on his first gank. So really, really coming up positively here for Iconic in the jungle in Game 3.
Well, this is what we were talking about during the draft, right? We were saying, you know, once again, Maryville B, the only way they have back into this game is they have massive early game leads. They snowball that into something late. It has started reaching the point where early game snowballing is getting off the table. Sure, you have the 2 dragons. If you're able to keep that going, the soul point's what I'm looking for. So minute 40. If you're able to secure that by the 17-minute mark, you keep pressure on the game. You keep having agency on where you force the fights. If you're not able to secure that, though, suddenly things start going very south very quickly for Maryville B. I'm worried for them. Shockwave going to land, but as will the taunt.
Yeah, Spirax isn't too worried about this. He's got his jungler nearby anyway. They know that there's no real threat of a kill here, even if his health bar doesn't look that pretty right now. Bottom lane, Niles trying to get away from Dinka, who goes for the engage here. Niles using the ulti, not having that available. The next Drake is spawning in a little bit over 1 minute. If Maryville B tries to force this early on, ooh, Kind Jungle going in, but he's got to be careful. Remember that Niles is still very strong here. Spirax coming in to try to keep Kind Jungle alive. Collateral damage comes in. Kind Jungle needs to get the hell out of dodge. Goes back in onto Shady. Here comes your counterattack from Maryville B. They're able to find 2.
Beautiful.
They turn it around. So well done. The coordination from this squad. The value has showed up and a TP is coming in. Julian is right there. They're ready to go, and Niles has arrived. Spirax down to 300 HP. True Shot Barrage going to take 2 very low. Evan RL kiting around, jumping around, looking to take him down. Dinka jumps right back into the fight, but now he's not in the greatest spot. He's going to be kept alive by his adaptive damage blocking. So many people, such low health value, jumping in, looking to find even more kills. Make it a double, make it a triple. Is Ezreal going to grab a Penta right here, right now? Evan RL with the flash away, looking to turn things right back around with the Blade of the Ruined King. Not quite going to find the Rend to be able to facilitate the kill, but value stops that from being a disaster for Maryville A.
It went so well, then so poorly, and then so well again for Maryville A. Shoutouts to Value for salvaging the last half of that fight, and now should be able to clean up the Drake as well. No contest going to be within the area in time before it clears. Unless Julian wants to get real spicy, but I would not recommend it. It doesn't have the Grand Star Call available as well. As a result, that will be the Mountain Drake picked up, and this is what I was worried about. 17-20, now this early game team from Maryville B has sort of lost steam. You don't have the momentum to keep it going into Dragon because of the cleanup from Value, and now, how do you keep this game rolling? Zin's going to start falling off, isn't going to be able to keep up in the farm. Only chance is to keep up with the objective pressure, which is why I really like this Herald.
Evan RL around there with him just to make sure that there's not going to be any problem with this. Honestly, the whole team hanging out here in this top half of the map with the exception of Dinka, who does have the teleport ready to join up here with the rest of the squad. Dinka does want to grab this tier 1 turret before he heads up there. That will put the B squad up to a 1,000 gold lead compared to their counterparts. Niles on this Akali, yes, he has more farm overall compared to his lane opponent, but it's been Dinka every time the camera pans over to see these two fighting each other. That's always on the aggro. That's always the one dictating the pace of these fights. And because Dinka has those 3 assists, also because his team has 2 turrets, you can see that despite the CS lead for his opponent, he's the one that has the gold advantage. Back in the jungle, it is not an Umbral Graves this time around. Instead, going straight for the Black Cleaver after the Warrior. Now, this is something I want to talk about because I don't think this is correct. Because when you look at what kind of stats you want to build for the situation, lethality does more when you're playing against squishy opponents because you're piercing a low armor pool. Niles dies to the Galio off screen. We can see that now in the bottom part of the map there. Tried to go for the solo kill on the Dinka, but it wasn't a solo kill. Spirit showed up with the ultimate. But anyway, back to Graves. Black Cleaver is really good in general. It provides you extra health pool, cooldowns, yada yada yada. Great stats, perfect for Graves. Umbral Glaive provides an incredible amount of utility and a ton of burst on squishy targets. Look at the armor on the enemy team. Pantheon, none. Callista, none. Galio, none. Xinjiao, shoes. Camille, none. There's a lot of value to be found with an Umbral Glaive here. I think that Umbral Glaive was the right choice before Black Cleaver.
I agree. Lethality, very powerful, but I really liked the juxtaposition of you going, none, 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 shoes, none. Could, like, make a pop song out of that.
Just have the none be the beat, and then the shoes is
what you
change up.
Shoes be the accent. It's beautiful.
All right, I'll have to remember that. Maybe we can make some content out of that someday. That's good brain. Yeah. That's good brain right there. All right, either way, let's go ahead and just check in on the state of things overall, because it's still a 1,000 gold difference between the teams. I said I wanted Game 3 to be the closest game of the day. I said that Game 1 and Game 2 were both very one-sided, and I wanted this one to be just a slugfest back and forth, and it is. We got 11 kills at 19 minutes. That's not the most kills in the world. We're not LPL status, but we aren't LCK either. We're
better than
a good
5 and 20.
Here.
I'm taking it.
Yeah, we got a good amount of combat going on here. We also got the next Drake spawning in 2 minutes. Either team has the ability to be the ones deciding where they're going to fight, but remember, it's what we talked about in Champion Select here. There are so many more engage tools. There are so many more mechanisms available for the B squad here on the blue team. The A team has to outplay those engages and then find counterattacks with tools like the Shockwave, like Ezreal putting himself in a better position with the Arcane Shift, and Graves having a nice smoke screen to deny follow-up.
I'm hoping that we get some bonkers team fights out of these teams, because like you said, it really is a high execution ceiling, but my concern is that it seems like Maryville A have been up to the task thus far, especially Value. Well, this Ezreal already hit that Muramana transform. It's the 20-minute mark, so you'd already expect that, but has that 2-item power spike working towards the Death Dance as well. This is a terrifying Ezreal, whereas Evan RL playing a little bit of catch-up because of the kill advantage that Value has found. Doesn't even have the Runon's Hurricane yet. Once he does, though, I suspect these team fights are going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, the Ezreal getting the triple kill at the end of the last fight really just catapulted him ahead of the Callista. Over 1,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent now, 8,600 compared to the 76 on the Callista. But when you look at the mid lane, the difference between Galio and Orianna is actually even more pronounced. 1,500 lead for Spearaxe over that Orianna there. 2-1 and 2 here on the Galio. Has been having a big impact on the game like we've expected for the entirety of this game. And in the bottom lane, hey man, the Pantheon, he's got a 1,000 gold lead as well over that Tomcat. We've been seeing him roam around so much, just trying to affect the map. Also, you can see with that eyeball over his head right now, having the Umbral Glaive means he has extra vision control too. As mid lane, it's iconic. Stunned up by Julian. Now the follow-up coming through. Kind Jungle in some danger, trying to get himself away. Beautifully done by Julian there. Making sure he uses the Pantheon block to not only save himself, but keep Kind Jungle. Oh, no! Kind Jungle, you gotta get the hell out of there, man. What are you doing sticking around when that fed Ezreal is right there?
They're waiting for the Dinka flank, but the flank was never coming until you can find that angle, and Value so aggressive on this Ezreal, able to pick off that spare jungler, and as a result, that is a second Mountain Drake in a row going over to Maryville A. The momentum has surely shifted.
Dinka goes in for the 1v3, nearly gets himself killed. Now the rest of the team's showing up here for the counterattack, but they're just lambs to the slaughter. This was incredibly poorly organized from the side of Maryville B. Evan RL has to die off to the side. That was the worst possible outcome that this team could have hoped for there. I have praised them and their coordination and their team play in the previous games, but at this time, it was just an absolute mess. You had Dinka going in first, but then you have the follow-up coming in from the Galio by the time Dinka's already so low that he has to just get over the wall and leave. And then after Galio already shows up and eats a lot of damage, Pantheon shows up. They're both left in a spot where they're not able to fight correctly. Meanwhile, because they all showed up, that meant their AD carry was left alone with an Akali. Kind Jungle shows back up onto the map, now cleaned up by that same Akali I'm just describing. A very disjointed effort by Maryville B is immediately punished, and Maryville A is looking great now.
They're in a fantastic position. They clean up the Baron, they clean up the team fight. Value still unstoppable on this Ezreal, and it's getting more and more difficult for Maryville B to come back into the game. That could have been a great opportunity for them, but the pick off to start off the fight onto Kind Jungle really set things down, who's now died twice in a row from being picked off by Value, essentially, who's been fantastic on this Ezreal.
Yeah, that was.
But now it's looking
very
rough.
tragic. I actually think that was the biggest misplay that we've seen of the final so far. That was because it was such a close game, and just because we've seen so much better team play and coordination out of them, you can't have those staggered, okay, I'm going to go in, now you're going to go in 1 second later, now you're going to go in 1 second later, wait, who's with the AD carry? Didn't seem like it was clear there what was going on, and now the B squad has found themselves going from a game that was in neutral territory to going on a game where they're pretty firmly on the back foot. With the A squad all wearing purple, they've currently got a 3,000 gold lead, and they'll only look to build it up even further from here. 4-man push in the mid lane, 5-0 and 3 Ezreal, Iceborne, Death's Dance. This man is incredibly tanky here on this champion. He will be so difficult for the B squad to kill.
It's a really rough time for them, and lacking that decisiveness. It's one of the things that I love to praise in teams. It's the reason that I went over to the LPL in the first place initially was because LPL teams never have that issue. For all of the macro issues you call, they never decide, oh, we should go in, and then change their mind. Kind Jungle having to do exactly that, getting chased down by Value and Iconic.
Nothing else to do about it. Collateral damage comes through. Evan RL looking to save Julian here, but it will not work. A double kill over to Iconic. He's going to be kited around now, looking about like a pin cushion. Value going underneath the turret. One more auto attack will do it. The A team just cleaning up bodies all over the B team's base. Now it's a 2v2 here in the bottom lane. Dinka and Spearaxe grabbing a kill onto Niles. Wolf trying to kite himself back here. Gets the kill onto Dinka. Now in hot pursuit, looking after Spearaxe himself. Spearaxe, the last man standing here for the B squad. Back in the base, it's A taking down turrets, A looking for inhibs, A doing whatever they damn well please. This game changed so quickly, Niberia, and with a teleport coming in to keep the minions alive, A is not stopping anytime soon. Kind Jungle cannot enter into the fray. He's a Xin Zhao behind the curve of the game. He dives in, he dies. That's the end of the story, the end of the game. Value continuing to kite back. The Ezreal has been the name of the game here this time around. 6-0-5. The man is doing no wrong. Spearaxe tries to go in and do something. Instead, he loses most of his health. The Value skill shots coming through. And finally, the A team is on the retreat.
They almost had the game end on their hands right there. Beautiful stalling from Wolfie in order to prevent the backs from Spearaxe, who ended up coming around via teleport to try and find some way to salvage this game. Once again, going for the Desperation BM book, picking up the Medjai's. 1 stack on it currently. And this is looking really rough for Maryville B. As you mentioned, Value has been an incredible carry thus far, and only looks to continue to be doing that. 3 items, looking at 3.5 with that Haunting Guise now picked up. And as a result, what does Maryville have to get back into the game? Maybe you can look for some sort of pick somewhere. But the last time you did, Value cleaned up your entire team fight off the back end.
I feel like that team fight was so telling for how this game went. The fact that it started off so good for the B team, and then Value was able to get in there in time. B team was still around, and he could clean it all up and make that fight go even. Meant a lot for the pace of the game, staying as close as it did, and facilitating the opportunity that they found later to end up getting that throw. The throw was still the big moment. The moment this game changed was that helter-skelter initiation fight, whatever you want to call it, that B tried to do, and it was just too unorganized, and they all got cleaned up, and it gave away Baron. That's the moment that this game changed. But the Ezreal triple kill was another big facilitator that happened just a little bit earlier on. Now, you can see True Shot Barrage fired off there into the Wild Blue yonder. Julian eating a lot of damage, kept alive. Used his own flash, Evan RL's ulti as well. The Pantheon hobbles back to the fountain. He will be able to re-enter the fight with ulti if needed. The push continues. Baron or not, the A team is looking to continue this push. They're not wanting to play it super slow and steady like they did in game number 2. The Tortoise has retired for the sake of the hair, and the A team is pushing on to their second inhib. Nothing really stopping them too much here. Julian finds a little bit of CC onto Iconic. He throws down the smoke screen. Value shifting forward, trying to find a little bit of extra damage onto him there. Dinka stops him from procking that W. And with 2 enemy inhibitors down, it's a call to back away from Maryville A.
Starting to feel a little bit like they're playing with their food. They're looking for that soul again.
The stupid soul.
I just... Look,
really like
soul
it.
food is not supposed to be a way to play the game. It's supposed to be something you eat after the game, guys.
I
Come
really
on.
like it.
They're big fans of the Soul. They've got 3 Mountain Drakes stacked up. Mountain Drake stacking is incredibly effective at multiplying your defensive stats. Honestly, no cap, I think Ezreal's the tankiest person in the game. With Iceborne Gauntlet and
maybe
Death's
the
Dance.
Tom Kench. I think Tom Kench might edge out slightly.
Okay, yeah, if Tom Kench gets value out of his Gargoyle Stoneplate, he's about as much. But value is so incredibly hard to kill on this Ezreal, I think it'll be a challenge for them to make him not in this game with 0 deaths. Baron is started up. It is Maryville A's game to lose. Maryville B hoping there is a mistake here, looking for some sort of a punish. Dinka's in the bottom side of the map. Doesn't have his teleport ready yet, but it will be ready in a few moments here. Kind Jungle and Julian, both looking, hanging around. Baron down to half HP. Spear Axe walking in. Teleport. TP coming through. Dinka will join the fight. This is do or die. If this goes badly for Maryville B, the game is likely over. A second Baron should just be a victory push here for Maryville A. They're staying on to the Baron. They baited their opponent's close. They got the TP out of Dinka. But Baron will be backed away from. Turret destroyed in the mid lane. Tier 2 is down.
Gonna try and chase this. I don't know why Julian's going in, though. Flowers. Evan's in trouble. 3-peat about to be denied.
Julian?
He gets picked off in the back here.
What? Okay. Not sure what Pantheon's plan was there because the rest of the team was backing away and he was going in. Kind Jungle with a flash out. Shady looking awfully hungry. Here comes a Tom Kench. Gargoyle Stoneplate's not going to do a lot. Iconic goes forward. The Xin Zhao ulti won't protect him too much here. Niles tries to go in. Iconic barely alive. Niles barely alive. Trying to taunt Dinka to come a little bit closer. Goes into the stopwatch. Dinka looking for the 1v3. Can he do it? Iconic dashing back forward. Needs to get a little bit more range for the auto attack, but cannot find it. Dinka jumps in. He won't land the stun, but the hook shot's still going to put him in range. Will not chase Iconic any further. Has to be respectful. Now he's going to keep up the chase, but here comes value from the backside. It's a double kill in the base for Wolf, as Kind Jungle and Evan RL are the last 2 men standing. It is a 2v3 on the map. Shady is nearly dead, but he's still involved in the fight anyway. This is the win push very easily. Here from Maryville A, they need the minion wave to come up and join them. Evan RL just lost 1/3 of his HP from a single Mystic shot. True Shot Barrage fired off. Not going to find any luck with that one. Maryville A looking for the game win right here, right now. Value jumping forward. Kind Jungle, nice health bar. Not much of it left to talk about, though. Value needing a little bit more damage to finish off the remaining Nexus turret. There you go. You've got Julian back into the mix. The Pantheon is alive, but the Callista is not. Value is godlike, and that's the tale of this story. A double kill over to Ezreal. All the kills coming up. The ace over to the Graves, and ladies and gentlemen, you knew it coming into the game that Maryville was going to win, but we didn't know which one. It's the A team showing exactly why they deserve that name. They may have lost the first game, but in games 2 and 3, they prevail. They take victory, and they are your HUE Fest 2020 champions.
Second year in a row for Maryville to take the championship, denying the 3-peat away from Evan RL.
Yes,
but
sir.
for Iconic, for Niles, and for Shady, that is their second consecutive victory here at the HUE Invitational. So congratulations to them. Sorry, Evan, you got some competition now for the most wins. We'll have to see who gets more next year, maybe. But congratulations to Maryville in the meantime. A fantastic way to end out the HUE Invitational 2020.
Credit given to the B squad. They played that first game very well. It was still the quickest game in the entirety of the series. Game number 2, it was the A squad who bounced back, took over that one, took it nice and slow. And game number 3 was close for so very long. But League of Legends is a game where one moment can define the entirety of a match. That one moment, of course, was the disjointed engage coming out from the B squad that the A squad punished so well. And after that, they didn't allow them an opportunity back into the game. They played a clean, coherent game of League of Legends, and they deserve to walk away the victors here today.
I am incredibly impressed by how dominant Maryville have been. Both of them. And it is so weird to say that. But Maryville A, I think, is the real stories for me here because Maryville B showed up incredibly well, but Maryville A showed why they are so dominant. I criticized them in game number 2 for taking their time, and game number 3 they were starting to as well. But there is a reason why that strategy gives them value both here and in the SGC. It is thorough. It is hard to beat. You will get choked out before you even know how to come back into the game. You look and you say, hey, maybe we can find, oh, our Raptors are gone. Let me check. Oh, no, there's nothing left on the map. And slowly, inevitably, Maryville will come knocking on the doors to your Nexus, and you will have nothing to do but let them in, because they made damn sure they've taken everything else. So, fantastic performance from them from all weekend.
And honestly, what a cool story for this school. When you look at collegiate esports, when you look at how this scene grows and how things develop, when you look at this situation right now compared to what collegiate looked like 5 years ago, it's very different. And I attribute a lot of that to a lot of these schools making this step and saying, hey, esports is legitimate. We're going to give scholarships to this. We're going to take this seriously. We're going to have real coaching staff for this. This is a sport, and we're going to treat it like one. And that's so fun to see for me as a fan of this whole thing and someone who wants to see this get bigger. I love events like this. I think that Harrisburg has it in the right place, hosting an event like this, hosting HUE Fest 2020, providing this environment for these teams to compete and really show what they've got and show the legitimacy of collegiate esports programs. And when you look at Maryville, I think you can't really find a much better school as an example of what a successful program can look like. When you manage to get to the end of the tournament and the top 2 teams are you and also you, it doesn't matter who walks away, you're feeling great.
Yeah, I actually got the chance to talk to the coach of Maryville. Yes, 1 coach, 2 teams. I got it right.
Yes.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
And they talked about their program a lot, and they have 10 scholarships, full scholarships for their League of Legends teams, 12 scholarships for Overwatch. These are full rides for the esports program. They are varsity players. And the quotes that came out of Zoo were just so inspiring to me because it showed to me the attitude that Maryville, and also we can tell HUE have put a ton of love into their program as well. They really do care about this more than just, hey, it's video games. They're saying, the players are all that matters. Their success and their happiness is what matters. And the administration, they really get it. They're part of the athletics program. The staff volunteers for move-in days. Like, Maryville's program is robust. It is a part of the school. And I think that's what you're going to need to find success in this sphere. You need to have an administration behind you. And I can't wait to see more universities supporting this.
Talking about the players, let's go ahead and talk to the players right now. We are joined for a post-game interview by Niles himself from the victorious roster. Hey, there we go. Congratulations, first and foremost, my friend, on taking the trophy here in HUE Fest 2020, walking away with the big dub. Good job on that one. Tell me, what does this mean for you and your team? You guys, obviously, you got to the very end. You had to play against your own sister team in the finale. What was it like?
I think that it was really important for us because, the finals was, like you said, a sister team is in the finals, and it was super important for our program because going in, we thought that we were the favorites, and last year we weren't able to really show up like we wanted to with both teams. So it meant a lot to me being able to face my friends in the final. It just makes it so much more fun than playing against another team. So just super happy, proud of my team, and just so proud of everyone.
That's awesome. I love to hear how that sort of can motivate you to, like you said, face off against your friends and just find yourself in a situation where not only are you proving it to everybody watching, but, to yourselves, saying how you didn't perform the way you wanted to previously, and then now you're able to kind of show up. And speaking of showing up, talk to me about Game 2, because Game 2 was sort of your defining performance for me. Obviously, the team having a lot of faith in you, playing the top lane Lucian, taking a massive advantage over your opponent on the Shen, making sure that you're knocking down that turret immediately and playing around you. What was the strategy with that? Is the team constantly throwing these strategies towards you where they want to depend on you and have you be the main carry? And how do you feel having that responsibility on your shoulders?
Yeah, so going into the second game, I wanted to have a champion that I can really express my skill on. I think in the first game I didn't really get the right matchup for me to really be able to play the game. I'm playing like a weak side GP, like try not to die, and they're just like 3-manning me, and just like it's just not fun at all to play that. So I said, guys, let's drop the Lucian ban. Let's first pick Lucian, right? Let's see how it goes. Because I felt confident going in, because like obviously I played against Dinka a lot, and I know how he plays and stuff like that. So I basically just said like I want to play through top, and the team really enabled me. Like my bot and everyone else did such a great job of just like letting me do my thing throughout the game. They were amazing. Their job was way harder than mine was, honestly. So proud of them.
That's what I love to hear. Sounds like some great team cohesion. Niberia, what you got for him?
All right, I got some questions. About playing against your sister team, because this is something that we don't really get to see a lot as public-facing folks in the competitive scene. We mostly get to see, hey, we've been scrimming against these guys sometimes, but then they stopped like a month ago because we knew we'd maybe end up in the finals. How is this different preparation-wise for the players? Because I think Zoo is both of you guys as coach, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the players then is the big difference. How does it feel going up against the people that you know incredibly well? Is it a significantly different play style? Do you have to pick a different way? Are you like, all right, I'm going to bully Dinka because he took the last week?
Yeah.
And I'm going to show him that was a mistake, and he's going to be down 60 CS on Shen. Have fun.
No, it was more just like we knew how each other played going into it. We all know each other's champions and like however we want to play, you know. So going in, there's a lot of familiarity. We're still playing against each other leading up to the tournament, so a ton of familiarity. Once they started pulling out the weird stuff like the Skarner and the Jin Zhao, wasn't really too familiar with that, honestly, because they never played it in scrims. So that's when we were like, all right, get it out of here. Like we don't know what these champions do. So yeah, but a lot of familiarity. Preparing, and Zoo just said once we both in the finals, he said, guys, you guys just do your thing, have fun with it. Enjoy the fact that the rest of the tournament leading up to it, we did our job, you know, and so enjoy the finals because we're Maryville versus Maryville.
That's awesome. So I have one last question for you from me. Going out of this event, you obviously won. The entire Maryville program essentially dominated this entire invitational. So as a result, going forward into the rest of the collegiate season, and I know you have the tendency to trash talk, so I'm going to ask you to keep it broadcast appropriate. But how are you feeling about the competition? How are you feeling about these competitions going forward? What are your chances?
Everyone else is trash. Maryville's going to dominate the entire year. You're going to see us at the CLO Championship hosting it after an undefeated run. I challenge anyone to ever contest us the rest of the year. If you can, then I'll be shocked if people take games we dropped one game and I was so shocked. If people can keep doing that, then kudos to them, but I don't think they will be able to.
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
attitude
That's the
I
collegiate
like.
trash talk we need. Thank you, Niles.
Yeah,
That's
of
what I
course.
like to hear. All right. With the questions practically wrapped up, I do want to give one last chance here just for you to say your shout-outs, say your thank yous, anything you want to say. This is your moment, man. Y'all clearly worked hard for this victory. You absolutely deserve it. Maryville versus Maryville in the finals. What an awesome show. What an incredible showing for your school specifically. So anything you want to say, the floor is yours, my friend.
Honestly, first I'd like to thank God, just because the way that my life has gone, it has been such a crazy ride, and I know that along the way he's guiding all the process. So first of all, shout out to God. Thank you. And I'd like to shout out to my family. After that, they've always supported me so much through my esports endeavors. So shout out to them. And then lastly, I just like to shout out my team. They played so well, and they enabled me to carry. We cover up each other's flaws and weaknesses so well, and we play around each other's strengths. So we've been playing with each other for so long, so them as well. Oh, and back in Dayton, Ohio, all my friends where I grew up, shout out to them as well. So, yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Not only an absolute champion on the Rift, but just a stand-up kind of guy, too. Niles, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead, have some fun, celebrate with your team. You guys clearly deserve it. Good talking to you, my friend.
See
Hell
ya.
yeah. And with that concluded, we are at the end of our show here, ladies and gentlemen. The HUE Invitational 2020 is all but wrapped up.
it is just about time to call it curtains here for the day. Once again, in case you missed the message earlier, part of the reason that we're able to stay so energetic here on the broadcast is because we have the power of Red Bull. That's right, not just Red Bull with a Yasuo on the can. He's not waiting for a 0-10 power spike. He can power spike without dying even once because he's got wings. That's right, wings with Red Bull. Make sure to get your own energy and prove yourself in their upcoming 1v1 League of Legends tournament that you can check out at redbull.com/soloqueue. And with our sponsors taken care of now, I'm going to go ahead, hand it over to my co-caster Niberia one more time. Say any goodbyes and anything like that you have to say, sir. You have been on this broadcast for a lot more games than I have, so I think it is only right that you get to say whatever you need to here. So the floor is yours.
I just want to thank the collegiate community for welcoming me with open arms. I came back from the LPL. I took some time off for my health, and then I really wasn't sure where to go from there. But the collegiate community, especially this last week, has been so incredibly welcoming, and especially the coaches, the families, the players it's been an incredible experience. I reached out to legitimately, I think 17 was the final count of coaches that I spoke with. And every single person I spoke out with either said, hey, here's a bunch of information, or hey, here's the person to talk to about this. They wanted to share about their teams. They wanted to share about their players. And that passion means the world to me, and letting me into that. I had a parent DM me, and she was like, here's our 2 kids. They're going to be playing against each other. I'm so proud of both of them. And just having that positive energy in the community and getting to see that this weekend. Thank you again so much for letting me be a part of that. I hope to be a part of more in the future.
Hell yeah, man. Big shout out to everybody here working at Harrisburg as well, organizing this event for everybody here, making HUE Fest 2020 a reality, particularly over to my man Chad Smelts. Keeps things running behind the scenes. He reached out to me to be a part of this again. Great dude, fantastic person, responsible for getting a lot of the good stuff flowing in the esports scene at Harrisburg. Love to help out, love to be a part of these types of things. Huge props also to our producers, our observers, everybody behind the scenes for this event, keeping things running. You may not know their names, you may not know their faces, but you would definitely notice if they were not here. Make sure to keep those people in your minds as well, because they keep these sorts of shows going. Once again, I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. This has been Matt Niberia Clendaniel casting beside me here in this finals. From us, from all the other casters here that have casted throughout this event, from the broadcast crew and everybody else here at HUE Fest 2020, thank you so much for watching. We sincerely hope to see you back here next year for another showdown of the Collegiate Titans, and we will see you next time. Have a lovely evening.